Chapter 101, See for yourself the Underworld, Temple of Hecate. Magic created many suns illuminated the quiet temple. This goddess's temple was even more deserted than Hephaestus's had been, as typically, it housed only one deity, Hecate herself. Medea, clad in a light purple magician's robe, learning the magic of the gods from the great goddess, sat listlessly on the steps of the temple. It had been over half a month since she last saw Promise, and that meeting made the normally tolerable solitude of the temple unbearable for her. Even the flowers around had wilted quite a bit. After all, she was just a girl about Promise's age, not like her teacher who could comfortably stay secluded for centuries if needed. Hecate had always watched Medea's reactions closely, although it annoyed her that that troublesome fellow had indeed captivated her student's spirit. Given Medea's growing lack of vitality, Hecate had no choice but to compromise. Medea, Medea, Medea. After calling softly twice and getting no response, Hecate resorted to using her staff to sharply tap on her head. Painfully clutching her head, Medea finally snapped back to reality and tilted her head in confusion. Upon seeing it was Hecate, she immediately stood up, excitedly exclaiming, "Teacher, it's been so long." "You're out early this time. It's only been half a month." Even Hecate felt somewhat embarrassed and turned her head away. Medea's desire to leave wasn't unreasonable, as normally, even staying inside this temple, it could be a month or two without seeing anyone. And even when they did meet, it usually didn't last more than an hour. "Hey, Medea, do you want to go out?" Hecate said with a light cough. Seeing Medea in front of her was stunned, she continued, "But I am not asking you to abandon your studies. Instead, you could go to Circe. She will continue to teach you." Circe is Medea's senior sister, the original student of the goddess Hecate, and also Medea's aunt. Located on the island of Aea in ancient Greek mythology, she is a famous witch of temptation and fall in mythology, and also a demigod in charge of the moon and love. This. Medea was somewhat surprised, but at the same time seemed flustered and at a loss, saying, "Respected and great goddess Hecate, may I ask if I have done anything wrong to make you angry?" "That's not the case. It's just that after you met that guy named Promise, you are now completely focused on him." Hecate pointed it out bluntly, completely ignoring her student's wide-eyed, reddened face, and said depressedly, "I don't understand what's so good about that guy, pushing a bunch of goddess to fight for him." "Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway." "Do you want to leave or not?" Medea hesitated for a moment, then cautiously looked at Hecate and asked, "Teacher, are you really not angry?" "When have I ever lied to you?" the latter replied, half exasperated, half amused by her endearing student. Then I'll go to my aunt." "Ah, no, I mean, Sister Circe," Medea decided, correcting herself with some determination. Circe notably disliked being referred to as aunt by Medea, probably because Circe, a perpetual maiden notorious for her jealousy and unrequited love, had yet to be fully loved by someone and remained single. Hecate wasn't surprised by Medea's decision and nodded. "Well, if that's the case, I'll have that fellow Promise escort you." "Eh?" Medea was initially startled, then replied with excitement, "I get to see Promise again?" "Yes, and it's not just a meeting this time," Hecate said with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, the magical circle laid out on the ground lit up, and a swarm of underworld butterflies emerged, whisking her and Medea away from the temple. When Medea, who had instinctively closed her eyes, opened them again, she had left the underworld and arrived on the barren surface of the earth. But as soon as she arrived on the ground, what greeted Medea was not the blue sky she had not seen for a long time, but dark, ominous clouds. Just then, she heard a harsh, unusual roar of a beast, prompting her to look in its direction. Soon, the horrifying figure of the chimera, with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a python, came into Medea's view. Fire blazed around the landscape, engulfing everything in flames and sending black smoke into the cloud-filled sky. The chimera left desolation in its wake. As Medea stared at this scene, she noticed the creature's three heads roaring skyward. Naturally, She followed their gaze to the sky nearby and finally saw the young man she had briefly encountered in the temple. The Pegasus spread its holy wings and hovered above the monster chimera, undaunted by the roars below. Promise, positioned atop the steed, was drawing a celestial bow to its full arc, aiming at the monstrous creature below. This skyfall bow, a gift from the moon goddess Artemis to her follower Atalanta, was now in his hands as he had borrowed it to face the chimera. It would have been difficult for Promise to draw an ordinary divine bow, but this was a weapon bestowed by God, so he only needed God's permission. The setting sun's residual light illuminated Promise, with the wind blowing through his hair, his emerald eyes clear and bright as they focused on the fearsome beast below. Medea, who witnessed this scene, was completely stunned. She was an intelligent person, so even though she only met Promise for half a day, Medea always understood that he must be a very extraordinary person. After all, in just half a day, she had heard about him from her teacher, meeting different gods one after the other. But hearing about it is certainly not as good as seeing it with her own eyes. It's always so lively around him. Hecate, who had known the situation for a long time, or to be more precise, had been watching it all the time, glanced around and felt the presence of several gods, and couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Medea, still wide-eyed and slow to recover, pointed at the scene in front of her and asked Hecate, What is this?" "Just like that painting I took you to see the other night." Hecate smiled and responded to Medea, "It's a gift the young man offers to the gods." "That's the glory he offered to his goddess, Hera, the most venerable among gods." "Haven't you always been curious about him? Then see for yourself." With these words, Hecate thought back to when Promise had brought Persephone before Hades. Although the scale of the current scene couldn't compare to that moment, for Medea, it was evidently more than enough. "See for yourself. He might be a troublesome fellow, but I believe he's also the brightest star of this era." Comment 18 Comment Vote to Left Chapter 102 Painting the God's Chimera, with its multiple fearsome heads, opened its jaws wide and spewed a stream of fire towards the sky, aiming at Promise and Pegasus, who had been challenging it from above. However, unfazed, Pegasus did not dodge. Instead, as Promise drew his bow, bathed in light, the arrow he released pierced through the flames and struck Chimera. However, Chimera did not fall. In fact, by the time Hecate brought Medea to the scene, Promise had already been engaged in combat with a monstrous beast for over half an hour. "When I first knew it was Chimera, I thought it wouldn't be too difficult," Promise murmured, a hint of frustration in his voice as he watched the beast roar angrily again below. Because of the painting and the events that followed, both the moon goddess Artemis and the god of light Apollo could no longer refuse any of his requests. If Promise needed it, and his body could withstand it, they would fulfill his wishes, even if it meant creating arrows of light and moon. Normally, a chimera would not have lasted so long against him. One arrow should have been enough to bring it down. But this was no ordinary beast. It was one of the most terrifying creatures in Greek mythology, a child of Typhon, the only entity that nearly overthrew Zeus and who was once the bane of all Olympian gods. Typhon's progeny included the Lernaean Hydra, Cerberus, and the Nemean lion, all formidable beasts vanquished by heroes of myth. In the legends, Typhon was said to possess strength even greater than Zeus, especially after stealing Zeus's thunderbolt. The reason it was ultimately defeated was that it was deceived by Moira the Fates. Typhon captured the other two goddesses of fate and came to the last one, Clotho, who was in charge of future destiny. It asked her about its future, and also asked how it could become stronger and even have the power to break its fate. So the Fates tricked the creature into eating a magical fruit that they promised would strengthen him. In reality, this ephemeral fruit greatly weakened Typhon, and Zeus defeated him soon after. However, it is said that the fruit can really make the person who swallows it stronger, but the prerequisite is to safely survive the period of weakness. Well, Promise didn't know much about the truth and sayings, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. "Sorry, Pegasus, my presence has restricted you too much." Patting Pegasus's mane, he spoke. As Pegasus shook its head, about to indicate that it was not a problem. After all, it was Promise, who captured it with both hands. Not to mention, it enjoyed eating the grass and the freedom, Promise suddenly laughed, released the reins, and encouraged the winged horse. "Run free, Pegasus, don't worry about me. I trust you will catch me." With those words, Promise seemed to stumble accidentally, falling off Pegasus. Medea, who had been watching in shock, gasped, and Atalanta, who had been anxiously observing from a distance, tensed up. Promise fell off Pegasus, tumbled through the air as the evening sky faded into night. A goddess waved her hand, dispelling the clouds that had shrouded the area, revealing a starry sky as clear as day. Reacting instantly, Pegasus burst into a brilliant silver light, transforming into a star shooting across the heavens before diving down toward the roaring Chimera. The monster Chimera naturally would not sit still and wait for death. It kept spewing flames relentlessly in an attempt to stop and burn Pegasus to death, but the latter endured the heat and ignored it. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the falling meteor collided with the monster Chimera. Boom! A massive explosion shook the earth, creating a huge crater with Chimera at its center. This was the full force of Pegasus's celestial charge. But even so, Chimera was not defeated. It lay at the crater's center, bleeding green venomous blood that hissed upon touching the ground. It became even more enraged, struggling to its feet, its three heads screaming in fury at the fleeing Pegasus. The surrounding flames, fueled by the beast's rage, turned the desolate area as bright as day. Pegasus smoothly caught Promise, who had deliberately fallen. It even neighed in complaint about his rash act. "It's okay because I completely trust you, brother Pegasus. I knew you'd catch me," Promise reassured the celestial horse. "But it's still alive," he added, noting Chimera's resilience and the continued blaze around them. As the furious Chimera unleashed another torrent of fire, Pegasus nimbly avoided the blaze. Promise, observing the severely wounded but increasingly ferocious beast below, furrowed his brows in concern and spoke to Pegasus. "Can you manage another run?" Pegasus hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. However, Promise, noticing the worn feathers on Pegasus's wings, decided against it, tightening his grip on the reins. "No need. It seems it's on its last legs, but continuing like this isn't a solution either. If it decides to flee, there's a town not too far from here." As he spoke, Promise paused, the concern evident on his face. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, he glanced at the sky bow in his hands, recalling the image of Atalanta drawing her bow. He then looked up at the moon, which was full and brilliant that night. The light of the full moon bathed everything, seeming to imbue the celestial bow with a radiant glow. "Pegasus, let's go to the moon," he said decisively. With a light neigh, Pegasus no longer concerned itself with the Chimera on the ground. It turned and galloped towards the moon in the sky. Hestia, the oldest sister in Olympus, couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene as she spoke. "Speaking of which, is this considered cheating?" "Of course not," Hera answered, and then thought for a moment, and then said, "After all, could you give Artemis a painting like the one on that night?" Hearing this, Hestia recalled the sky lantern that night and couldn't help shaking her head. Soon, Pegasus carried Promise into the moon's embrace. The Chimera on the ground was still angry, with a human-like doubt in its eyes. However, its doubts, as well as the doubts in the minds of Medea and others who were watching this scene, were all answered in the next moment. As Promise sat astride the magnificent winged horse within the moon's corona, he drew his bow. The power of Artemis converged upon the bowstring. In that moment, Chimera, the terrifying beast of legend, felt the sting of impending doom and turned to flee. But it had just taken 2 steps, and at the moment when the moonlight completely turned into a sharp arrow, the boy shot the sharp arrow from the bow, which transformed into a brilliant streak of light that pierced through Chimera's body. It seems that I am quite talented as an archer. After everything was over, Promise smiled. Well, after all, he had originally intended to become an archer, and this moment only reinforced his natural talent. The image of Promise, drawing his bow in the full moon, was etched deeply into Medea's mind. She covered her mouth in awe, eyes wide with wonder as she watched from a distance. However, Hecate, watching alongside Medea, tapped her lightly on the head. "All right, Don't look so awestruck. Don't worry about it. Such scenes are just the beginning of tonight. I didn't bring you here just to witness this, she continued, her beautiful red eyes glinting with mischief. Hearing this, Medea, who was holding her head, came back to her senses and looked at Hecate, her teacher, in confusion. However, the latter's beautiful red eyes had already looked away. You are here too, as she said with a smile. In Medea's surprised eyes, 3 goddesses arrived under the moonlight. It was the Moira, the Fates themselves. The second sister Lachesis held the hand of Clotho, who was holding the crystal ball, and gave Hecate a weak smile. At the same time, we finally caught up. Made it just in time, Athena panted slightly as she and Hermes arrived, relieved to see that the battle had just come to an end. Great, the time is just right. Everything hasn't started yet, Athena said, and then she noticed the completely stunned gazes of the goddesses and Medea beside her. So after tidying up her beautiful silver hair, she gave them her usual elegant smile. Not only that, the goddess of justice Themis, holding a scale, came here accompanied by the goddess of agriculture Demeter and her daughter Persephone. In the darkness of this desolate land was Hades, the god of the underworld, who had also arrived from the underworld. Needless to say, Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and Apollo, the god of light, appeared beside Atalanta, who was about to walk towards Promise. However, Apollo smiled and held her shoulders, asking her to wait. At this moment, all the gods related to the Promise, except Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, appeared here. They seemed to know what was going to happen next, so they arrived early. And what will happen next? That was naturally a promise to present the painting to the noble Queen Hera. But who said that tonight was just going to be a painting? Comment 14. Vote to left. Chapter 103. Half the gods have been depicted. When the horse fell from the full moon that day, the Queen Hera and Hestia had already come out, heading towards Promise. Accompanied by the death of the monster Chimera, which laid the land to waste, this barren land seemed to finally break free from its shackles, welcoming a rebirth. In human terms, it was the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, and her daughter Persephone, who brought life to this land. The next moment was very important, and all the gods knew it. Therefore, Persephone scattered seeds, and Demeter immediately made them take root and sprout. So, as Hera and Hestia walked towards Promise, with almost every step they took, this place gained a bit more of a breeze of spring. The flowers, grass, and trees that broke through the soil, under the power of the goddesses, gradually turned this once barren land into a divine sanctuary. Hestia stopped. She was stunned, blinking and looking around, watching those gods suddenly appearing one by one, and observing the spring scene in front of her. Her time seeing Promise was actually not long. She appeared only when Promise went to see Hephaestus, so she didn't really understand what was going on in front of her. But Hestia, the eldest sister of the gods, was no fool. After thinking for a moment, she turned around and took a few steps to the side of Hecate, Athena, and the Fates. You guys are. As Hestia arrived, just as she was about to ask what was happening, she saw Athena extend her index finger to her lips, smiling and asking her not to speak. At this moment, Hecate naturally made way for the gods, while the only human, Medea, was completely terrified. Under Hecate's amused gaze, watching these gods appear one after another, Medea, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, clung tightly to her goddess teacher. She pressed her body against Hecate. At this point, Atalanta was somewhat better off, because she was merely standing with Artemis and Apollo. In the distance, she watched Hera approach Promise. Dressed in divine attire, with beautiful curls spilling from beneath her crown, Hera looked gently at the young man before her. At this moment, the Pegasus also knew to discreetly graze aside. In just a minute or two, this place, previously barren due to Chimera, has become a sacred garden. Promise naturally noticed this and guessed it was the work of the goddesses. Although a bit puzzled, seeing Hera before him, he temporarily set aside his doubts, smiled, and said somewhat nervously to Hera, "Honorable goddess, have you witnessed the glory I have brought for you?" Hera, now smiling, shed the imposing aura of a heavenly queen in front of Promise, showing him her gentlest side. "Of course, My child, not just today. I have always watched and witnessed everything you have done. You are my pride, always have been. Is that so? Hearing this, Promise's anxiety faded, and his expression relaxed. That's wonderful. Saying this, he finally took out the pure white feather brush. He bit into a golden apple, and knowing what he was about to do, Hera, after adjusting her hair, stood quietly in place. The night breeze gently moved the newly grown trees and flowers, and the full moon's light bathed the sacred garden. Promise lightly touched the pure white brush in front of Hera. Using tonight's night sky as a canvas, from the time he descended the mountain with the centaur sage Chiron until now, after about a year, he finally depicted the gods. This pure white feather brush was indeed a divine artifact, forged specifically for Promise by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, and its preciousness was no less than the thunderbolt of Zeus or Poseidon's trident. Therefore, Hera did not wait long for this painting, and when its finished form appeared, reflected in Hera's amber eyes, she was stunned. For the scene in the painting was completely unexpected. It was a small hill at night, with a little wooden hut lit by a single candle. Inside that hut sat a silver-haired old woman at a table. Across from her was the freshly arrived, still clear and youthful boy. Beside the old woman was a goddess with a gentle smile. That was Hera, disguised as an elegant and the majestic heavenly queen. It turns out, he had never forgotten. At this moment, the worries that had accumulated in her heart vanished in an instant. She no longer feared that one day Promise would suddenly leave her to worship another goddess, for Hera had fully realized that Promise would never do such a thing. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she did not let them fall, feeling that now was a time to smile, not to cry. Thus, for Promise, Hera showed the most beautiful smile she had ever given. But this painting was just the beginning of the night. Because of the promise made with Hera, this was inevitably Promise's first painting. But at the same time, it also became the bond that had bound him until now. But now, with the promise fulfilled and the bond no longer there, Promise, feeling a sudden shudder through his body as if he sensed something, swung his brush again. This time, however, he did not paint anew. He simply took out the painting that had already been completed, and this was also the reason why the gods who had interacted with Promise until now had come here one by one. And it was also the real reason why Hecate brought Medea, because just by looking at them, one could undoubtedly understand everything about the boy in the fastest way possible. Promise waved his brush, pulling out the already completed paintings from the night sky. It was a painting where lanterns lit the night sky, making stars make way, a painting he had once made but had not perfected, which was now finally complete. In the painting, the lanterns sketched the night sky into the form of the moon goddess Artemis drawing her bow, and under such moonlight, Promise, amidst the blossoming white lilies in the forest, handed his painting to the beautiful moon goddess Artemis. This was the second painting of the night. Immediately after, he swung out his brush again, pulling out the third painting. It was in the sacred forest of Apollo, the god of light, where the goddess transformed into a silver laurel tree blossomed by a clear pool. In the painting, Promise held a golden seven-string harp, competing with his friend Orpheus. But it was not a competition, but a banquet. The god of light, Apollo, was among them. Many creatures, birds, rabbits, foxes, and the nymphs of the forest, came to hear the beautiful music played by the three and accompanied them. The sunlight shone on them, and the pool water reflected such a beautiful scene. This was the third painting. Then came the fourth. It was the road to the underworld, where Promise played his seventh-string harp, illuminating the underworld, as the sacred Pegasus carried Persephone racing through the underworld, while Hades in the distant temple watched them approach, waiting for their arrival. And finally, Persephone came before him, and the two embraced. Then came the fifth painting. The painting was divided into two halves. One side showed the destiny that Clotho allowed him to glimpse at, where Demeter would unleash her fury on the earth due to Persephone's departure, and for some reasons, a scene of humiliation and crying. And on the other side was the goddess Persephone holding Demeter's arm, the two of them smiling together, walking in a garden bathed in sunlight. Facing this painting, Promise was silent for a while, then gave a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, he made the other half of the painting disappear, leaving only the beautiful scene that exists now. Finally, there was the sixth painting. Inside the temple of Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, her maid, dressed in a maid's outfit, pushed Hephaestus, who was sitting in the wheelchair, along the temple's corridor. Inside the temple, the previously quiet and dull atmosphere had vanished, as the doll sisters busied themselves with their work, simultaneously showing him their brilliant smiles. And finally, Hephaestus entered room. She picked up a sculpting tool, removed the mask from her face, and her long golden hair, nearly falling to the floor, shone with a glossy radiance under the sunlight. And she then showed a gentle smile to the silhouette of a young man in the room, a tenderness Hera had never seen before. Thus, 6 paintings had been completed. In fact, there were 2 missing, one of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and one of Themis, the goddess of justice. Promis's agreement with Themis was that he would become a true hero when he returned the sword of judgment he held. And his agreement with Athena marked the end of all his journeys. As for the goddess of fate, Clotho, the destinies he had broken along the way, presenting different, beautiful futures to Clotho, were themselves like a painting. Now, Promise finally put down his brush, and these paintings, floating around him, also fell into his hands. At this moment, half of the 12 main gods of Olympus had been depicted. Chapter 104, Hera's Vow, a grand wedding witnessed by the gods. The first divine painting was of Hera, because this ancient Greek goddess of highest honor was the goddess Promise chose to worship. This was also a promise he had made to Hera long ago. It also became an invisible bond for Promise. He had actually finished painting it early. The 12 main gods of Olympus, like the moon goddess Artemis, the god of light Apollo, the underworld king Hades, and the goddess of agriculture Demeter, were all depicted. Even before Promise himself realized it, he had already completed them. The content of his paintings was everything he had done so far. What he had achieved or rewritten. Although Promise hadn't realized it, the gods were very aware, for these were paintings of gods they couldn't possibly not know. And if they didn't approve, how could they appear? Therefore, knowing that Promise was going to paint Hera, the gods who understood what this represented gathered here. In the sacred garden created by the goddesses Persephone and Demeter under the full moon's illumination, they witnessed the birth of 6 paintings. And Hephaestus, the only one not present here, had already had her maid doll, Miss Puppet, push her in a wooden wheelchair to the outside of the temple. From a distance, she watched Promise at this moment and showed a gentle smile. Those 6 paintings fell into the boy's hands and then vanished before him. But Promise felt that whenever he needed, he could reach into the sky and pull out any painting he desired. Because the brush was built by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmen, using the remnants of Uranus, who was the first god-king and king of gods in ancient Greek mythology, and the deification of the sky. That was why Hephaestus only made a brush for Promise, but did not make a canvas or an album for storing paintings. The sky was both Promise's canvas and his album. "Congratulations, my child," Hera said with a smile, tenderly watching the boy bathed in the moon's indulgent light. As he depicted the deities and witnessed all this, Promise's emerald eyes shone like stars, bright and dazzling. "Thank you." Coming back to his senses and looking at the goddess before him, he also smiled and said, "Thank you, esteemed goddess, for allowing me to be your follower. I am sincerely grateful. It is my fortune." Looking at the scene before him, hearing what Promise said, the expressions of the gods varied. Gods like Hades and Hermes didn't feel much. They just thought the scenery was nice and gave a knowing smile. But for the goddess of wisdom and the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, "Look, Athena, showing such unhappiness at this time isn't very becoming," said Hestia, the eldest of the gods, with pink hair and purple eyes, amused as she looked at the goddess pouting beside her, her face clearly unhappy. HMPH, Hera merely picked up a bargain. "I've done much more than her." Damn, had I known from Clotho that Promise could also bring me glory, I should have acted sooner to seize it. Athena did not hide her dissatisfaction at all tonight, as if she had thrown away all the wisdom in her head. She gritted her teeth and spoke sourly in front of the gods. Given that even Hera had fully understood from the recent paintings that Promise would never casually change his faith, How could Athena not know? The words of Athena naturally amused gods like Hestia. But what about Clotho, Demeter, and even the quiet goddess of justice Themis? The second sister Lachesis, who was holding Clotho's hand, squatted down and pinched Clotho's equally puffed up cheeks in a funny way, and Themis, to witness this moment, once again removed the white cloth from her face, revealing her sky-blue eyes, then silently covered her eyes with the cloth again. Demeter, grabbing Persephone's hand, seriously said to her, "Daughter, I see you have a good relationship with that boy Promise. Look, you go and talk with Hades, just help me take Promise away from Hera. Wherever you go in the future, no matter how long, I won't bother you anymore. Mother Goddess, you really are my good mother." Persephone responded, rolling her eyes wildly at her. "Apollo, I want it." Artemis, no longer caring about Atalanta, with her most devout follower right beside her, she grabbed Apollo's arm and shook it frantically. "I want him, I want Promise, I just want Promise." "Artemis, calm down, and I want it too," Apollo said helplessly. At this moment, Atalanta, surprisingly, did not react to their words because, being merely human, she was now completely absorbed into Promise's paintings, just as she had initially been captivated by the depiction of Pegasus. Medea, hanging on her teacher Hecate, was also immersed in Promise's paintings. She had been nearly scared silly by the arrival of the gods. After all, in the ancient Greek divine era, most people deeply respected and revered the gods. And such a massive gathering of gods was very rare even in the entirety of Greek mythology. Thus, the only two humans there had simultaneously entered into Promise's paintings. They wandered within those 6 paintings, witnessing everything Promise had done so far, until the gods beside them thought it was about enough and woke them. "How about it?" Then, the goddess of the road, Hecate, smilingly looked at her beloved disciple and asked, "Do you know what kind of person he is now?" Medea, coming back to her senses, blinked blankly at Hecate. Clearly, she hadn't fully recovered. Atalanta's condition wasn't much better either. At this moment, Athena, who was in a bad mood, suddenly turned to glance at Medea and then at Hecate. Those golden eyes, representing absolute wisdom, seemed to see through something. Thus, she didn't say much about their arrival. Then she looked around, reached out, and grabbed Hermes, who was happily enjoying the scene. Looking at Hermes, who was puzzledly staring at her, Athena flashed a radiant smile and said, "Hermes, let's chat, shall we?" Saying this, Athena unexpectedly raised her spear and lifted her shield. Hermes was taken aback, his eyes widening as he said, "Wait, Athena, we were just comrades in battle." "That was then, this is now, don't run, stay put." With that, Athena chased after Hermes as he turned to run. Today, if she didn't vent, she knew that the next time she saw Promise, she would be abnormal, as the fire of jealousy was almost burning away her reason. In fact, the main thing was, Athena believed that initially, she was only a step away from capturing Promise. In the matter with Jason, if she had intervened, there would have been no room for Hera. But at that time, Athena found it amusing, so she chose to wait and watch. And now, the regret in her heart, just as she raised her spear and charged at Hermes without a second word, Hera, covering her mouth with her hand slightly, couldn't help but chuckle. But she could only laugh now if she discovered that her paradise and the golden apple sacred tree were nearly stripped bare by these two unscrupulous beings. Hera knew that the gods were watching nearby, as they never really thought to hide, especially when all 6 of Promise's paintings appeared. They were just short of coming directly over and crowding around the boy. So, Hera naturally saw everything. Having been frustrated for so long, she felt genuinely refreshed for the first time. "Goddess Hera, what's happening?" Following Hera's gaze, Promise, who was puzzled, looked around but saw nothing, and naturally felt confused. He was also puzzled about the surroundings. It was barren just a moment ago. How did it suddenly become so beautiful? Actually, this was not the first time whenever Promise focused on something, especially painting. He had more than once ignored everything around him, completely immersed in his own activities. "It's nothing, child, I'm just too happy," Hera said with a smile, her beautiful amber eyes reflecting the moonlit youth in front of her. "And child, you, You've grown taller." Hera said this, originally intending to pat Promise's head, but found that she couldn't reach him even on tiptoes. And on the heroic spirit job card, the one originally 16 years old was now 17. Unknowingly more than a year had passed. After experiencing so much and having already depicted 6 paintings, most of the childishness that he had when he first came down the mountain had faded from his face. He had now transformed from cute to handsome. Added to this was the accumulation of experiences thus far, adorned with an almost innate poet and painter's temperament. This made Hera, gazing at him, couldn't help but exclaim, "My child, you are so outstanding. Is there really a woman in this world who can match you?" Hearing this, just as Promise was about to say something with a smile, "It's decided." Hera's eyes lit up as if she suddenly thought of something, and she made up her mind. At this moment, Athena, as if she knew what she was going to do, stopped chasing Hermes and turned her head to look over. Outside the temple, Hephaestus, who was about to return to the temple, stopped her servant and looked over Hera again. "Promise, let's make a vow too." Hera smiled, her face showing an unusually brilliant smile because of the thought that flashed through her mind. She actually wanted to make a promise with him a long time ago. When it came to the matter of Demeter and Persephone, Hera had always been extremely jealous when she saw Athena, Themis, and Clotho stand up one after another. Therefore, at this moment, before Promise could react, Hera swore to him directly, "I swear in the name of Hera, the queen of the Olympian gods, I will promise my most beloved believer to hold a wedding that will be attended by all the gods and will be the grandest in the world. And his wife will be the most beautiful person on this world or the most virtuous person among the goddesses, because only this kind of person can be worthy of my most lovely believer." After saying this, looking at the completely dumbfounded person standing there staring blankly at her, Hera actually raised her head somewhat proudly and said softly, "Don't worry, child, I will definitely find a woman who is worthy of you. And let all the gods participate in your wedding and bless you." By the time she had finished speaking and the oath was completed, the scene turned quiet, unusually quiet. Athena did not chase Hermes anymore, but recalling everything about Promise so far, her beautiful golden eyes blinked, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. As for in the distant temple of Hephaestus, the goddess sitting in a wheelchair, who looked 70% similar to Hera and was the only one who knew the truth about marriage from the boy himself, smiled. She laughed very happily because Hephaestus understood that at this moment, a crack had finally appeared in the belief that it would never change. Regardless of whether it was her or gods like Athena, once they noticed this crack, they would never let go of this only chance. Mother Goddess, all I can say is, truly befitting of you. Comment 28. Vote to left. Chapter 105, Promises A suddenly become hollow. Hera, the queen of Olympus, she is the third-generation queen of heaven in ancient Greek mythology, also the goddess of marriage, and one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, co-ruler sharing power with Zeus. In the age of ancient Greek gods, the virgin goddesses Artemis, the moon goddess, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, presided over the virginity of young girls. When a girl was to be married, she would return her virginity belt to the temple to either Athena or Artemis, entering the married phase overseen by the goddess of beauty and Hera. Thus, in this era, it was said that if one's marriage received the blessing of Queen Hera, it would be the most beautiful and blissful marriage in the world. And any marriage granted by her was absolute and could not to be changed at will. It was for this reason that the king of the underworld, Hades, had Hera officiate his marriage with the queen of the underworld, Persephone. However, according to future mythological records, it can be concluded that the marriages witnessed and blessed by Hera, in most cases, were not blissful and happy, but rather seemed more like a silent curse. Thus, as Hera made her vow, in her moment of great joy, the goddess of fate, Clotho, couldn't help but touch the crystal ball in her bosom, which contained the thread of Promise's fate. She truly thought Hera was formidable, in all senses, because she could see that the fate intertwined with Promise was now showing signs of loosening. Promise was stunned. His emerald eyes widened, staring blankly at Hera who, without waiting for his objection, directly made the vow. It's known that in the age of gods, actually, even outside that age, divine vows are absolute, especially those sworn in the name of a deity, which are vows that must be fulfilled. This vow, like Athena's, was irreversible. Once made, any regrets later were futile, and the whole world would push forward to make the content of the vow a reality. Goddess Hera, you. Promise opened his mouth, having much to say yet finding himself at a loss for words at that moment. And since Hera couldn't peer into his thoughts through the strand of hair tied on his head, she naturally took his reaction for excitement and happiness. After all, this was a marriage bestowed by her, Hera, and it was the grandest marriage among mortals, one that all gods would attend. What an honor and wonderful thing it was. Don't worry, child. Therefore, Hera smiled, lifting her head proudly and promise, I will definitely find for you the most beautiful woman on earth, or the wisest goddess among the gods. Because only they are worthy of my most beloved follower, you. The most beautiful woman on earth. Promise actually knew who she was. That woman was Helen. She was the most tragic victim in the hands of the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite. She was the daughter of Zeus and Queen Leda of Sparta, and in myth, Helen had the ability to mimic the voice of any woman. At the same time, she was the cause of the greatest battle in ancient Greek mythology, the Trojan War. Promise had never met her but had often heard others mention her, because on the mountain of the centaur sage Chiron, a pair of twins often spoke of her to him, saying that if he ever came down from the mountain, he must find them and they would have their sister Helen welcome him. Although they both said this, neither actually took him down the mountain, so they too were noted in Promise's little book of grudges. These twins were none other than the future crew of the Argo, the divine twins Dioscuri, and they were born from a goose egg. Zeus, the king of gods, was fascinated by the appearance of the Queen of Sparta. While she was bathing in the river, he transformed himself into a swan and forced her to have sex with him. By the way, because of Helen, one of Promise's friends, Theseus, who had defeated the Minotaur and escaped the labyrinth, later went to the underworld. He planned to abduct Queen Persephone of the underworld, but was punished and imprisoned by Hades, and it was Hercules who rescued Theseus. However, though he was rescued, once Theseus left the underworld, he immediately aged from a youth to a decrepit old man, thus retiring from the stage of heroes in Greek mythology. As for the wisest goddess among the gods, Promise knew her too. Moreover, this goddess is still related to the Argonauts that he is seeking. His friend, a student of the centaur sage, is named Peleus, who is the grandson of Zeus. This might not sound familiar, so let's mention another name, Achilles, who was dipped in the waters of the river Styx, making him invulnerable except for his heel. Yes, this Peleus is Achilles' father, and that most prudent goddess is named Thetis. This goddess, during the original Titanomachy, even protected King Zeus. Thetis was a sea goddess. Because of her beauty, status and virtue, both the king of gods Zeus and the god of the sea Poseidon pursued her, but neither of them could get her. And later, when Zeus learned from Prometheus the prophecy about her that the child she gave birth to would be more powerful than the child's father, Zeus forbade her to have a relationship with any god, so she eventually fell into the hands of Peleus. Thetis resisted and struggled against this, but under the pressure of Zeus, she was ultimately forced to accept this outcome. At this moment, Promise's eyes seemed to lose their sparkle. However, in fact, even without Hera's vow, these events were likely unavoidable for Promise. Whether it's the remaining paintings of the gods, the quest for the Golden Fleece, or his dealings with the delicate goddess of fate, Clotho, he had already set foot on this path. When one chooses to walk against the path of fate, his life is destined to be a journey on the road of destiny. He will always struggle against fate and paint the most beautiful destiny. The emotionless goddess of fate, Atropos, listening and observing the vows, suddenly spoke softly. Her words naturally attracted the curious attention of nearby deities like Hestia and Demeter. Hecate had little reaction, as she too is an observer of fate, but precisely because of this, she displayed a clear disdain. The sickly sister Lachesis, smiling, gently patted her sister Clotho's head and whispered with a light cough, "Have you had enough, Clotho?" "It's time for us to leave." Clotho nodded, took Lachesis's hand, and with their elder sisters. They were the first to exit. They are the goddesses of fate, observing and recording destiny. Even the destinies of gods are inevitable, thus they are among the least favored in the pantheon. Athena also regained her composure and then looked at Hermes, who, surprisingly, had not taken the opportunity to escape but stood firm at the front of the onlookers. After thinking it over, her mood had improved significantly, even becoming joyful upon realizing something, so there was no longer a need to vent her jealousy on Hermes. But since the spear and shield were already drawn, it would be embarrassing to just put them away. So, she decided to go ahead with the confrontation. With this thought, Athena once again approached Hermes. Hermes, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly felt a chill on his neck and instinctively looked back. Damn, Athena is still after me. Stop chasing. Stop chasing. Comment 22. Comment. Vote to left. Chapter 106, Crazy Artemis. So, the fight is on. With that thought, Athena once again closed the distance to Hermes. Hermes had been enjoying the drama, but suddenly felt a chill on his neck and instinctively looked back. Damn, Athena is still after me. Stop chasing. Stop chasing. Just a few hours ago, over the golden apple tree, they were as close as siblings. Although, technically, they were siblings, or at least, half-siblings. But so quickly, that friendship capsized. As the two of them left, Hades also returned to the underworld, and seeing this, Hestia and Demeter also decided to depart. Soon after their departure, even Hera herself left. She left exceedingly happy, for not only had she obtained Promise's paintings, but she finally had a vow with Promise. Hera felt, with this vow, her relationship with Promise was now unbreakable. Those mistresses, Athena and Demeter, laughable, laughable. From now on they would have no chance to snatch Promise away from her. So, the reason Hera was in such a hurry to leave was to look for a wife for Promise. And until she left, Promise did not speak another word. The empty look in his eyes scared the Pegasus so much that he no longer dared to eat grass. Flapping his wings, Ours returned to the starry sky. I think I should switch to another goddess. The goddess teacher isn't bad, or at worst, I could turn to Athena. Or if that really doesn't work out, I might as well find an opportunity to commit suicide and end it all. As for the vow with Athena, upon reflecting about it carefully, it wasn't really that hard. Maybe I should go fight the Hydra, whose poison could even kill my teacher. Then accidentally getting poisoned and dying would be quite normal, right? If not, I could head to the underworld to find Typhon. I remember he should be in the abyss of Tartarus now. To challenge the mighty Typhon and die, that would be quite grand. With these thoughts, Promise's eyes gradually regained some sparkle. Regardless, marriage is absolutely out of the question. After all, Promise knew he was destined to die. Thinking of death yet going through a marriage, wouldn't that just be seeking misery? And the thought that if he really got married, there would be a high probability that he would encounter his wife in the future Holy Grail war or in Chaldea. At this moment, Promise felt the impulse to draw his sword and slash at his own neck. Who would be willing to set themselves up in a surer field for no reason? Not to mention Hera throwing in that vow about the most beautiful on earth, the wisest among goddesses. Is that a blessing any normal person could enjoy? Just as Promise was feeling utterly hopeless, his once firm belief in Hera intensely shaken. Promise? With all the gods gone, a beautiful huntress in emerald green attire approached him at this moment. Blinking her holy azure eyes, she looked at him puzzled, slightly tilting her head and asking, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing her, Promise turned his head to look at her. And then he felt a sudden rush of emotion, almost throwing himself into Atalanta's arms. It was supposed to be such a beautiful night. Not only had he defeated the monster Chimera, fulfilling his vow to the goddess, but he had also managed to obtain 6 paintings, completing half the task of depicting the 12 Olympian gods. What a wonderful night it was supposed to be. But it's all ruined, because of a single vow from Hera. It's all over. Atalanta, I'm a bit tired. After a moment, resigned to his fate, Promise quietly sighed and asked Atalanta, "Could you help keep watch tonight?" Although he was deeply troubled by such turn of event and his faith in Hera was severely shaken, Promise actually did not blame Hera in his heart. This was also the reason why he hesitated and did not interrupt Hera immediately. Firstly, Hera was unaware of Promise's true feelings. Currently, there was only one goddess who knew his idea, and that was Hera's daughter, Hephaestus. And even if she were the last person in the world, she would never tell her. Secondly, as the goddess of marriage, it was natural for Hera to bestow her most cherished child with the grandest marriage possible. Not only in her eyes but in the eyes of all the gods, this was undoubtedly the greatest blessing Hera could offer. After all, who would have guessed that Promise chose Hera, the goddess of marriage, precisely to avoid the divine thunderstorm of marriage? Even the goddess, known for her wisdom, Athena, only deduced this from his reactions just now, realizing where she had been lacking all along. When Atalanta heard him, she looked into Promise's star-like bright emerald eyes and, before she could even respond, she had already nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Atalanta, and for your bow. You've been very kind to me all along." "Don't worry, Atalanta, I will definitely repay you in the future." As he handed the bow of heaven to Atalanta, Promise involuntarily reminisced about everything that had happened since he met her. Upon reflection, he felt like he indeed owed Atalanta a great deal. Whether it was the initial hunting rituals, the affair with the Pegasus, the painting of the moon goddess Artemis, or this recent borrowing of the bow. Although Atalanta was verbally harsh and unpolished, she had consistently offered significant help to Promise. Therefore, now, he naturally made a decision. As everyone knows, Atalanta dedicated everything to the moon goddess Artemis, and vowed to remain pure throughout her life and always believe in Artemis. Given this, Promise decided to fulfill Atalanta's wish. He decided to help Atalanta change her destiny. Immediately after, Promise leaned against a nearby tree, sat down, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. He fell asleep quickly and deeply, despite having just eaten a golden apple. After all, whether it was those 6 paintings or the conquest of the Chimera, all had been done in a very short time, and it was normal for Promise to be exhausted. Seeing that he had actually fallen asleep like that, Atalanta looked at the sky, saw that it was getting late, and felt the night wind was a bit chilly, so she hurriedly went around to look for firewood and lit a fire. The fire illuminated Promise, who was quietly sleeping against the tree. Atalanta stood aside, looking at his sleeping face, and couldn't help but think of a sentence that she had heard by chance. "When someone willingly shows their sleeping face in your presence, entrusting you with their vulnerability, even if you lightly push or call them and they do not wake, it means they see you as one of the most important and trusted people in their life." With this realization, the huntress was surprised to find herself sitting beside the boy without even noticing how she got there. Regaining her senses, she initially thought to stand up and leave, but as her holy blue eyes reflected his form, she hesitated for a long time before she couldn't resist gently nudging him and whispering, "Promise, are you asleep?" Then, Atalanta saw Promise's body gently sway, his eyebrows twitch slightly as if he was about to wake. Just as she saw this and her emotions became incredibly complex, Promise, who had swayed a little, ended up resting his head on her shoulder. And as Atalanta stiffened from the contact, Promise, who was lying on her shoulder, probably felt that the pillow was not comfortable enough, and shifted slightly, ending up more comfortably nestled in her lap. He even turned over, finding a more comfortable position to sleep. "Ah, how wonderful!" Witnessed all of this, the god of light Apollo, who was very happy. Apollo, who had watched Atalanta grow up and was mainly focused on the laurel tree goddess Daphne nowadays, genuinely thought this was really nice. But he entirely failed to notice that Artemis next to him had not only raised her bow at some point but even notched an arrow. Chapter 107, Queen Anta. In the end, the moon goddess Artemis naturally did not release her arrow. Not to mention Apollo was there watching, but also, with Promise so close to Atalanta, what if she accidentally hit Promise? In myth, Orion died in one version exactly like this. Apollo, the god of light, looked down on Orion from the bottom of his heart and thought that Orion was not worthy of the love of his sister. Artemis, the goddess of the moon, used an archery contest as a pretext, causing Artemis to draw her bow and shoot the distant, indistinct figure of Orion. Thus, after one night passed, the next day, When the sun god Helios and the night goddess Nyx exchanged their duties, there was some confusion about why Nyx left so late today. As the morning sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on Promise and Atalanta below the tree, Promise, with a slight twitch of his eyebrows, finally opened his still somewhat groggy emerald eyes. He had slept very comfortably that night with a pillow that was not only soft but also fragrant, making the turning Promise want to indulge in a little more sleep, until he subconsciously looked up and saw Atalanta leaning against the tree, her head slightly tilted, sleeping so peacefully. The early morning breeze stirred the young girl's light yellow waist-length hair, and she was smiling faintly, seemingly enjoying a pleasant dream. Thus, after a moment of regaining his senses and carefully getting up from her, Promise looked at her for a while, and looking at the peaceful girl, he couldn't bear to disturb her. Then, rising to his feet, Promise also leaned against the tree and sat down next to Atalanta. He reflected on everything that had happened yesterday. Though Hera's vow had given him a slight headache and a sense of helplessness in the end, it was, after all, not malicious but entirely well-meaning and indulgent. Yet, ultimately, it was a fruitful night. Not only had he hunted the monster, Chimera, adding another accomplishment to his heroic spirit life, but he also completed half of the paintings of the Olympian gods. And thinking about the marriage, on deeper reflection, the problem wasn't really significant. After all, given Hera's attitude towards Promise, as long as he disagreed, she would certainly not force him. Thus, the control was actually in Promise's hands. He just needed to keep dragging it out. However, because of this vow, it was very likely that Hera would prospectively choose one woman or goddess after another to matchmake with Promise, and any woman who passed Hera's scrutiny must be extraordinary, which for any man wouldn't be a bad thing. Zeus would probably be envious to death if he knew. Unfortunately, the thought of getting married and the almost certain dramatic scenarios it would entail in the future meant he was genuinely uninterested. But who could tell the future? Even if it seemed unlikely, what if Promise later met a woman who truly moved his heart? In that case, Hera's vow would no longer be a problem. After all, this would be a marriage witnessed by all the gods, the grandest and the most magnificent marriage on earth. How romantic that would be! With these thoughts, Promise glanced at Atalanta, who showed no signs of waking, and reached into the sky to pull out the pure white canvas of feathers. With a gentle tap towards the sky, a painting materialized before Promise. It was the painting of Pegasus, which he had torn up in the underworld, but now it had returned to his hands. This was the enlightenment that had come to him the night those 6 paintings appeared. With this paintbrush in hand, any painting that belonged to him could be retrieved. He shook the painting, tossing it aside, and then the sky Pegasus, which had returned to the stars, was called back by Promise. Putting his finger to his lips, and signaling the winged horse to stay quiet, the boy took out the golden 7-stringed lyre from the luggage Pegasus carried. This was the divine instrument of the god of light, Apollo, originally intended for Apollo's son Orpheus, but due to the events in the underworld, it now belonged to Promise. He remembered a small agreement he had with Atalanta from a few days ago, owing her a lyre and a painting. Pegasus crouched down wisely to the side. Promise then tuned his emotions and, closing his eyes, leaning against the tree, began to strum the strings of the lyre. The lingering, subtle sounds of the lyre rang out like clear spring water flowing, cleansing the mind and body. Under the sounds of his lyre, Atalanta slept even more peacefully. It was not until a long time later, when the music stopped, that Atalanta finally woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw Promise next to her, holding the 7-stringed lyre and smiling at her in greeting, and then she looked to the side at the lying Pegasus. Without saying much, the two did not discuss the events of the previous night. "What are you planning to do next?" Atalanta asked as she stood up and tidied her appearance, tying back the loose strands of hair by her ear. Promise thought for a moment but didn't immediately answer. Instead, he turned his head to look to the side. There, sitting on a nearby rock, was none other than one of the Olympian gods, the messenger Hermes, identified by his feathered hat and orange hair. He had arrived earlier while Promise was playing the lyre and had taken a seat there. And the Hermes that Promise and Atalanta saw now looked worn and haggard, unlike his usual elegant self. His face even seemed swollen, as if he had been chased and beaten. Seeing him like this, Promise blinked his eyes. Although he was a little curious, he naturally would not ask directly. After all, Hermes being beaten couldn't possibly have anything to do with him. Go to Tiryns, it's not far from here. King Proetus will receive you with great honors, and you can ask him for anything you want. After all, you defeated the monster Chimera and solved their problem. You deserve a corresponding reward. After that, you should return to your teacher in Chiron's cave, where someone is waiting for you, someone you've always wanted to meet. Athena asked me to tell you this. After speaking, Hermes, pulling his feathered hat down further, walked away. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. Such a disaster. After all, who knew if Athena's threats of violence were serious, completely disregarding the camaraderie they had just shared plucking golden apples. Moreover, Hermes knew he had to hide for a while. The golden apple incident couldn't be kept secret for long. Hera would soon get wind of it, especially since the guards in the garden, who had been knocked out, were likely waking up by now. Athena probably wouldn't dare return to Olympus anytime soon, let alone him. In the goddess' words, "If I can't beat Athena, can I beat you, Hermes?" In addition to the bad things he had done all along, Hermes was very confident that as soon as Hera just waved her hand and gave the word to beat him up, Apollo and the others would definitely respond immediately, picking up their weapons and chase after them. With that, Hermes left. Atalanta, at his side, barely had time to react. Only after he was gone did she turn her puzzled gaze to Promise. "He is Hermes, the principal god. By the way, when I disappeared in the kingdom of Calydon, it wasn't that I left without saying goodbye. It was him who suddenly found me and took me away." Although Promise had indeed been planning to escape at the time, his words were nonetheless true. Hearing this, Atalanta had only one thought. Everyone who randomly appears around you is some incredible god. Soon after, the two of them quickly prepared themselves and rode the Pegasus, led by the winged horse. They went to the kingdom of Tiryns mentioned by Hermes. The king of this place had an exceptionally beautiful wife named Anta. She was none other than the queen in mythology who fell in love with Bellerophon at first sight, but ultimately failed in love, so she became angry and falsely accused Bellerophon of trying to force himself on her, which led to the incident of the monster Chimera. Comment 17. Vote to left. Chapter 108. Just spread my name this time. After receiving the oracle, King Proetus, Queen Anta, and many guards and ministers were waiting outside the palace early. The handsome and graceful Pegasus, flapping its silvery wings, descended from the azure sky, bringing the hero who had vanquished the Chimera as foretold by the oracle. When the dark-haired, green-eyed youth appeared before them, everyone present couldn't help but be surprised. Not only because the youth looked less like a hero and more like an elegant poet or painter, but also because he seemed as dazzling as a god. Just then, a white-bearded old man came forward, leaning on a cane. He was the prophet of the kingdom who had received the oracle. He approached Pegasus with great reverence and said, "Hero from the Cave of Fears, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed and great one. This is our great King Proetus and the wise Queen Anta. We have received divine instructions and know of your great deeds. You have vanquished the Chimera that laid waste to our lands and saved our kingdom. Therefore, honored hero, please pause your journey and rest here for a while. We will offer you the highest gratitude and prepare the richest rewards." Then, under the gaze of everyone, Atalanta took Promise's hand, helping the fragile hero down from Pegasus. As soon as the boy stepped off, Pegasus Atalanta, whose perception was as sharp as that of a wild beast, suddenly turned her head and cast her gaze towards the queen whom the prophet had just introduced. The stunning Queen Anta, as if it were fated, the moment she saw Promise riding Pegasus to this place, the beautiful queen hopelessly fell in love with him. So, seeing Atalanta holding Promise's hand, her look became angry and jealous. Noticing this, Atalanta slightly furrowed her brow, turned back to look at Promise, about to say something, but then she suddenly stopped. Because Atalanta suddenly realized that she actually had no status or qualifications to influence his choice in this regard. So, as she fell silent, Promise approached the gathered crowd. With a gentle smile on his face that lacked the arrogance often shown by heroes after great feats, He spoke calmly, "Greetings to the noble king and the beautiful queen." Although Promise was merely offering polite compliments, the queen, overwhelmed with excitement at that moment, had already decided she would meet with Promise tonight, no matter what. "It is an honor to meet you both, but I do not require lavish rewards, and I regret that I cannot stay here." Atalanta looked up in surprise upon hearing this as the boy continued, "I'm bound by a divine oracle, and the gods direct my path, so I cannot stop." This statement stirred up the crowd. The elderly prophet stepped forward and said, "But Lord Promise, the gods have given us an oracle instructing us to show our highest gratitude to you, the hero. If that is the case, then please help me by spreading my name. I am Promise, a student of the centaur sage Chiron, a follower of Queen Hera. I will become a hero, a dazzling star of this era." Promise responded with a smile to the stunned crowd, "That, to me, is the highest form of thanks, the richest reward one can offer." Hearing this, Atalanta suddenly remembered the past. The bandits, the capture of Pegasus, and even the incidents in the kingdom of Calydon. Promise's sought rewards had always been the same. He really hadn't changed at all. As Atalanta thought this, she couldn't help but smile faintly. "Wait. I remember, at this time, he usually would." "Oh, by the way, this is Atalanta, a follower of the moon goddess Artemis. She is like me." Before Promise could finish his words, Atalanta, who had finally come to her senses, suddenly stepped forward and covered his mouth. But it was all too late. Everyone now knew the names of Promise and Atalanta. Thus, the legend of their battle against the Chimera began, and in that legend, the two of them. He was like the god of light, Apollo, a handsome and dazzling young man. She was like the moon goddess, Artemis, a beautiful and pure woman. As Promise was about to leave, the beautiful queen couldn't help but step forward, approaching him, pleading with him to stay. But the boy did not even spare her another glance, politely declining before returning to Pegasus. The winged horse then spread its wings and soared into the blue sky before all eyes. Wasn't that queen very beautiful? Pegasus was standing on the horse, looking at the crowd below, which was getting smaller and smaller. And there was the queen, who was still looking at this place from afar with a dazed look in her eyes until now. Seeing which, Atalanta couldn't help but speak to Promise. "Ah?" The latter turned his head, looking somewhat bewildered at Atalanta. "She is certainly beautiful. The king looks so old, but I didn't expect him to be so blessed." "But what does this have to do with me?" Looking at his puzzled expression, Atalanta simply shook her head and said, "Never mind." Hearing this, the boy couldn't help but tilt his head as he looked at the smile that inadvertently appeared on the girl's face. Pegasus observed all this. At the same time, feeling the gaze of a familiar goddess in the distance, he couldn't help but shake his head. "Poor girl, good luck to you." Atalanta was one of the two who had been fortunate enough to witness the events of the previous night. Oh, and speaking of the other person. Meanwhile, in the underworld, within Hecate's divine realm, Medea, dressed in a light purple magical outfit, watching her familiar, a butterfly of the underworld, playing with her teacher, finally couldn't help but quietly ask, "Teacher Hecate, didn't you say you would have promised take me to see my Aunt Circe?" At that, Hecate, with her striking red eyes, glanced at her beloved student and rolled her eyes, saying wearily, "What, you're so eager to leave me?" "No, of course not, Teacher Hecate. I just. As she spoke, Medea's face turned red. Seeing this, Hecate became even more exasperated. "I'm saying, you really let that troublesome guy hook your soul away in an instant. Couldn't you resist a little?" "Teacher, what are you talking about?" "I'm not hooked," Medea protested loudly, recalling everything she had seen the day before. "I just think that he's really an impressive person." "Impressive? Isn't that troublesome? And you said you haven't been hooked." "How about I conjure a mirror so you can take a good look at yourself?" Medea was speechless, then simply turned her head away and ignored her teacher. Before coming here, Medea had been very much in awe of Hecate. After all, her family had always told her how mysterious, beautiful and great the goddess Hecate was since she was a child. Even her Aunt Circe said the same. But after arriving, she found that, while mysterious and beautiful etc. were true, she didn't look like a goddess at all. "Oh, okay, Okay, I won't say anything. Seeing her student ignoring her, Hecate said with a smile, and I will certainly do what I promised you, but we don't need to go find him. In a few days, he will come to find you on his own. 2 to 3 days later, Promise returned to the cave on Mount Pelion. Atalanta did not accompany him because she suddenly received an oracle from Artemis midway. So, under the watchful eyes of Pegasus, she went to see the goddess she believed in, Artemis. Back in the cave, Promise immediately met the friend whom Hermes had mentioned, the one he had always wanted to see. It was none other than the most famous hero of all ancient Greek mythology, the great hero, Hercules. However, Promise quickly realized it was not a good time to return. Even before fully grasping the situation, he was so startled he almost turned around and ran. Because Hercules, who was tall and strong, and looked like a statue made by God, was in stark contrast to his delicate Promise, at this moment, was squatting in front of the angry Chiron. The latter, who had a ruler in hand, had lost his usual calm and was sternly reprimanding him. Even Promise, who had once been caught after secretly running away from the mountain, had never seen Chiron this angry. So swallowing hard and realizing something was wrong, he was too about to sneak away for the time being. Promise, I heard your footsteps, come here. With his body stiffening at the call, Promise had no choice but to return. When Hercules saw Promia, he was so excited that he wanted to stand up and say hello, but after being glared at by Chiron, he obediently continued to squat. After exchanging glances with Hercules and blinking, the curious Promise walked over and asked Chiron, Teacher Chiron, what did Hercules do to make you this angry? Tell me, and I'll help you scold him thoroughly. Promise was genuinely curious. He had never seen Chiron this furious before. Even when he had been constantly seeking death, Chiron had never lost his temper like this. It's all because of you. Chiron, looking at Promise's innocent face, was both amused and frustrated. Me? Promise, widening his eyes and pointing at himself, said, Wait, Teacher Chiron, I haven't done anything. Hercules has been down the mountain for so long, but I just saw him today. Now, the gods are saying that to see you, they need to prepare a golden apple. The golden apple is the treasure of Queen Hera, the queen of Olympus. So, for your sake, the goddess of wisdom and the divine messenger teamed up to find Hercules and, while Queen Hera was fully focused on you, took him to steal the golden apples. Hearing this, Promise, stunned and blank, was still trying to process the information, when another news struck like a cannon. In fact, if he had just stolen them, then, it wouldn't have mattered that much. Even if he stole dozens or more, as long as Hercules gave you all the golden apples, I think the noble queen will not do anything to Hercules for your sake because they were originally for you. However, Hercules, you are really brave. What exactly did Athena and Hermes tell you that you dared to chop down the golden apple tree? What the hell? As Promise listened in disbelief, Chiron, rubbing his temples, gestured to the side. Following his direction, the boy saw a golden apple tree planted next to a spring, gently swaying. I only cut a little bit. Hercules, unable to raise his head, quietly defended himself. Lord Hermes told me it was okay. He said the golden apple tree was so big, a little cut wouldn't matter, and if I brought it back, Chiron could replant it. That way, Promise wouldn't run out of golden apples. At this moment, both Chiron and Promise fell silent. Meanwhile, just recently returned to Mount Olympus. At Hera's place, she had just arrived to find 3 nymphs in her temple, faces filled with panic and fear, trembling as they awaited her return for a long time. They were known as the Hesperides, along with the 100-headed dragon Ladon, guarding the golden apples in Hera's garden for the queen. Chapter 109, Let's make this a big deal. Ancient Greek gods, Mount Olympus. Temple of Hera, Queen of Heaven. Inside the temple, the most noble goddess in the world, Queen Hera, sat on the queen's throne, with beautiful golden curly hair pouring out from under the crown. Her amber eyes shining as she looked at the 3 nymphs and the Hesperides who were guarding the golden apples on her behalf. From her smile it was clear that she was in a good mood. Looking at them she said, Why are you here? I was just about to go look for you. Hearing this, The three beautiful nymph fairies couldn't help but be stunned. Did she know everything? But it doesn't look like that. After all, she's obviously smiling so happily. I'm going to hold a grand celebration in a few days. Go pick some golden apples this time and send them to the gods. Well, send one to Athena as well, so she won't say I'm stingy behind my back. Hera said this with a smile on her face, and at this moment, she looked very proud, because giving the golden apple to Athena was not out of kindness, but was intended to deliberately make her angry. Now, after receiving Promise's painting and making a vow with him, Hera believed that her relationship with the boy was unbreakable. And now, Athena and the others no longer have any chance. Therefore, towards this mistress who was eager to get promoted, Hera felt that as a noble and kind person, she should show the magnanimity of a principal wife. When the three nymphs heard this, they looked at Hera, who was in a very good mood, and then looked at each other, their expressions suddenly becoming very wonderful. Then, they were crying, pushing and pulling each other, and no one dared to stand up for a while. Hera, why are you suddenly in such a good mood? You are planning to hold a celebration and distribute golden apples to everyone. At this moment, Hestia, the eldest sister with pink hair and purple eyes, walked in and said to Hera in front of her with a smile. Seeing Hestia coming, the latter stood up from the throne, came to her, took her hand, smiled happily and said, "Sister, didn't you see everything that night? The child's painting. Now don't we still need Zeus and Ares?" Hestia heard this and asked Hera curiously, "But I remember, isn't this the promise between you and that daughter of yours?" "But it's also that child's wish," Hera replied. "He wants to become a great hero, and this is an unprecedented feat. As his goddess, how could I not help him? Moreover, he has already completed half of it. You must also be looking forward to seeing him collect all the paintings, right, sister?" Seeing Hera winking at her, Hestia couldn't help but laugh and said, "I understand. You're asking me to quickly give him the painting, right?" "Actually, I don't resist this, but so far, every one of his paintings has been so special and beautiful. It can't possibly fall short when it's with me, can it?" Hestia recalled the 6 paintings she saw that night and finally understood why Athena and Demeter had been competing with Hera. Even Zeus had been ignored by Hera during this time. Hera thought for a moment and realized this was true. She had always been envious and anticipated Promise painting for her, even suppressing Artemis and Demeter's paintings until the other night when it all burst out. Thus, the current situation is that none of the 12 Olympian gods reject the boy. Instead, they are all eagerly awaiting his arrival. But the gods' expectations are not easy to satisfy. "Why haven't you left yet?" Hera, pondering these thoughts, suddenly noticed the 3 nymphs hadn't left and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Didn't I ask you to pick the golden apples for the upcoming banquet?" Looking at their expressions after hearing Hera's words, Hestia also blinked her violet eyes curiously at them, as she had already sensed something was off with their emotions. At this moment, the 3 nymphs who had been listening all along felt like the maid who had been constantly worried about being discovered. No, they were even more scared. Under the gaze of Hera and Hestia, they couldn't withstand the pressure and started crying. As they cried, they despairingly and intermittently explained the situation with the golden apples. Hercules hadn't lied to Promise and Chiron. He did cut off only a small part, so the golden apple tree was still alive. But as for the golden apples on the tree, who did it? Now aware of what happened, Hera's once gentle eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage, and the entire temple shook with her anger. Faced with Hera's questioning, the 3 nymphs cried even harder because they truly didn't know who did it. They suddenly felt very tired that day and fell asleep. When they woke up, the golden apple tree had been stripped bare. Not only them, but even the 100-headed dragon Ladon had fallen asleep at that time. Hearing this and looking at the useless 3 nymphs, Hera, in her rage, was about to give them the harshest punishment by throwing them into the abyss of Tartarus in the underworld, a place for imprisoning gods and punishing those who committed eternal sins. "Hera, let them leave first," Hestia, who had been listening thoughtfully, said with a smile to Hera, who frowned at her. "I think I know who did it. If it's truly them, these 3 did not commit a major mistake." Although Hera was puzzled, Seeing Hestia's confident look, she suppressed her anger and let them leave first. After they left, crying with relief, she asked with a dark expression, "Who?" "If I guessed correctly, it should be Athena and Hermes. As for the reason..." Hestia saw Hera's bewildered then sudden and enlightened expression and covered her mouth, chuckling without continuing. Hera had banned the gods from giving golden apples to Athena. Athena must have found someone and ended up at Hestia's place. Hestia still remembered Athena's anxious appearance. If not for this, Hestia might not have gone to meet Promise. As for Hermes, he had a history of mischief. He once stole Apollo's cattle for fun and got a severe beating for it. Moreover, knocking out the nymphs and even the 100-headed monster Ladon could only be done by Hermes with his Caduceus. Recalling what Promise said when he left Hephaestus's temple, Athena and Hermes knew his situation all along but deliberately didn't tell Hera and only returned that night. Hera's face turned completely dark. She wasn't stupid and understood that this wasn't a guess but the truth. She then turned to leave the temple, but Hestia quickly stopped her. "Hey, Hera, where are you going?" "Of course, to settle the score with them," Hera said furiously, her voice echoing through the temple, causing many gods outside to look up curiously. They speculated that Zeus might have been caught cheating again by Hera. "It's useless, Hera. Think about it, so many days have passed. They must have already hidden." And Hestia didn't immediately continue. "After all, Hermes was easy to deal with, but Athena? Even if you caught her, what could you do?" "In terms of wisdom, she was the first among the gods. In terms of combat, she was second only to Zeus. Although Hera's son Ares was the god of war of Olympus. According to mythology, this war god had been beaten by Athena so badly that he didn't even have the chance to fight back. So, after thinking it over, Hestia continued, "And Hera, do you think Athena would act personally and let you catch her?" "I estimate she didn't act directly but had someone else do it." Although Hera was almost exploding with rage, she strangely calmed down. Mainly, because she had to deal with Zeus's infidelity and had often been angered by Athena and the other goddesses due to Promise throughout the year. Over time, Hera had gained experience. So, she understood Hestia was right. It wasn't about whether she could catch Athena. After all, even if she did, it wouldn't help. "Do you mean to let her go?" "No, this time, I must teach her a lesson," Hera said excitedly. Stealing the golden apple tree was one thing. But what was Athena's reason for stealing the golden apples? It couldn't be for herself, right? Oh my god, she was targeting my believer, holding on and not letting go, right? Moreover, Hera realized something else. Those two unreliable fellows, Athena and Hermes, had stripped the golden apple tree bare. Now, what would she do? She had just run out of golden apples. Hestia blinked, understanding from her experience with Hephaestus and the paintings that night, the true reason for Hera's anger. Neither Athena nor Hera cared about the golden apples but about Promise. Hestia found this very amusing. She even thought Zeus should be called back to see this wonderful scene. He would probably be bewildered. After all, Hera's current attitude was no different from catching a mistress, only now she was catching her believer's mistress, and the mistress was the goddess Athena. "Well, how about this, sister? I'll help you capture Hermes." Hestia thought for a moment and then smiled. "If we plan to deal with Athena, we at least need to know what's going on, and we need Hermes to help us." All the gods knew that Athena was the smartest, and Hermes was the most cunning. Hearing this, if it were any other time, Hera should have been very happy. After all, she had a reliable helper. However now, she was stunned instead. Looking at the beautiful smiling Hestia before her, she couldn't help but swallow. If you only look at appearances, Hestia undoubtedly seemed like a very gentle goddess, just like the agricultural goddess Demeter. Moreover, Hestia's proud figure and natural charm made her even more noticeable than Demeter. Therefore, whether on Olympus or among humans, she was highly adored. Even in the chaotic ancient Greek mythology, there were no scandalous stories about this goddess, and only praises. But what kind of goddess their eldest sister really was, if others didn't know, didn't they, as her siblings, Understand? Why were there no scandals about her in mythology? Why hadn't any of those old Greek perverts ever touched Hestia? Because they didn't dare. Hera had no doubt that if Hestia said she could capture Hermes, then even if Hermes hid at the ends of the earth, their eldest sister would definitely capture him. Sister, you plan to help me, right? Hera asked uncertainly, blinking at Hestia, who immediately put on a very hurt look and grabbed the fleeing Hera. With a bright smile and sad tone, she said, "My dear sister, what are you talking about? Of course, I'm on your side. How could I not help you when they bully you like this?" It sounded reasonable, but if you think about it, aren't you also the aunt of Athena and Hermes? Hera suddenly felt like she was making a wrong decision. But thinking about what Athena and Hermes did, she got so angry that her chest felt tight. So she gritted her teeth and said, "All right. I believe you, sister. This time we must teach Athena a lesson." "Great," Hestia replied happily. "Let's make a big deal out of this." "But sister, if Hermes really hides, I might not be able to find him, so I'd like to borrow someone from you." Just as Hera had made up her mind, she saw Hestia's smile become even more radiant, and a bad feeling crept into her heart. "Who do you want to borrow?" "Of course, your lovely little believer," promised Hilda. Comment 19. Vote to left. Chapter 110, Complex and angry at the residence of the wise centaur Chiron, in the sunny cave of Mount Pelion. Teacher Chiron, I understand that you want to punish Hercules. After all, he did make a mistake, but why do I have to be punished as well? Promise lifted his head and looked at the tall and mighty centaur Chiron in front him. Then he glanced at the side where Heracles had been thrown out by Chiron, whose terrifying strength had formed a huge pit in the ground. The big guy still hadn't woken up from it. And now Promise was feeling very aggrieved. Chiron's punishment was simple and brutal. It was a whip of love, which meant a beating. Nicely put, it was a battle. But if it was a real fight, Chiron was no match for Heracles. Only if he dared to fight back. He dared. Of course, he dared not. As for Promise. Let's not talk about fighting back. Chiron might even have to beg him, begging not to be kicked into the underworld by him. After all, even his casual tap might send him on his way. Hearing his words, Chiron glanced at the boy, his face returning to its usual gentle smile as he said, "So, may I ask, who disobeyed the teacher and secretly went down the mountain with Jason?" Wait a minute, teacher, you clearly said you didn't mind last time when I came back. Did I? Chiron tilted his head, thinking for a moment. Then, under Promise's wide-eyed, incredulous gaze, this gentle teacher, who hadn't been driven mad yet, smiled warmly and said, "I forgot." After saying it, the next second, the centaur Chiron charged at Promise. Before the boy could react, he skillfully gave him a solid flick on the head. And the pain made Promise pass out instantly, but it didn't cause any harm to his body. One must admit, in the entire Greek mythological era, only Chiron, this teacher, could control the strength of hitting Promise so precisely that it wouldn't cause him harm. Later, when the boy woke up, it was already dark. He was lying on the ground, but Chiron, who was really worried that Promise might catch a cold, had already covered him with a grass blanket. "Promise, you're awake?" Just as Promise woke up and hadn't fully reacted, Hercules, tbh I might use any name as I see fit, appeared in his line of sight with an embarrassed look. Hearing this, the boy blinked, then sat up, lifting the blanket, and looked around in confusion, asking, "Where is Teacher Chiron?" "Oh, you mean the teacher? He went hunting, saying you rarely come back, so he wanted to prepare a good dinner for you." Hearing this, Promise felt very touched and said, "Indeed, I knew the teacher still loves me." "Oh, and by the way, he told you to wait patiently and not run away. He will give you a thorough assessment tonight to see if you have been lazy over the past year." Hearing this, the boy threw off the blanket, stood up swiftly, and said seriously to Heracles, "Hercules, it's really great to see you again, but now is clearly not the time to reminisce, so goodbye." After saying this, he turned around and wanted to leave, even taking out his paintbrush, ready to summon Pegasus. But Heracles grabbed him by the scruff and lifted him up effortlessly. "Heracles, the most powerful hero in the ancient Greek mythology, not only looked like a statue crafted by the gods, with muscles and blood filled with pure internal magic power which should be called divine power, but he was also 2.5 meters tall. He looked like a small giant. Thus, in front of him, Promise's struggle seemed as futile as an ant facing an elephant. As Heracles carried him back to Chiron's wooden cabin. Soon, Chiron returned from his hunt. He brought back abundant spoils, and upon entering, the first thing he saw was Promise sitting by the window with a despondent look and immediately understood what had happened. Unable to help but smile, he said, "All right, stop pretending and come help me. I won't blame you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Promise's expression changed instantly. He jumped up from his seat and walked towards Chiron with a smile on his face. This situation made Hercules, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. Although there were only 3 people in the wooden house which was dimly lit by candlelight, it seemed very lively. Later, Promise even summoned Pegasus to join the small dinner party. During the dinner, Heracles looked at the handsome Pegasus and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary meteor you tamed, Promise?" "No, you're mistaken, Heracles." However, the boy corrected with a smile. "I didn't tame brother Pegasus, because we are the best of friends." When Promise said this, even Pegasus was taken aback. And Heracles immediately stood up and apologized to Pegasus. "By the way, Heracles, why did you steal the golden apples?" Promise then asked the question that had been puzzling him for quite a while now. After all, having spent so much time with Heracles at Chiron's place, he knew very well what kind of person this guy was. Contrary to his giant-like height that could strike fear in the mind of an enemy and the oppressive power brought by his strength, Heracles was like a perfect hero crafted by the gods, with a gentlemanly demeanor and noble character. Well, let's not talk about what happened later in the mythology. Under normal circumstances, even if Athena and Hermes persuaded him, he wouldn't steal. Well, at least, he wouldn't have stripped the golden apple tree bare, and even cut off a part of it. Hearing his words, Heracles remained silent for a while, hesitating on how to respond. "He did it for you and Meleager." In the end, Chiron, despite being somewhat angry and more so helpless with Heracles' actions, answered in his place. "When he learned from Athena and Hermes about what you had done so far, he understood that even if he refused, Orpheus and Meleager, who were saved by you, would certainly agree to the requests of those 2 gods." Hercules naturally knew that his actions would completely anger the Queen of Heaven. But whether for the sake of Promise or Meleager and the others, he finally chose to face this anger. Anyway, his relationship with Hera has never been good. Upon hearing this, Promise felt a mix of emotions and anger. The complexity was obviously towards Athena because he had always received too much help from her, and their relationship was so good that even Hera and Demeter had been jealous. So, even if she did something much worse, he would never get angry, much less blame her. And that's for something far worse. Let's not speak about something as simple as this. Not to mention he was the reason why she did it. So, he was a bit speechless against her. But what does this have to do with Hermes? Chapter 111. Don't worry, his relationship with Athena was good. As for Hermes, Hercules, don't worry. I will seek an explanation from Goddess Athena and Hermes for you, Promise said seriously after a moment of silence. His words made Hercules puzzled as he did not understand what the latter meant. Chiron, on the other hand, relaxed his expression. After all, he understood the weight of Promise's words very well. Although Chiron never left his place, he had always seen everything his student had done so far. After all, this centaur sage was technically the half-brother of Zeus and Hera, a true god. So, from Chiron's perspective, Hera, Athena, and other goddess vying for Promise was like sisters competing with nieces over a student. "Promise, I'm sorry." Chiron then apologized sincerely to Promise. Protecting his student should have been his duty as a teacher, but he could not do it. "It's all right, teacher. Actually, even without this incident, I would have found Hercules. After all, not only do I need to seek revenge, but I also need his help with my work. Moreover, this is my agreement with the goddesses and the path I chose." Promise smiled nonchalantly and answered, I want to become a star admired from the heavens and end my life in the most magnificent way as a great hero." Chiron, who was originally smiling, couldn't help but give Promise a light knock on the head upon hearing the word end. The path of becoming a hero is about shaping the future through destiny. This was Promise's chosen path, a vow with the goddesses. As for Heracles, Promise knew very well the stories of this most famous Greek hero. From birth, Hercules was persecuted and hated by Hera. Soon after he was born, Hera let a poisonous snake bite him, but unexpectedly he caught the snake with his bare hands and even played with it. That was a monster sent by Hera. Could it be an ordinary poisonous snake? With such strength, you could say compared to this guy. No. Promise was more fragile than Hercules, when the latter was just a baby. Promise, with golden apples plus plot armor baby Hercules. In the future, Heracles, under Hera's curse, lost his sanity and killed his wife and children with his own hands. Speaking of heroes, Promise is already a hero now, Heracles said, recalling how Athena boasted about Promise with pride and admiration. Before the boy could respond, of course, he's already a great hero. In fact, most people in this era owe him a debt of gratitude, Chiron replied with emotion. Demeter's future that made the earth barren. He changed that, although now, it was lost in the annals of history, unknown and unnoticed by anyone. Chiron knew it clearly. I see, Heracles, fully trusting his teacher, said to Promise with a cheerful smile. I always knew it would be this way. I've always believed in you, Promise, believing you would become an even more dazzling hero than me. Don't be like this, or I'll leave. Promise responded uncomfortably to such praise, which made the quiet Pegasus neigh twice in a teasing manner. After all, even on his heroic spirit card, he was an absolutely rare 5-star heroic spirit. By the way, speaking of heroes, how is teacher Jason doing now? Promise suddenly remembered that it had been almost a year since he left Jason. There's still about half a year, Chiron answered, pausing slightly before saying, actually, it would have been longer. But recently the goddess of wisdom has stepped in to help, so your voyage will start in about half a year. Athena. She didn't hide. Hearing this, Promise was a bit surprised. After all, stealing the golden apples have completely enraged Hera. That is the queen of heaven. But oh well, Chiron just smiled in response. She is Athena, after all. At this moment, Hercules suddenly said, speaking of Jason, Meleager and the others have already sent me a message saying they've arrived. Oh, by the way, they also asked me, if I saw you, Promise, to ask if you know a woman named Io and another named Aegina. Hearing his words, the boy was taken aback for a moment. Of course, he knew Io and Aegina. But what about them? Chiron, who heard this, suddenly laughed, even somewhat strangely. Actually, it's not just them. Now, you also have to add a queen, he laughed. They're all looking for you, Promise. Looking for me? Promise tilted his head in confusion and asked, why are they looking for me? They're looking for you because you stole something from them, and it's the most precious treasure of their lives. At this moment, fourth voice suddenly spoke. To everyone's surprise, Hermes, wearing a feathered hat and with a bright smile, pushed the door open and walked in. He, who should have been hiding until eternity, had reappeared. After saying goodbye to Promise and Atalanta that day, he had looked for many hiding places but was never satisfied with what he found. However, while wandering aimlessly in the world, the clever and cunning Hermes finally realized something. So, he came back. He came to the side of the person most dangerous in the Golden Apple affair, but also the safest person, in front of him. Before leaving, Athena had specifically asked Hermes to convey the oracle, asking Promise to return to Chiron and meet with Hercules. This was because the goddess of wisdom knew that when Hera learned about the Golden Apple affair, Promise's side would be the safest place. Also, due to the path he chose in front of the goddess of fate, Clotho, and his relationship with Hera and Hercules, it was undoubtedly the right moment. However, this safety point didn't apply to Athena after all. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone Hera. If she dared to be around Promise now. According to the legend of ancient Greek mythology, the Argonaut, which was famous throughout ancient Greece, was actually built with the help of Athena. Thus, Having stolen the golden apple, Athena now chose to help, completing what was originally her work, and also showing a little weakness to Hera. Promise had long wanted to meet Heracles, not for any other reason but because of the numerous legends surrounding him, hoping to gain more experience. But at the beginning, he was suppressed by Athena because Athena knew very well that since the birth of Hercules, her father, the most powerful god of the time, Zeus, had been secretly watching Hercules for some reason. So, at that time, Promise was obviously unqualified and it was too dangerous in every sense. As for now, Jason's hometown, in the kingdom of Iolcus, a beautiful goddess, wearing a pure white dress, with her silver hair down to her waist, was sitting by the river. At this moment, her beautiful golden eyes looked up at the sky, in the direction of the holy Mount Olympus. "My great father god, how do you view this child?" This child, who had repeatedly altered fate, even to the point of changing the fates of the principal gods. Comment 20. Vote to left. Chapter 112, Hermes, let's play a battle royale. You run, I'll chase in the cave of Peleian Mountain, the place where the centaur sage Chiron gives his lessons. Promise, you have to help me this time. Hermes, wearing a feathered hat and with squinted eyes, put on a pitiful expression and pleaded with the boy. Hercules, who was watching the god's shameless behavior at the feast, stood dumbfounded. Chiron, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, it was impossible for him not to notice Hermes' arrival. Since he didn't intervene, it was clear he had already guessed Hermes' intentions. The reasoning was simple. Since he had stolen Hera's golden apple, running away was futile. No matter where he hid, Hera would eventually find him. Therefore, the only option was to find a way to resolve the situation. In this case, Promise, who had repeatedly altered destined events and was Hera's favored devotee, was undoubtedly the best candidate to help. Now that I think about it carefully, it's clear I was deceived by Athena, Hermes said as he walked in uninvited, placing a golden apple in front of Promise. Stealing the golden apple did me no good, it only enraged Hera. Athena, of course, has nothing to fear, but He sat down, took off his hat, and continued with a miserable expression, but if I get caught, I'll surely be thrown into the abyss of the underworld. So, Promise, let's make a deal. If you can convince Hera to stop blaming me, I'll give you my painting. Promise, unfazed by Hermes' pleading, thought for a moment before asking, Honorable Hermes, I've often heard that you are a clever and witty god. So, can you tell me why, knowing it wasn't in your best interest, you decided to steal the golden apple with Athena? Promise didn't believe for a second that Hermes was unaware of the consequences of stealing the golden apple. Hearing this, Hermes squinted at the boy for a moment, thought it over, and replied, What if I told you I was forced by Athena? Promise remained silent, simply watching him. Meeting his beautiful green eyes, Hermes suddenly seemed to understand something. He glanced at Hercules and Chiron before laughing. Oh, I see now. You're upset because we dragged your teacher and friend into this. All right, I surrender. With a cheerful smile, Hermes raised his hands in surrender. Watching the smiling, squinting Hermes, Promise's suspicions were confirmed. His initial feeling was right. This guy was a troublemaker. But let me clarify, Athena was the mastermind. I was just an accomplice. As for the reason, it's just as you're thinking. Because it was fun. Yes, Hermes knew the consequences of stealing the golden apple and even guessed that Athena involved him to force him to hand over the painting. But knowing that didn't matter, he couldn't resist such an interesting situation. In fact, he added fuel to the fire by encouraging Hercules to chop down the golden apple tree. It's like this, then. Promise nodded, his face showing no extra emotion. When Hermes arrived and offered his painting to Promise, he had already guessed the general situation. I think this shouldn't be too difficult. If you sincerely apologize, the beautiful and kind goddess Hera will surely forgive you, Promise added. Even Promise could guess that Hera's true anger wasn't primarily directed at Hermes or Hercules but rather at Athena, who orchestrated the theft. Thus, Hermes' involvement was indeed the easiest to resolve. What Promise didn't notice was Chiron's sudden change in expression as he spoke, and even Pegasus stood up. Tonight's unexpected guests were a bit too many. Hermes noticed this too. Initially stunned, He turned to run, but then he realized it was a good opportunity, so he quickly said, "So, you're agreeing to help me plead with Goddess Hera, and in return, I'll give you my painting afterward." As soon as Hermes finished speaking, the two people outside stopped and didn't push the door open. "Thinking about it, I really have no reason to refuse," Promise replied. "After all, if I just help a bit and can get your painting, it's a great deal for me. Moreover, if you're willing to help, with your wisdom and ability, you could also help Hercules and prevent Goddess Hera from blaming my friend." "Of course, I'll help," Hermes responded, adjusting his feathered hat with a smug smile. "So, Promise, you have decided to help me plead with the Honorable Queen Hera, right?" Chiron watched, wanting to warn his student but realizing it was too late. Pegasus, meanwhile, quietly started moving towards the window, planning to jump out unnoticed, to a skill honed from much practice. Just as Hermes thought he could get away with this and enjoy the spectacle, Promise smiled brightly and said, "No, I refuse." Hermes' triumphant smile froze. Chiron and Hercules were both stunned, as were the people outside. Only Pegasus remained calm, jumping out of the window and beginning to graze on the grass as if nothing had happened. "I should help you, God Hermes, given what you said, and thinking about it, Goddess Athena might really intend for me to get the painting from you," Promise said. Hermes, snapping out of his shock, couldn't understand. "If you know that, why refuse?" "Lying to a god is pointless, so they can sense the determination behind your words." "There are many reasons," Promise said. "For instance, you dragged my friend and teacher into this mess. You didn't just steal the golden apple but also encouraged Hercules to cut down part of the tree for Chiron." Feeling a chill down his spine, Hermes quickly defended, "Wait, Promise, that it was all Athena's idea. I was forced." "Why are you still saying that, esteemed Hermes?" Promise asked, puzzled. "You admitted you participated willingly because you thought it was fun." Hercules, sensing the danger, looked outside cautiously. "And why would you ask for my help?" "You stole from the goddess I worship, the Queen Hera." Promise's loyalty to Hera was clear, and he had even angered Hephaestus over it. Hera, though known for her jealousy, have never wronged Promise and even protected and favored him. "I agreed to help Hercules because he stole the apple and damaged the tree for me. But he still deserves punishment for his actions," Promise said, looking at Hercules. "Helping him means facing Goddess Hera's wrath together." Hearing this, Hermes was taken aback. "So you don't want my painting?" "It's your oath with Hephaestus." "Of course, I want it," Promise smiled, then said seriously, "but not this way." "So, Honorable Hermes, how about we play a game?" 3 days. If I lose, I'll plead with Goddess Hera for you. If I win, you give me the painting. And the game will be your specialty." "Oh?" Hermes was intrigued. "What game?" "You run, I chase," Promise explained. "You can go anywhere in the world, but if I catch you within 3 days, I win." Hearing the boy's words, everyone fell silent. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, was shocked. He had 2 divine artifacts, the Caduceus, a staff that could induce sleep even in gods, and his winged sandals, allowing him to travel anywhere at incredible speed. "Are you sure?" "So," he asked, surprised. "Yes." "Honorable Hermes, are you accepting?" Promise asked, smiling. Hermes, ever cunning, sensed a trap. But what if there are issues? He is Hermes, after all. Who can outrun him among the gods? Thinking about this, he confidently replied, "I won't refuse." "But I wonder what the esteemed goddess Hera thinks about it." At that moment, Promise hesitated, unsure of how to reply. How would he know what goddess Hera thinks about it? However, at this moment, the door opened, and 2 goddesses entered, one in a rose-colored dress and the other, the most revered goddess. Goddess Hestia and Hera. Seeing the 2 goddesses enter, Promise was both surprised and enlightened as he glanced at Chiron. The latter smiled helplessly at Promise. Promise then looked at where Pegasus had been. As expected, it was gone. "You sure are good at pretending to graze." At the same time, Hercules was also shocked, standing up stiffly as he looked at Hestia and Hera. But Hera, who should have been furious at Hercules for stealing her golden apple, didn't even glance at him. Her amber eyes gently rested on Promise. After a while, She looked at Hermes. Hermes, I can agree not to pursue the matter of you stealing my golden apples, as long as you return them to me and give this child the painting. Hermes, hearing this, just smiled and said, Esteemed Queen Hera, I am willing to return the golden apples to calm your anger. However, the painting depends on Promise's decision. Promise didn't answer but looked at Hestia and Hera. I originally planned to come alone to ask you to catch Hermes, Hestia explained, smiling at Hera. But your goddess insisted on coming along. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. As she spoke, her beautiful purple eyes scanned everyone in the small wooden hut, her smile growing brighter. Hearing this, Promise smiled and said, Isn't that perfect? I was just about to catch Hermes. So? Hermes asked, wearing an unsurprised expression. You still want to play this game with me? Hera couldn't help but say, Promise, you don't have to. Goddess Hera. Promise interrupted, looking seriously at her. Please allow me to play this game with Hermes. Allow me to catch him and bring him to you, to atone for myself and my friends and teacher. Looking into Promise's clear green eyes, Hera hesitated for a moment. She wanted to say it was impossible, as no one could outrun Hermes. But yes, she smiled after only a moment's hesitation. Go ahead, child. You have never disappointed me. Thus, the game began. The rules were simple. Hermes runs, Promise chases. If Promise catches Hermes within 3 days, he wins. Outside the cave, under the night sky filled with stars, Hermes, wearing his winged sandals, leapt into the sky. He didn't run immediately but stood in the air, looking down at Promise provocatively. Has it started? Promise asked calmly. Yes, it has. Come catch me, Promise, Hermes said proudly, crossing his arms. Pegasus, beside Promise, spread its wings and urged him to hurry up. Hera, do you really think Promise can catch Hermes? Hestia asked curiously. To be honest, she felt a bit disappointed, as the situation hadn't escalated as she had hoped. It doesn't matter if he can't, Hera answered calmly. Hestia understood, as did Chiron from a distance. Chiron looked at Hercules and said, You two are really opposites. Indeed, Hercules was cursed and despised by Hera all his life, while Promise was deeply loved by her. Physically, too, they were extremes. Hercules was likely the strongest in ancient Greek mythology, while the fragile Promise was the weakest. Hercules, confused, looked at Chiron and asked nervously, Teacher, do you think Promise can catch Lord Hermes? That's Hermes, the messenger of the gods, Chiron replied helplessly. Then why did he challenge Lord Hermes? Hercules couldn't help but asked in confusion. Chapter 113, Hunt him. Without waiting for Chiron to answer, Hercules couldn't help but continue muttering, Besides, Promise has never been a reckless person. Hearing this, Chiron suddenly froze, and memories of everything Promise had done until now flooding his mind. He had never let anyone down. If it were Athena, the goddess of justice, Themis, or even Artemis, they wouldn't be wondering if Promise could catch Hermes. They would be curious about how he planned to catch him. Athena would have understood the moment Promise mentioned a 3-day time limit that this wasn't a simple game of chasing a god. Promise didn't do what Hera and Chiron expected by riding Pegasus to chase Hermes. Instead, he reached out and retrieved a painting from the night sky, and threw it toward the moon. From the moon emerged Artemis, the moon goddess, looking slightly confused until she saw Promise. Her eyes lit up, and she happily embraced him, exclaiming, Little Promise, you finally came to see me. Hermes watched this scene in surprise before understanding dawned on him. Of course, Promise was different now he had acquired the painting. Because of that painting, both Artemis and Apollo could not refuse any of Promise's requests. So, you're planning to have them help you catch me? I must admit, it's a clever plan. Realizing this, Hermes still smiled confidently, but Promise, you might be underestimating me. Even if you have all the gods help you, you'll never catch me. Artemis, upon hearing the voice, finally noticed Hermes. She tilted her head slightly, also noticing Hera, Hestia, and the others at a distance. So, it's like this, Artemis. Taking advantage of the moment, Promise quickly explained the game to her. Oh, I see. Artemis nodded. So, we need to catch Hermes, right? No problem. She was about to chase Hermes when Promise stopped her. Wait, beautiful goddess Artemis, I don't want you to help me catch Hermes. By the way, do you really think you can catch him? Artemis thought seriously for a moment. Promise was speechless, but given that it was Artemis, he quickly regained his composure. That's fine. We don't need to catch him, he smiled, pointing at Hermes. We'll shoot him. What? Hermes almost thought he misheard. Hera, Chiron, and the others were equally stunned. Even Artemis was momentarily speechless. Shoot him? Artemis pointed at Hermes, her beautiful blue eyes wide. Promise, you want me to shoot Hermes? Yes, Promise nodded. We shoot him. If we shoot him down, we can catch him, right? So, you want me to shoot Hermes? Even Artemis felt something was off. Would you not want to? The boy's clear green eyes met hers as he asked. Of course, no problem. Seeing them, Artemis drew her bow without any hesitation and nocked an arrow, aiming at the now thoroughly bewildered Hermes. The moonlight in her hand transformed into a sharp arrow, and with a gentle twang, the arrow shot towards the bewildered Hermes. Under the night sky, Promise watched the goddess, dressed in a light silver divine robe, her silver hair swaying gently in the night breeze, drawing her bow to its full extent, and couldn't help but admit that she was truly beautiful, worthy of the title Moon Goddess. Unfortunately, she was a hopeless romantic fool who loved to strangle. Ah, I missed. Hermes, why did you dodge? Artemis, with her sky blue eyes, pouted unhappily as she saw Hermes narrowly avoid the arrow at the last moment. If I didn't dodge, you would have shot me through, the latter exclaimed, wide-eyed at Artemis. Before he could say more, another arrow zipped past his ear. Hermes froze, looking down dumbfounded at Artemis, who had already drawn her bow again. Hermes, stop dodging and let me shoot you down so that little Promise can catch you, Artemis said, her voice soft yet determined. Promise asked me to shoot you. I can't let him down. During her speech, Artemis shot 2 more arrows, both narrowly dodged by Hermes. Hermes was indeed incredibly fast, no wonder he wasn't worried when Promise called for Artemis. But as her arrows continued to miss, Artemis grew increasingly frustrated. She began drawing her bow faster and faster, each arrow sharper than the last, until the ground itself began to crack under the force of her shots. Hermes, stop dodging and let me hit you, Artemis demanded angrily. Are you kidding? Getting hit by you hurts a lot. Hermes found Artemis's insistence outrageous, but then again, this was Artemisia. He was used to it. Promise, don't stand there watching and persuade Artemis. Hermes pleaded with Promise. Promise considered it and stepped forward, saying, beautiful Artemis, that's enough. There's no need to be so hasty in shooting him down. Hearing this, Artemis stopped immediately, fearing the residual force of her arrow might harm Promise. Just as she was about to assure Promise she could hit Hermes with the next shot and secure the win for him, the boy continued, we can take our time. After all, we have 3 days. Promise smiled gently, his usual soft expression on his face, and said, in these 3 days, we can keep hunting Hermes. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful goddess, I misspoke. I meant chasing Hermes. The moment Promise said this, the area fell into a stunned silence. Even Artemis stopped, blinking her sky blue eyes in confusion. The spirits and nymphs gathered to watch were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Hunt Hermes, the god? At that moment, dawn broke, bringing the first light of day. Promise looked up, gazing at the distant sunrise. The sun god Helios prepared to switch day and night with the night goddess, but he noticed something strange. The night goddess seemed reluctant to leave, dawdling as if she were unsure of what to do. The sun is rising, Promise remarked with a smile. He then drew another painting from the gradually brightening sky. From the painting emerged the sun god Apollo, adorned in golden attire, his radiant golden hair tied in a ponytail, glowing like the sun itself. Child, you summoned me. Huh? Apollo began, smiling, but then he saw Artemis with her bow, Hermes hovering in the sky, and Hera and Hestia nearby. As Apollo stood there, bewildered by the scene, Promise addressed him, Great Apollo, I am currently engaged in a game with Hermes. The goal is to catch him within 3 days. However, Hermes is incredibly fast, claiming to be the fastest among the gods. I simply can't catch him. Promise displayed a troubled expression before smiling and requesting, "So, great Apollo, could you help me chase and shoot down Hermes?" "Oh, and our game lasts for 3 days. Catching him at the last moment will suffice." Upon hearing his words, everyone present, including the gods and sentient beings gathered, fell silent. Even Artemis, usually carefree, seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Hestia, I think I understand what my child intends to do," Hera remarked, her expression turning peculiar. "Me too," Hestia nodded, her gaze shifting to Hermes, whose expression had drastically changed, and then back to Promise, still smiling calmly below. "Hermes, won't you call off the game?" "Wait, can he even call it off?" Then her eyes widened as she looked at Hera. "The judges for this game are Hera, Hestia." Hermes, now realizing the situation, tried to speak up. "Hermes, I personally would love to call off this game, but..." Hestia shrugged, her innocent expression barely concealing her amusement. Then giving Hermes a sidelong glance, she added only one word, "Golden apple." Hermes understood immediately he was done for. The judges for this game were indeed Hera and Hestia. Realizing he couldn't appeal directly to the judges, Hermes saw only one way out: let Promise catch him. Though it would end the game ignominiously, preserving some dignity seemed secondary to escaping the situation. With newfound determination, Hermes darted towards Promise. But before he could reach him, Promise called out, "Oh, God Apollo and Goddess Artemis, could you please protect me?" Being caught by Lord Hermes would surely be painful, but be careful not to harm him. "After all, we have 3 whole days." In an instant, Apollo and Artemis drew their bows and fired arrows, carefully aimed to narrowly miss Hermes, forcing him to halt midair. The twin gods smiled at each other, their arrows flying in perfect harmony. Reflecting on the promise made due to the painting gifted to Artemis, both Apollo and Artemis couldn't refuse any of Promise's requests. Now, with a chance to corner Hermes, they took great delight. "Hermes, it seems your luck has run out," Apollo said, smiling brightly. Hermes, remembering the words Promise had spoken during their encounter, couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Promise, do we really have to go through with this?" Promise, still smiling softly, raised his thumb towards Hermes and then, with a decisive gesture, he thrust his thumb downward. "Great Hermes, let us enjoy this game for the next 3 days. This is to repay you for messing with my friend, my teacher, my goddess. And your reason? Just because you found it amusing. And then you shamelessly came to ask for my help. But since you asked, I'll help you. Plus, I get a painting out of it. No matter how you look at it, there's no reason for me not to help, right? So, Hermes, I promise Hera will forgive you and won't pursue the matter of the golden apple anymore. But the cost. And I sincerely hope, Hermes, that you will enjoy this game I've prepared for you." He spoke with a smile on his face, looking at which even Pegasus couldn't help but shiver, looking at his little master in fear. It began to worry, reflecting on whether it had been grazing too much lately. After all, if it got too fat, it might not be able to fly. "Hercules, you must be very careful in the future and never make Promise angry, understood?" Chiron remarked, witnessing everything and understanding Promise's intentions. "What do you mean, teacher?" However, Hercules, still confused by the conversations he couldn't hear, looked at Chiron. "Promise is truly angry this time. He is hunting Hermes," Chiron replied, his expression peculiar. He wanted to laugh but restrained himself because the target was Hermes, one of the Olympian gods. "Hunting Hermes? Wait, did you say hunting?" Hercules' eyes widened in shock. "Yes, and Promise is very smart." With Hera overseeing the matter, and after fulfilling his agreement with Hermes, Hera will forgive Hermes for encouraging you to steal the golden apple. Therefore, Hermes not only has to continue playing this game but also cannot seek revenge on Promise later and must thank him by giving him the painting. So, Hercules, try not to anger Promise in the future. Who knew he'd handle it like this when he's really mad? Chiron trailed off, remembering Promise's little black book of grudges. Thinking back, Promise had always been this way, paying back kindness and repaying grudges, never changing. For a moment, Chiron looked at Hercules with pity, making Hercules feel uncomfortable. Though Hercules didn't fully grasp his meaning or what Promise was doing, he soon saw it with his own eyes. Comment 28. Vote to left. Chapter 114. Damn, Promise is still chasing me. Hermes fled. The moment he fully understood Promise's intentions, and saw Apollo and Artemis protecting the boy, Hermes immediately fled. However, despite realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Promise, he wasn't angry. On the contrary, a smile crept up on his face. Athena, now I understand why you fought here for him. I must admit, he's truly fascinating. As he spoke, Hermes ran through the sky, his feet seemingly sprouting wings as he glanced back at Promise, who was chasing him on Pegasus. Pegasus was running desperately, visibly frightened. After all, it didn't want to end up in Promise's little black book of grudges. Though Hermes appeared composed, in reality, an arrow whizzed past Hermes' ear, the sound so piercing it made his ears ache and his back break out in cold sweat. Hermes, be careful. Apollo, running on the ground, flicked his golden hair and squinted, with a radiant smile on his handsome face. After all, we have a full 3 days for this game. Ha ha ha, very well. Hermes suddenly burst into laughter. Looking at him, Apollo, Hera, and the others were momentarily puzzled, wondering if Hermes had lost his mind. The game had just begun. Was he really that fragile? 3 days, huh? A game, right? Promise, I accept your game. Come and catch me if you canna catch me, the messenger of the gods. Hermes. With those words, Hermes pressed his hat down and dove toward the ground. By the time Promise and the others landed, he had already disappeared into the ancient forest. Hermes hid in the dense forest, saying the boldest words while doing the most cowardly actions. As Apollo frowned and Artemis prepared to search the forest, Promise called them back and calmly retrieved another painting from the sky. From that painting emerged Demeter, the nurturing goddess of agriculture. Once she understood the situation, she couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Reaching out, Demeter communicated with all the creatures of the forest. Soon, a massive vine shot up from the ground, capturing the evasive Hermes and flinging him into the sky. The moment Hermes reappeared, Apollo immediately loosed an arrow. The arrow split into a rain of light, making Hermes flee in disarray. Forced to run again with his winged sandals, he darted through the sky, escaping the area. As Promise prepared to pursue, Demeter climbed onto Pegasus, gently wrapping her arms around his waist. Seeing this, all the gods, including Artemis and Hera, were momentarily stunned before becoming annoyed. They had forgotten this detail. Realizing their mistake, Apollo and Artemis intensified their efforts to catch Hermes, who was feeling the pressure. After a while, the sky darkened. The goddess of night, Nyx, could not wait to run out of the underworld and drove away the confused sun god Helios. But what made her angry was that Hermes didn't play according to the rules. Relying on his power as the messenger of the gods and being able to go anywhere, he found that he was unable to get rid of Apollo, Artemis, Demeter and others. So the moment the goddess of night Nyx appeared, Hermes ran into the underworld. As Apollo and the other gods hesitated at the underworld's threshold, Promise calmly retrieved another painting from the sky. Then Hades, the god of the underworld, walked out from the darkness and was stunned when he saw the team of gods gathered in front of him. And then, after learning Promise's request, even though he was usually serious, he looked at the boy strangely. "Wait here," Hades said before disappearing back into the underworld. Everyone waited for a while, and after about 2 hours, a large magic circle suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. A moment later, one of the 3 massive heads of Cerberus, the hound of Hades, appeared, tossing a very disheveled Hermes out of its mouth. "Hades, you've gone too far this time." Angered, Hermes was just about to shout when arrows made of moonlight rained down like a relentless storm. The arrows pelted him, making the god cry out in pain as he scrambled to dodge them. Knowing that he could not stay underground, he made a break for the sky. Later, when daylight broke, a thoroughly exhausted and disheveled Hermes finally made it back to Mount Olympus and into his temple. Covered in dust and under the puzzled gazes of his nymphs and attendants, he barely had time to catch his breath and sip some ambrosia before a Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, striking him dead center, leaving him shocked and his hair standing on end. Looking up, he saw Hera, the queen of the gods, smiling at him from above. "Come on, can't I at least get a break?" Hermes cried out in despair. Hera didn't reply, merely raising her hand again to summon another lightning bolt in the sky. Seeing this, what else could Hermes do but run? Lightning cracked down, and the gods of Olympus came out one by one to watch the spectacle. At first, they thought it was Zeus, but upon seeing it was Hera, they became even more curious. "What's going on? Why is Hermes getting zapped?" "Hera, you really are fortunate." When Hermes ran away and Hera, who had completed her mission, returned to the human world from the holy mountain, Demeter came over and said sourly. Hearing this, Hera subconsciously glanced at the boy in the distance. This whole hunt wasn't just for his friends and teacher, it was also to help Hera vent her frustration over the theft of the golden apple. It was to make sure her goddess could release some of her pent-up anger. Soon enough, word began to spread, and just as Hestia had hoped from the very beginning, the situation really did escalate. After all, this was a hunt for Hermes, a hunt for a major god, and the ones hunting were the gods like Hera, Artemis, and Apollo. They chased Hermes from the underworld, through Mount Olympus, and beyond. How can it not be lively? So Hermes ran in front and the gods chased behind, and the number of people chasing became increasingly larger, and the situation gradually evolved into this. Queen of Heaven, Honorable Queen of Heaven, he is here, I see him. Great Lord Apollo, I see Hermes transformed into a rabbit over there. Beautiful Goddess Artemis, he's hiding in the river over there. Let me help you fish him out. And so, 3 days passed. Hermes was utterly exhausted. Most of his clothes were torn. He had been struck by lightning, soaked in seawater, and now looked more like a wild man than a god. But the gods, on the other hand, became more and more excited as they chased. With Chiron's help, Hercules witnessed the entire ordeal. From his initial shock to his current numbness, only one question remained in his heart. It wasn't about why Promise knew so many gods, or why the gods were so willing to help him, even with something as outrageous as hunting Hermes. What he really wanted to know was, respected teacher Chiron, may I ask, have I ever done anything to make Promise angry? Heracles asked seriously. Promise has a little notebook where he's written down every grudge he holds, including the times you guys left him behind on the mountain and teased him. Chiron looked at Hercules with pity, whose face changed drastically after hearing this. In the end, he patted Hercules on the shoulder, and added, and he's also mentioned more than once that he plans to go after each and every one of you once he leaves the mountain. So, good luck surviving, Hercules. A broken bar 3 days later, in the afternoon. Ha ha ha, found you, Hermes. The sea raised huge waves, rolled up Hermes who was hiding in the sea, out of the water and threw him onto the shore. Poseidon, I'll remember this, Hermes shouted. He had tried escaping by sky, sea, and land, but nothing worked. By now, he was truly on the verge of breaking down. You'd better not remember him. On the shore, Apollo and Artemis, who had been waiting for a long time, drew their bows at the same time and aimed at him. Remember us instead, they said, releasing another barrage of arrows at the same time. This time, however, Hermes, having learned from experience, dashed away at lightning speed. Even the massive fine net woven by Demeter couldn't catch him. However, Hermes, who had run far away this time, did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at Promise who was sitting on the Pegasus, and laughed. Ha ha ha, Promise, you have no tricks, right? Today is the 3rd day. As long as I can hold on until the sun sets, I win. After saying that, Hermes once again took off running. Upon hearing this, Apollo and the other gods couldn't help but frown slightly but soon relaxed, because from what he just said, they could tell that Hermes really wanted to win the game. Or to be more precise, he wanted to win against Promise. However, they knew he wasn't foolish and that he would eventually let Promise catch him. After enduring so much, how could things possibly be resolved without Hermes being caught? The golden apple and Hercules situation needed closure. In truth, Hermes' earlier words were a reminder to Promise, If night fell and he still hadn't been caught, even if Hermes later returned to let Promise catch him, it would still count as a loss for Promise. It was clear that after these 3 grueling days, Hermes' competitive spirit had been truly ignited. "I must admit that Gaia Broken Bar, he really is fast," Apollo couldn't help but say, even as the god of light. The gods nodded in agreement, and everyone felt that this affair was about to reach its conclusion. But then, Promise calmly pulled out one final painting. As Hera widened her eyes in shock, freezing in place, Hephaestus appeared, sitting in his wheelchair, accompanied by his attendants, stepping out of the painting. "Lady Goddess, may I borrow something from you?" Promise leaned in closer to Hephaestus, saying, "I'd like to borrow the chains that once bound me." Hearing this, Hephaestus took out the chain without hesitation. And seeing them, Hera, who was traumatized, was so frightened that she almost fled from here. But that wasn't all. Even though Promise didn't have her painting, he silently called out in his mind, and soon the goddess of fate, Clotho, appeared before him. As the goddess of fate came into view and Promise held the chains that could bind even gods, everyone present to both mortals and gods understood what was to come for Hermes. Without a doubt, Promise had the power to end this game from the very beginning. But he had said 3 days, and so it would be 3 days a broken bar witnessing everything. Hestia blinked and then said to Hera, "Hera, I suddenly feel like I might a broken bar get along really well with this child." Hera didn't respond to her words. On any other day, she might have given Hestia an exasperated look, but with Hephaestus now present, she didn't have the bandwidth to deal with Hestia's thoughts at all. "And how should we put it our broken bar? Well, she was used to it." Hephaestus, for her part, sensed the presence of her mother, Hera, the queen of the gods, but she wasn't interested in engaging with her. Her focus was entirely on Promise. So, when the goddess Clotho unhesitatingly revealed the future to Promise, and he set up an ambush, the moment Hermes appeared, the chains emerged from the ground, binding the god and stripping him of his divine power. The game was over. Promise dismounted from Pegasus and walked up to the now bound Hermes, who was immobilized by the chains, and spoke with a bright smile. "Hermes, you've lost, and a broken bar. Happy gaming." Hermes. Chapter 115. The Painting of Hermes, Messenger of the Gods. Happy gaming, Hermes, Messenger of the Gods. As the game concluded, the painting of Hermes that Promise had been working on was simultaneously completed. The painting depicted the sky, ocean, and underworld of ancient Greece, corresponding to the realms ruled by the king of the gods Zeus, the god of the underworld Hades, and the god of the sea Poseidon. Hermes, true to his nature, was depicted wearing his winged sandals, freely traversing the domains of these 3 mighty gods. However, wherever he went, the skies were filled with storm clouds and crackling lightning. Cerberus, the 3-headed beast, howled incessantly in the underworld, and the seas churned with raging waves. In the painting, Hermes is shown holding on to his winged helmet as he flees, with a host of gods and a beautiful Pegasus chasing after him. His clothes were tattered, and he appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, despite his ragged appearance, Hermes wasn't angrier. In fact, he was smiling. Because he broken bar indeed. Happy gaming, Promise. With the guidance provided by Clotho, the goddess of fate, who could peek at the future, and the chains from the god of craftsmanship, Hephaestus, which could bind even gods, at the moment when the sun set, marking the end of the 3rd day, Hermes was captured and suspended from a large tree. However, looking down at the gathered gods and the figure of Promise atop Pegasus, Hermes didn't show any frustration at being caught, nor any anger from the exhaustion he'd accumulated. Instead, he squinted his eyes and, with a broad smile, said to Promise, "That was a really fun game. I had a great time, so that painting is yours." "Is that so? Then let's play again sometime when we have the chance." Promise nodded gently, responding with a smile. "No, absolutely not." Hearing this, Hermes' expression changed, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Once in a lifetime is more than enough for this kind of game." "But, hey, Lord Hermes, didn't you say you had a great time?" Promise blinked, his tone innocent. "Shouldn't we play a fun game more often?" Hearing his words, before Hermes could respond, Apollo chimed in with a cheerful tone, "Promise is right. Since you enjoyed it so much, We should definitely play again. And no matter how many times you want to play, I'll be happy to join, Hermes. I liked it too, added Artemis, the moon goddess, as she raised her bow, smiling while pretending to aim at Hermes. And next time, Hermes, I'm definitely going to hit you, ... Ahem. Hermes coughed awkwardly, then raised his head and declared loudly with all the resolve he could muster, respected and beautiful Hera, I was wrong. In the matter of the golden apple and persuading Hercules to cut down the golden apple tree, I offer my most sincere apologies to you, the most honorable one. And to Hercules and the centaur sage Chiron, I deeply apologize for dragging you into this. Seeing Hermes apologize so earnestly, without any concern for his divine dignity, especially in front of countless onlookers, both mortal and divine, everyone fell silent. Only then did Promise finally dismount from Pegasus. He lowered Hermes from the tree, took back the chains and returned them to Hephaestus, who was still seated in her wheelchair. With that, everything came to an end. The gods looked at each other, then left one by one with a smile. Those who had been summoned by Promise's painting dissolved back into the artwork, vanishing into the sky. Artemis, though pouting slightly and wanting to linger, was gently pulled away by Demeter. As they departed, Hera's amber eyes swept over the surroundings, and those who had been secretly watching the spectacle wisely took their leave. Although the game was over, they knew this entertaining event would be the talk of the gods for at least a century. The group returned to the cave at Mount Pelion, Chiron's dwelling place. But for some reason, when he returned here and saw Hercules again, Promise always felt that the way he looked at him was full of respect and fear. Even teacher Chiron's smile was brighter than usual. However, before Promise could question their strange behavior, Hestia took Hermes away, and Hera walked towards Promise. Seeing Hera approach, Chiron and the others tactfully excused themselves. Under the moonlight, Promise looked at Hera, who walked toward him in her regal attire, her golden curls cascading from beneath her crown, and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Say, Lady Hera, happy gaming. Did you enjoy yourself? Yes, the goddess replied with a gentle smile and nodded. I had a lot of fun, and a broken bar. Thank you, my child, for punishing Hermes on my behalf and helping me vent my anger. What are you saying, Lady Hera? Promise blinked innocently. I was just playing a game with Hermes, one that everyone enjoyed. Indeed, they had all enjoyed it, and the outcome had been perfect, with Hermes being the only one who got hurt. And Lady Hera, about my friend Hercules, a broken bar, I will no longer hold him responsible for the matter of the golden apple, Hera said, pausing slightly as she gazed at the boy in front of her with her amber eyes. Considering that everything he did was out of concern for you. However, hearing her words, Promise didn't show any signs of joy or relief. Instead, after pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, no, that won't do, Goddess Hera. My friend Hercules made a mistake here that's undeniable. And since I am your devotee, Goddess Hera, regardless of the reasons, we must face the corresponding consequences. Therefore a broken bar, please impose a trial as our punishment, my esteemed goddess. Before Hera, who had begun to frown, could respond, Promise suddenly smiled as if something had just occurred to him and added, and after the trial, I hope to receive a gift from you, Lady Hera. Broken bar, that small golden apple tree. Hearing this, Hera was momentarily taken aback, then turned her head to look inside the cave, where the golden apple tree had been planted by Chiron beside the clear spring. The tree would take many years to grow and bear fruit. But if Hera acknowledged it now, it would truly belong to Promise from that moment on. And I know, Lady Hera, that you deeply despise Heracles, but he is my friend, and you are the goddess I revere. I don't wish to see this stalemate between you two. So, although I know what I'm about to ask is quite presumptuous, I still hope that when we complete our trial, my esteemed goddess, you will turn your compassionate gaze toward my friend. Hera listened to Promise's earnest plea and couldn't help but smile wryly. You must understand, the trial I will give will not be easy, because I am Hera, the queen of the gods. All the gods are watching me, and they are watching you as well. Of course, Promise replied. The 12 labors of Hercules were anything but easy. And your request is indeed quite presumptuous, My child, do you truly understand who Hercules is? Hercules was the son of Zeus, but he had no connection to Hera. And what Hera hated the most was this kind of existence. Promise thought for a moment before honestly nodding his head. He was fully aware of the situation. You know all this, and yet you still intend to pursue this? Hera's expression grew serious, and the weight of her divine authority pressed down on Promise like a towering mountain. But even under such pressure, the boy continued to look up at her, his gaze unwavering. You really are something. Seeing this, Hera sighed. The oppressive aura of the Queen of the Gods lasted only a few seconds before the concerned goddess allowed it to dissipate. Then, with a helpless look on her face, she stepped forward, gently caressing Promise's cheek with a soft smile. Just this once, and never again. But, you are my most cherished child. In the distance, Hestia, the eldest of the Olympian goddesses, witnessed this scene and blinked, then muttered to herself, if I were to really take that child away, seeing Hera like this now, she might actually go mad. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Hearing this, Hermes looked at Hestia, who was clearly saying something very scary but was smiling extremely happily and even ready to make a move, and couldn't help but subconsciously move away from her at this moment. Even Hermes, notorious for his mischief, felt the need to distance himself from such danger. This kind of death, he wouldn't dare touch, or it was genuinely lethal. Comment 18. Vote to left. Chapter 116, Teacher, I will protect him. Speaking of which, Promise's favoritism is just too obvious. Hermes, who was also expressing his dissatisfaction, changed the subject and couldn't help but complain in a low voice, Hercules and I have both suffered, but what about Athena, the real culprit? And hearing his words, Hestia couldn't help but glance at Hermes with a mix of pity and exasperation. He really didn't learn his lesson. Didn't he realize that everyone was deliberately avoiding mentioning Athena? Though the situation had escalated to this point, and Athena would certainly face consequences eventually, even Hera wouldn't bring up Athena's name in front of Promise. After all, she was not blind. One could tell at a glance the difference between Promise's attitude toward Athena and that toward other gods. Mentioning her would only make things awkward for everyone. Chiron, the wise centaur, smiled as he watched his student standing beside the Queen of the Gods, feeling an immense sense of pride and satisfaction. He had always believed that Promise would grow into a true hero, but he never imagined that the frail boy would achieve such greatness, even surpassing Heracles in certain ways. At the same time, in the ancient Temple of Fate, where the threads of destiny were woven, Clotho had just returned from her latest task. Her sister, Lachesis, couldn't help but speak up. Clotho, that boy of yours is altering destiny again, and this time, it even involves the king of the gods, Zeus. Clotho lowered her head and didn't respond, pretending she hadn't heard anything. Lachesis, feeling helpless, rolled her eyes at her and said, you're just spoiling him. I bet he's going to get into big trouble one of these days because of you all. The next day, as the sun brightened the world, inside the cave of Pelion, Heracles learned of Promise's decision to seek a trial from Hera. Shocked, he anxiously turned to Chiron and exclaimed, Teacher, how could you allow this to happen? Promise, you must come with me right now. We need to go find Queen Hera immediately. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take such a risk with me. As Hercules moved to grab Promise, the latter took a step back to dodge him and then pulled out his well-prepared little grudge notebook. He even took out the pristine feathered scroll. His green eyes focused on Heracles, and with a serious expression, he began writing in the notebook, saying, 2 years ago, Heracles left the mountain without me. Even though we agreed initially, he suddenly changed his mind and tied me up, not allowing me to go. And now, 3 years later, he still looks down on me, thinking I'm not worthy to accompany him in the trials, and even wants me to break my promise in front of my goddess. Heracles, seeing the grudge notebook and the notorious grudge scroll, grew even more anxious and shouted, I didn't. No, you did. Holding his paintbrush and the grudge notebook, Promise tilted his head toward Chiron and blinked before smiling as he said, Teacher Chiron, you agree with me, don't you? Looking at the boy in front of him, Fearing that he would turn the page and bear a grudge if they disagreed, Chiron struggled internally for a moment, before finally turning his head as he said, "Yes, this is Heracles' fault." "Teacher Chiron?" Heracles looked at Chiron in disbelief. How could this be the teacher Chiron he knew? Ahem. Enough. Chiron, who felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Hercules, coughed dryly, thought for a moment, and then turned to Heracles and said, "You won't be able to escape Promise eventually. He'll come after you with that little notebook anyway. Plus, he's seeking to become a hero and face heroic ends. Now that he's leaving the mountain, I can't control him anymore. So instead of letting him run around, why don't you watch him more during the trial and help him?" Hercules initially refused to agree, as he couldn't bear the thought of dragging Promise into such a dangerous situation because of his own mistake. But after hearing Chiron's reasoning and recalling the things Promise had accomplished in the past year, "I understand, Teacher Chiron. You can trust me to take care of Promise." He looked up with determination and said to Chiron, "I promise you, as long as I'm alive, anyone who wants to harm Promise will have to go through my dead body first. So, teacher, you can trust me to protect him." Hearing this, Chiron couldn't help but give this guy a good kick, sending him flying. He kicked him without any mercy. "You think you're going to protect him? Watch your words." Promise also found himself exasperated. "Oh, Promise, by the way," Chiron said, after kicking Heracles and as they were preparing to leave, handing Promise the helm of darkness that Hades had given them. It was originally taken by Athena during the theft of the golden apples, later given to Hercules, and then passed to Chiron. Receiving the helm, Promise suddenly realized he had yet to return it to Hades. "And here, take these remnants of the golden apple tree trunks as well," Chiron said, handing over all the remains from the tree Heracles had cut down. Although they were dead wood, they were still parts of the divine golden apple tree, making them dangerous for anyone else to handle except Promise. Promise understood this well, so he took them without hesitation. The tree's remnants, being part of the golden apple tree, had potent restorative properties and were brimming with life force. As soon as the boy took hold of them, an idea flashed through his mind, like the inspiration that often came to him while painting, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then, as he snapped out of it, an unusually joyful and excited expression appeared on his face. "What's on your mind?" Chiron asked, curious about Promise's sudden reaction. "Teacher, I just thought of the perfect gift, or something I can present to the lovely goddess Clotho," Promise replied with a beaming smile. Promise toyed with the golden apple tree trunk in his hand, speaking to Chiron. "Goddess Clotho has helped me so much up until now, yet I've never given her a proper offering." He had long wanted to give Clotho, who had aided him many times, a gift. He even sought advice from Hecate, the goddess of the crossroads, during his time in the underworld. But that laid-back goddess casually suggested that Promise should offer himself as the gift. "I've always struggled with what to give her, but just now, an idea suddenly came to me. I have a feeling that the adorable little goddess will definitely like this gift." Comment 21. Vote to left. Chapter 117, The 12 Labors, the Golden Horned Deer and Cerberus. The king of the gods, Zeus, had always kept a close eye on Heracles, knowing of a great war that was looming. In fact, Zeus had learned about Typhon, the ancestor of all demons, from the three goddesses of fate a long time ago, and he also knew that in the near future, he would lead the suppressed titans to climb out of the abyss and declare war on the gods of Olympus. Clotho, the fate who glimpses the future, had informed Zeus that to win this battle, a mortal would need to be involved. Thus, Zeus informed the gods of Heracles' existence, telling them that he would eventually achieve remarkable feats and become one of them. However, he naturally did not disclose the impending war to everyone, which naturally fueled Hera's jealousy towards the child of his lover, especially as this child was destined for such high honors. And so, from the moment Heracles was conceived, Hera harbored intense resentment towards him. Zeus wanted Heracles to become the king of Mycenae and enjoy earthly prosperity, but Hera acted first by ensuring that her brother, Eurystheus, was born before Heracles, thereby stealing the throne that should have belonged to him. When Heracles was just a baby, she sent 2 venomous snakes to quietly kill him in his cradle. Later, when Heracles had a happy family and repeatedly completed her almost impossible trials, gaining the attention and praise of the gods, Hera got so angry that she cursed him in her fury, causing him to lose his sanity and kill his own wife and children. He also later killed a friend and had to serve as a slave for 3 years. However, although the other gods were unaware of the war of gods, but the goddess of wisdom, Athena, certainly could not be unaware of it. After all, her eyes, which represented absolute wisdom, could see through everything in the world. This was the reason why Athena initially did not allow Promise to meet Heracles, because at that time, Hera was not as doting on Promise as she would later become. Her hatred for Heracles ran deep, and Zeus's constant focus on him only intensified the tension. However, now Promise undoubtedly had the qualifications to take on such tasks. As he continued to work on his paintings of the Olympian gods, it was clear that the depiction of Zeus, the king of the gods, would be the most challenging. Therefore, Hercules, your trial has arrived, and Promise, yours too, said Hermes, adjusting the feathered hat on his head, with a smile directed at the 2 of them. Over the course of 2 days, Hercules had already bid farewell to Chiron and set out with Promise towards Mycenae, preparing to reclaim his kingdom. In fact, he could have flown back, and with Pegasus's speed they would have been there in about 2 days at most, but for some reason, Pegasus was extremely resistant to Hercules and didn't want him to ride. However, later Promise found out it was because Hercules was actually a descendant of Perseus, the very hero who had beheaded Medusa in ancient Greek mythology. So, that afternoon, Hermes appeared before them, delivering a divine message from the gods. He now appeared before them with not a hint of discomfort. It was as if the person who had been chased around and thoroughly embarrassed by the gods just a few days ago wasn't him at all. Dressed in light green casual attire, he wore a refreshing smile as he addressed Promise and Hercules. Hercules, the esteemed Queen Hera has tasked you with subduing the man-eating mares of Diomedes in Phae. As for you, Promise, he continued, Goddess Hera has assigned you to capture the golden horned deer of Artemis and bring back Cerberus, the 3-headed hound of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Promise's expression suddenly turned quite strange, and Hercules, after being stunned for a moment, seemed a bit agitated and said to Hermes, wait, shouldn't I be accompanying Promise to protect him? And there's also golden horned deer of goddess Artemis, and the 3-headed hellhound Cerberus of the underworld. These are sacred pets of the gods and terrifying monsters. Great Lord Hermes, I don't mean to question you, but is there some mistake here? No mistake. However, hearing his words, Hermes replied with a grin. This is exactly the trial that Queen Hera has set for you both, and the great king of the gods, Zeus, has already approved it. As he said this, Hermes glanced at Hercules and couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, and Goddess Hera wanted me to pass on a message, stay away from Promise. Just looking at you makes me sick. Hearing this, even Hercules was a little dumbfounded, while Promise just stood aside, seemingly lost in thought. Capturing the golden horned deer of the moon goddess Artemis and bringing back the 3-headed dog of hell, Cerberus, from the underworld. These were indeed among the labors of Hercules in mythology. And while these tasks were undoubtedly challenging for Hercules, for Promise, no problem. I will complete the trial that Goddess Hera has given me, Promise replied with a nod. While Hercules began to protest, concerned about the danger of the trials, Promise simply smiled and said, besides, it's been a long time since I've seen the golden horned deer. And Cerberus, I've promised to bring him lots of honey cakes next time we meet. He must have been waiting for me for a long time now, right, huh? Hearing this, Hercules opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. After all, Promise looked more like he was going for a casual visit rather than embarking on a trial. I've brought you some honey cakes, Hermes said as he handed a package of honey cakes to Promise and paused before continuing. These were actually prepared by Athena for you. She also mentioned that the Argos should be completed in about 3 months, so you should prepare yourself during this time. Athena knew about the honey cakes. After all, they had witnessed the entire scene in the underworld through that painting. Hearing this, Promise paused, hesitating for a moment before he couldn't resist asking, "Honorable Lord Hermes, may I ask about the current situation with Lady Hera and Athena?" "Oh, so now I'm honorable?" Hermes teased with a smile. "Where was this respect when you were chasing me around with everyone else a few days ago?" He continued, "Don't worry. Thanks to my sacrifice, Queen Hera's anger has subsided quite a bit. Plus, Athena has been busy helping with the construction of the Argo and preparing for the Golden Fleece mission, so Hera has been turning a blind eye to it. However, even in this situation, Athena is still dead set on not returning those golden apples, so..." Hermes shrugged, his face lighting up with a mischievous grin, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the gossip which instantly dissipated any guilt that Promise might have felt. It seemed that maybe they hadn't hit him hard enough a few days ago. Broken Bar looking at this troublesome god in front of him, Promise couldn't help but think this. Athena, of course, wouldn't return the golden apples. After all, this was an opportunity she had finally seized, and she had become rich from the golden apple. And if she really returned them, it goes without saying that Hera would never allow Athena to get her hands on the golden apples again. "It looks like the journey for the Golden Fleece is coming soon. I need to pick up the pace," Promise said as he casually took out his little notebook and flipped through it. At the sight of that little notebook, Hercules, who had been about to say something, immediately fell silent. Even Hermes, who was standing carefree beside him, became much more obedient at this moment. The events of the hunt a few days ago had made the gods realize that Promise wasn't as harmless as he appeared at Broken Bar, although in the eyes of Hera, Demeter, Artemis and the others everything the boy did was still as endearing as ever. "Well then, Hercules, until we meet again," putting away the little notebook, Promise said to Hercules with a smile. Since Hera had already agreed to Promise's request, so at that moment, Hercules's fate had already been altered. The price paid was Promise's participation in the 12 labors, which he had to complete. But that had been the boy's intention from the beginning. Hera had agreed so readily at the time and looked helpless because, after all this time, she had come to understand Promise's obsession with heroism. And, since she had always been annoyed by Hercules, she saw this as a perfect opportunity to share some of the glory originally meant for Hercules with Promise. So, on Olympus, after retrieving the golden apples from Hermes, a grand feast was held, during which Hera finally met Zeus. When she brought up the matter, she even joined forces with Demeter, Artemis, and Apollo to suggest that Zeus share this glory. However, to everyone's surprise, Zeus agreed immediately, without even putting up a decent resistance. Hercules was no fool, having seen firsthand with his own eyes how much the gods adored Promise, to the point where they even hunted down Lord Hermes for him, although they later enjoyed the hunt. However, even so, he was quite concerned and wanted to say something. But Promise had already opened the bag containing the honey cakes, and as soon as he did, a purple butterfly of the underworld fluttered out and landed skillfully on the boy's shoulder. This was the familiar of Hecate, the goddess of the crossroads. In the next moment, a magic circle was activated, appearing beneath Promise's feet, and before Hercules could still fully grasp the situation in front of him, the boy instantly disappeared from his view. "All right, don't worry too much," Hermes stepped forward and patted Hercules on the shoulder, saying, "Even though he's so frail that we could knock him over with a puff of air, the truth is, he's far safer than you are. And besides, if you want to protect him or repay him, there will be plenty of opportunities. Athena is pushing to finish that ship, and the journey ahead of you all is going to be a long one." After saying this, Hermes didn't bother with Hercules any longer and left. Chapter 118, I'll leave her in your care. Meanwhile, on the other side, well, Promise had already become somewhat accustomed to such transportation, so he did not act surprised or afraid. Instead, he slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in the underworld, specifically in the temple of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft. The magical artificial sun, as always, illuminated the temple. As soon as the boy opened his eyes and started to take in his surroundings, a cool voice reached his ears. "I have to say, kid, you've got some guts." Hecate's voice echoed in the temple, reaching Promise's ears. "I haven't seen you many times, but during that period, you took Persephone through the underworld, stirred up trouble with Hephaestus, and now you've even gone on a hunt for Hermes." Hearing the voice, the boy turned his head, and Hecate, who was sitting next to him, appeared in his emerald eyes. Her long black dress flowed like the night, her beautiful dark hair cascaded down her back, and her bright red eyes glowed with an otherworldly allure. Probably because Promise had already seen her face before, Hecate no longer bothered with her veil. Moreover, she was smiling, which was rarer evidently. She found the whole Hermes fiasco quite entertaining. Beside Hecate sat Medea, holding a staff and dressed in a purple magical gown. From the moment Promise appeared here, the girl had been extremely tense, avoiding eye contact and keeping her head down. With the help of Hecate that day, after witnessing the creation of 6 of Promise's paintings, Medea not only clearly understood what kind of person Promise was, but also found out that she couldn't forget him even if she wanted to. Coming back to his senses, and seeing Hecate and then glancing at Medea in front of him, Promise was about to greet them when he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down in confusion, he found the 3-headed dog, Cerberus, now reduced to the size of a regular dog, with all 3 heads staring up at him expectantly, almost as if the creature was about to bark. Promise had promised Cerberus honey cakes a while back, and the loyal dog had been waiting ever since. In fact, Cerberus had even bitten Hermes for this. "Oh, Cerberus, here's the honey cake I promised you." Realizing this, Promise quickly took out the honey cakes from the bag, and to avoid getting bitten he handed them out one by one to each of Cerberus's heads. The latter wagged its tail happily the entire time until Promise noticed there was one extra honey cake. Well, Cerberus had 3 heads and there were 4 cakes. Holding the last honey cake, Promise noticed that Cerberus had suddenly stopped everything it was doing. At this moment, his all 3 heads were staring intently at him. Looking at those eyes glowing with a green light, the boy couldn't help but roll his eyes at Athena in his heart. Even when she's not around, she still manages to cause trouble. As expected of Athena, Promise thought to himself, and then looked at Hecate, who was enjoying the spectacle. An idea popped into his head, and he smiled. "Goddess Hecate, would you like some honey cake?" As soon as he uttered such words, Cerberus's 3 heads stopped vying for the cake and turned to look at Promise, clearly shocked that he dared to offer their mistress a honey cake. Hecate blinked, and then in a flash, appeared in front of Promise, tapping the boy on the head with her staff, scolding, "You brat, what do you think you're doing? Trying to feed me like a dog?" "Ow!" Promise exclaimed, taking a death, rubbing his head, his eyes widening. "That hurt." "Of course. It hurts. I used magic to directly hit your soul." "What, did you think I'd be gentle with you like Hera or Athena?" "I'm not interested in being gentle with you," she scolded him, then nonchalantly took the honey cake from Promise's hand and bit into it before walking away. Didn't she just say she didn't want it? Promise was speechless as he watched Hecate, who seemed to have no care for her image as a goddess, walk off. He rubbed his head and then looked over at Cerberus, who was now happily munching on the honey cake off to the side. After a moment of thought, Promise turned back to Hecate and said, "Goddess Hecate, I have a trial that requires me to take Cerberus with me. Is that okay? Ask him yourself. If he agrees, just paint him a picture." Hearing this, Promise squatted down in front of Cerberus and asked, "Is that okay, Cerberus?" Cerberus looked at Promise for a moment, then placed one of the honey cakes on the ground and set a paw on it, giving Promise a knowing look as if to say, "You understand." "Deal." Promise understood instantly and patted his chest, assuring the 3-headed hellhound, "You'll have all the honey cakes you want." Cerberus barked happily in response. With Cerberus's agreement secured, Promise turned around to find Hecate standing next to her student. Seeing Medea staring silently at her incomplete, the goddess broke off a small piece of the honey cake and fed it to her. "Dear teacher, could you please try to maintain your dignity as a goddess?" Medea sighed, and the nervousness in her heart disappeared. "What are you talking about?" Hecate ate her honey cake and replied vaguely, "How could I not pay attention to my goddess image? I'm always dignified." Well. Medea chose not to respond anymore. Just then, Promise also walked over. "Long time no see, Medea," and greeted with a smile. Upon hearing his voice and realizing that Promise had come so close to her, Medea, who was stunned for a moment, suddenly stood up, even took 2 steps back, hugged her staff nervously, and was speechless for a while. Too nervous to speak. Seeing such extreme reaction, Promise was stunned for a moment, then looked at Hecate in confusion and said, "Goddess Hecate, did I do something to make Medea angry?" "No, no, she's just a bit shaken." Hecate looked at her stiff student with amusement and spoke to Promise. "Oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask you. Could you take my student to Aeaea Island? My other student, Circe, will take care of her there." Promise blinked at the mention of Circe and instinctively recalled the legends surrounding her, and as he did so, his expression couldn't help but turn a bit complicated. After all, the myths and legends surrounding this witch aren't exactly favorably. Visitors are often transformed into various animals, and she's known for her capricious and temperamental nature. Moreover, Promise, who had been transported by Hecate multiple times, understood very well that with the power this goddess possessed, Hecate only needed to cast a spell, and there was no need for his help. However, despite these thoughts, he readily agreed as he spoke, "Yes, no problem, Goddess Hecate." After all, Medea is my friend too. The reason was simple. Even if he didn't fully understand Hecate's intentions and didn't know what this goddess was thinking at all. Since getting to know her, this goddess had actually helped him several times, even though the look of disdain on her face had never completely disappeared. As Promise was thinking this, Hecate pushed Medea, who had a blissful expression after hearing the word friend, saying, "Hey, wake up, stop daydreaming, others are watching." "You, telling me to pay attention to my image? Do you have any right to say that?" Hearing this, Medea snapped out of it, blinking and looking at Hecate, then glancing at Promise, who was tilting his head in confusion. Suddenly flustered, she blushed and shouted, "Goddess Hecate! You, what are you saying in front of Promise?" "Sigh, why did I take in such a troublesome girl as my follower?" Hecate was very depressed. Medea was also very depressed, wondering how the goddess she worshipped could be like this. When she was quiet and sitting elegantly, she still exuded an air of mystery, grace, and beauty. "Anyway, I'll leave her in your care." Hecate turned her gaze back to Promise, and paused before continuing to speak. "Though she's a troublesome student, she's also one of only 2 I have. Promise, I don't want to see her get hurt, especially in that future." Hearing this, Promise paused for a moment, before looking at the rare serious and solemn side of Goddess Hecate and finally understood what was going on. So he smiled, nodding as he said, "Yes, I understand." "Don't worry, Goddess Hecate, I'll make sure of it. After all, I had already promised Jason before agreeing to you." "Then it's settled." Hecate, feeling relieved by his words, softened her gaze towards Promise, smiling lightly. "Yes, it's settled." As he looked at the smiling goddess, Promise couldn't help but think that she was surprisingly beautiful when she smiled, as he nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Medea looked at Promise, then at Hecate, feeling a bit confused. She felt as if, at that moment, she was being sold by her teacher. Comment 13. Vote to left. Chapter 119, Painting Cerberus. With Medea's matter settled, without the little witch herself noticing that her teacher had sold her to the young man in front of her, Promise decided to stay temporarily at the temple. Aside from preparing to paint a picture for the 3-headed hellhound Cerberus, he also intended to take this opportunity to prepare a gift for the goddess of fate, Clotho. He had always wanted to give something to this cute goddess as a thank you for her help. The gift he was making was a doll crafted from the wood of the golden apple tree, using the carving techniques taught to him by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship. As soon as he received the wood of the golden apple tree from his teacher Chiron, this was the idea that came to mind. Just thinking of the cute little goddess holding a doll made him feel it was the perfect gift. "So, Goddess Hecate, do you have the tools here? If not, I might have to make a trip back to the goddess teacher to get them." Inside the temple, when Hecate learned of Promise's intentions, she shook her head and said, "No, I'm not into carving." "But it's not a big deal. I'll inscribe a set of tools for you later. By the way, why don't you carve a servant for me while you're at it?" As she spoke, she glanced at the flowers and plants outside the temple and added, "Medea will be leaving, and I don't have time to care for them. If they die, she'll definitely nag at my statue. Even if she's gone, I won't nag at all," Medea loudly protested nearby. Her beautiful eyes looked a bit annoyed as she stared at Hecate, thinking how her teacher was so much better when she was quietly focused on her experiments, so a far cry from her current demeanor. "Carving a servant is no problem, but can a statue really take care of plants?" Promise asked Hecate with a hint of curiosity. Hearing his words, the latter blinked in surprise and said, "Wait. You didn't learn." She almost revealed what kind of divine skill Promise was unknowingly learning, but stopped halfway. Then her striking red eyes blinked at the boy before she sealed her lips shut. As a goddess who excels at avoiding trouble and evading responsibilities, Hecate knew it was smart to be cautious around this boy, who was intertwined with fate and gods, almost like a beehive. So, it was best to keep things simple and not say anything that might unintentionally get her more involved. "Well, you see, I am the goddess of magic. You carve a statue, and I'll enchant it to move around, easy as that." Promise nodded in understanding and said, "Oh, I see. It's similar to the dolls my goddess teacher creates." "Exactly," Hecate responded casually. Meanwhile, Medea glanced at her with suspicion. Being Hecate's student, she could sense that her goddess teacher was being a bit dismissive towards Promise, but she didn't know why. After all, he is so good, not to mention it was her teacher, who was sending her away with him. Well. After speaking, Hecate quickly made an excuse to leave, claiming she needed to prepare the tools. After she left, Promise just chatted briefly with Medea before preparing to start drawing the three-headed hound Cerberus. And hearing that he was about to paint, Medea also couldn't resist coming over. Seeing the girl's hopeful expression, her eyes sparkling as she slightly tilted her head, Promise didn't refuse. And it wasn't just Medea, who was so deeply interested in his painting, but even the ever-hungry Cerberus set down its treats to watch. The act of painting was no secret. Neither Hera nor the other gods had hidden anything from anyone, so the fact that Promise was planning to paint all 12 Olympian gods had already spread even to the underworld. What Promise didn't know was that his paintings had already become treasures among the gods. To be painted by him was seen as a significant recognition. Promise then prepared to retrieve his brush from the sky, but quickly remembered that he was in the underworld. Fortunately, Hecate returned at that moment. Realizing what the boy was about to do, she simply raised her staff and pointed to the sky. The next moment, a projection of the heavens appeared above the temple. At that moment, Promise once again clearly realized that this goddess was indeed not to be trifled with. After arriving outside the hall, he found a step to sit down on, secured the easel, and then as Cerberus knelt down in front of him, Promise skillfully took out a golden apple. He could no longer remember how many golden apples he had. He had carefully preserved them at first, but now he was afraid that he would not be able to eat them all even if he wanted to. And at the moment when he was about to paint, Medea clearly felt that the boy's temperament had changed. The three-headed hellhound Cerberus naturally had the most intuitive feeling, reacting instinctively. Its tail stiffened, and it rose, its three heads simultaneously growling at Promise. But being shot a cold glance by Hecate, coming back to its senses, Cerberus backed down, lowering its head in submission. Not paying attention to him, Hecate's red eyes watched Promise with growing interest. So, it's not about the brush giving him the ability to paint the gods, so it's that he inherently possesses the power to depict gods perfectly. The brush was merely made to facilitate that, Hecate muttered to herself. But Medea on the side did not hear it, because at this moment there was only Promise in her eyes. To her, at this moment, the young man looked as if he were a living painting himself. The magical sunlight illuminated him, his dark ponytail wrapped in a silver thread from the goddess, and his green eyes sparkled like stars. Time passed quickly. What surprised Promise was that the temple even had a day-night cycle. By the time he finished, the temple had darkened. Although there were no stars or moon above, the temple was softly lit by divine fire torches. Promise looked at the painting in front of him that he made. It depicted the grand gates of the underworld, with the towering three-headed hound, Cerberus standing guard like a massive mountain. Cerberus felt aggrieved at first. After all, when it comes to peeping into secrets, no matter if it is gods or monsters, they will definitely retaliate severely if caught. However, as soon as he saw the finished product of the painting, Cerberus's grievances instantly disappeared as it perked up. Its three heads nodded in approval, and it even threw a proud look at Promise. "I'm glad you like it, Cerberus." Seeing his actions, the latter chuckled, feeling amused. But suddenly, he caught a faint scent and instinctively turned, only to find Medea's delicate face inches from his. No one knew when she had moved so close to him, but at this moment, the girl's purple eyes stared at him intently, with a hint of admiration and shock in them. "Promise, you're really amazing," Medea said softly, clearly impressed. Promise blinked and then smiled at her. "Thank you." Medea snapped back to reality at the sound of his voice. As she lifted her gaze, she found Promise's face inches from hers, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his breath. Stunned for a moment, the girl finally realized what was happening and quickly jumped to her feet in a panic, but she almost fell because she used too much force. Before she could fully steady herself, she heard the mischievous laughter of her teacher beside her. Hecate laughed quietly, covering her mouth, as she looked at the girl, then turned her attention to Promise. She gave him a playful tap on the head and said, "You're something else. Oh, by the way, do you need a veil? I can make one for you. It might come in handy if you ever run into ... Let's just say certain situations, maybe it'll be useful for you." "You were going to say, Zeus, weren't you?" Promise looked at the goddess in front of him, standing there with a smile. At this moment, a purple underworld butterfly rested on her shoulder, casting a faint glow. Her hair, black as night, flowed beautifully, and her red eyes were stunning. Thinking that this was one of the few pure goddesses in the ancient Greek era who had never been involved with any other gods, he nodded in understanding. "Yes. She's powerful, high-ranking, and so beautiful. No wonder she has been hiding in the underworld and always has to wear a veil when going out." Considering all this, Promise suddenly felt that this was a very good goddess. She's a good goddess, just like Daphne, the laurel tree nymph. I can get along well with her. After all, if I have trouble with Zeus in the future, maybe. Smack. Ouch! Promise gasped, clutching his head in pain, looking painfully at the goddess, who showed no mercy. "Why don't you learn from your mistakes? I keep wondering where you get the nerve." "Athena? Well, if it's from her, I really can't afford to offend her." "But really?" Hecate looked at the young man depressedly, rolled her eyes and said, "You always slander the gods in your heart. It's a miracle that you are still alive today. ... I wouldn't do it with other gods." "It's mainly because you just don't really feel like a goddess," to her words. Promise muttered under his breath. Cerberus, overhearing this, couldn't help but lift its head and shoot Promise a look that said, "You've got guts, kid." Hecate's mouth twitched, and she was about to attack again. I get it." Medea nodded and said to the young man with a look of sympathy, "Teach really is like that sometimes." "You too. Maybe I'm just too soft on you both." With those words, two quick smacks followed, and Medea, who was shocked, finally understood why Promise had reacted so dramatically earlier. It was a sharp hit, but hardly enough to count as even a minor wound. In the end, Hecate left in a huff while Promise stored away his painting. Looking at Medea rubbing her sore head, he thought for a while and then asked, "Medea, would you like a painting?" As he mentioned this, Promise suddenly remembered that he still hadn't completed the painting he promised Atalanta. He had intended to finish it after returning to the cave at Mount Pelion, but then they were interrupted by Goddess Artemis's oracle halfway, sending the huntress away, and he had not received any news after that, having no idea what had happened since. When Medea heard his words, her face lit up with joy and she was about to agree, but suddenly her mind fell into a thought. Promise had mentioned the golden fleece to her during their first meeting. After thinking for a moment, she carefully responded, "Could we maybe hold off on the painting for a bit?" Promise was taken aback for a moment, and then glanced at the girl in front of him, and immediately guessed what was on her mind. After all, at this point, she still wasn't the treacherous witch of the future. Her face couldn't hide her thoughts. "So, He chuckled and naturally agreed. "Goddess Hecate, can I paint a picture of you?" he suddenly asked loudly, standing up and calling out to Hecate, who was walking away. Hearing this, the latter quickened her pace, responding, "No way. I'm not letting you trap me into helping you like that." Chapter 120, The Doll for the Fate Goddess. Clotho. Time flew by, and 3 days later a broken bar in a private room, Promise completed the wooden figurine of the Goddess of Fate, Clotho. Meanwhile, in the back hall, Hecate, who was playing with her familiar underworld butterflies out of boredom, looked at the boy, who came over. Looking at the finished product handed to her, she gave him a sidelong glance. "I thought the gift you were making for the Goddess of Fate would be a statue of yourself. Why would Goddess Clotho like a statue of me? And look how cute this one is." Promise proudly held up the figurine. He had intricately carved Clotho down to every last detail, even including the crystal ball she always held. "Goddess Hecate, could you please do me a favor?" he asked. Hearing this, Hecate didn't need to ask what he wanted to do. She reached out, took the figurine, tapped it lightly, and in an instant, the wooden carving was imbued with color, turning lifelike as if it were a miniature version of Clotho herself, ready to come to life at any moment. Promise stared at the doll in front of him, in awe, then looked at Goddess in surprise. "Goddess Hecate, you're amazing." Just a simple touch and it feels like she's alive. However, Hecate turned away, not answering. "Alive, indeed. Even though you haven't mastered the technique completely yet, you're using Hera's golden apple tree to make a statue. How could it not come to life?" To be honest, Hecate hadn't colored the figurine at all. She had just lifted the enchantment that masked its presence, allowing the goddess to sense it. This temple of hers was protected by magic, preventing any other deity from detecting her presence. So, by lifting the restrictions on the figurine and subtly notifying the goddess, Hecate had, in essence, awakened the doll. Then, just as the goddess was thinking about whether she should explain this to Promise or let the Goddess of Fate herself reveal it, she suddenly noticed what he was doing. "What are you doing?" Hecate's red eyes looked speechlessly at the young man who was playing with the puppet in front of her. The boy didn't answer. In fact, he was curiously poking the doll's cute face, marveling as he did so. "This is incredible, Goddess Hecate. The texture of the skin is so realistic, soft and lifelike." "You're really the best, Goddess Hecate." Promise played more enthusiastically while praising Hecate. He held the doll in his hands, touching it here and pinching it there, completely unaware of Hecate's increasingly strange gaze beside him. At that very moment, in the ancient Temple of Fate, Clotho's older sister, Lachesis, was looking at her sister with concern, because she found that Clotho was trembling all over and even her fists were clenched. A broken bar so strange. Hecate remained silent, her eyes twinkling with amusement. After all, Clotho herself wasn't saying anything, or what else could she say? Especially since this was all too entertaining. Until later, when Promise's behavior became even more outrageous, as he lifted the doll, preparing to sneak a peek underneath. Hecate finally had enough as she smacked the boy on the head. "What do you think you're doing, manhandling a goddess like that?" Promise finally came back to his senses, smiled awkwardly at Hecate, and looked puzzledly at the puppet in front of him, whose expression did not change at all. But he could have sworn he saw her shake her fist for a moment, and despite being a figurine, the boy felt that it seemed a broken bar angry. "No matter how I look at it, Goddess Clotho is indeed very cute. But why do I always feel like something is missing?" Then he stared at the doll seriously for a while and suddenly muttered so. And as he spoke words, Hecate glanced at the doll only to find that her anger had completely dissipated in a moment. "She's so easy to please, I'm not the same as her." Hecate pouted. "Goddess Hecate, could you take me to the Temple of Fate?" Promise asked, turning his attention back to her. "I want to deliver this gift to her right away." "Do you think I'm omnipotent or something?" Hecate wanted to roll her eyes at him, but seeing Clotho's reaction and knowing that she was listening to everything, she merely nodded. So, she pretended to cast a spell, telling Promise to close his eyes, while in reality, she was simply adjusting the threads of fate to guide him to the temple. as she had done many times before in the grand temple woven from the threads of destiny itself. As soon as Promise arrived and opened his eyes a broken bar, he was met with Clotho, who had been kneeling beside him, waiting impatiently for a while to deliver a sharp whack to his head with her crystal ball. Overcome with embarrassment and anger, the goddess put more strength into it this time, causing the boy to faint immediately. After a while, in the Temple of Fate, Promise woke up from the lap of his sickly second sister, Lachesis. At the same time, nearby, the petite goddess Clotho, dressed in the classic white robes of ancient Athens with a few strands of white hair falling out, had her back turned to the boy. She held her crystal ball tightly, looking like she did not want to speak to him. "What did you do?" Lachesis asked with a soft cough, glancing at Clotho and then at Promise, who had just sat up with a confused expression, feeling genuinely curious. After all, the last time they had conspired for a long time to hold Promise down, but Clotho hadn't been able to bring herself to hit him hard. "I really don't know," Promise responded, still bewildered. He then looked toward Clotho. "A mere broken bar, goddess Clotho." However, Clotho turned her head away even more, showing she had no intention of talking to Promise or even pay attention to him, as Promise found himself at a loss for what to do. "Broken bar, what's this?" Lachesis asked, picking up a small Clotho doll that had fallen to the side. "That's a gift I prepared for goddess Clotho," the boy explained, pausing before adding, "and it's carved from the wood of the golden apple tree." At this point, Promise couldn't help but glance back at Clotho, hoping she'd be happy. A broken bar, although he still didn't understand why she had suddenly become upset. But was Clotho being angry really that unusual? Now that he thought about it, whenever they met, she was usually pouting or angry, so Promise had gotten used to it by now. Anyway, she was cute no matter what. However, because his attention was fixed on Clotho, Promise failed to notice the peculiar expression on Lachesis's face beside him. Lachesis glanced at Clotho and the doll in her hand, then stretched out a finger and gently scratched the tiny foot of the doll. Then, she immediately saw Clotho trembling all over and turning around angrily. Finally realizing what was going on, she almost couldn't hold back her laugh. If she hadn't seen her bashful sister raising her crystal ball, ready to throw it at any moment, she would have laughed out loud. Barely restraining herself, recalling Clotho's strange behavior earlier, Lachesis cast a sidelong glance at Promise and briefly considered whether she should give him a good kick. "By the way, if this gift is for my sister, why don't you carve yourself and give it to my sister?" Lachesis asked, her tone half joking. Promise looked at her in confusion, puzzled as to why she would ask the same question as Hecate. "Because goddess Clotho is so cute, and a broken bar, I don't know why, but I just felt this was the best gift I could give her," Promise answered sincerely. That flash of inspiration he had that day told him this was the right choice. "Cute?" Lachesis looked at the doll in her hand and immediately nodded in understanding. But she still thought the best gift would have been a statue of himself. As she was lost in these thoughts, "A broken bar, now that I think about it, I've always felt like something was missing," Promise murmured, taking the doll back from Lachesis and beginning to fiddle with it absent-mindedly. Lachesis watched as Clotho's expression shifted from one of annoyance to one of anger, then she suddenly turned around with a dark face and walked towards Promise with gritted teeth. Looking at her sister, Lachesis was so frightened that she quickly stood up and left the place to move to a safer distance, joining her elder sister, who had remained silent the whole time, to watch the scene unfold. "I bet Promise is definitely getting beaten up by our sister this time," Lachesis gleefully whispered to their eldest sister, Atropos. "That was pure overworked frustration talking." "I don't think so," Atropos responded emotionlessly. Hearing this, Lachesis was stunned, and looked at her in confusion. As she asked, "Why not?" "Because in the end, our sister simply can't bear to do it." "Our broken bar, she's not actually angry, just embarrassed," Atropos said calmly. Lachesis fell silent at those words and quietly moved a bit farther away from Atropos. It's one thing to notice, but it's entirely different to say it out loud. Meanwhile, Clotho, who had reached Promise and was biting her lip, was about to take action when, "Ah, I get it now," Promise suddenly exclaimed. Having said this, He pulled out his pure white feathered brush from his body and lightly touched the eyes of the small Clotho doll in his hand. Suddenly, sky blue eyes, as bright as the heavens, appeared on the doll. Then the doll subconsciously blinked on seeing a broken bar and Clotho froze. Lachesis and Atropos were equally stunned. Clotho saw Promis's broken bar, although she had always been able to see him. As the one who watches over the future, she had always observed the future version of Promise. But at this very moment, a curse that had long weighed upon her was lifted, and she could finally see the present. Without a doubt, this was the true gift Promise had given Clotho. The wood of the golden apple tree, brimming with the vitality needed to house a divine presence, and the brush from the sky, which granted her the gift of sight. They finally understood why Promise said this was the most fitting gift for Clotho, a broken bar. Even if he himself hadn't fully realized the deeper meaning behind it yet, he had still found the most perfect gift for her in the world. Comment 24. Vote to left. Chapter 121, Promise, are you still seeking a grand ending? Promise, are you still seeking that grand ending now? In the ancient temple of fate, woven together from the threads of destiny, as Promise offered his gift to the petite goddess Clotho to express his gratitude for everything that had happened so far, the latter suddenly posed this question. The question left him frozen in place, and even the other two goddesses of fate were surprised. Before Promise could even respond, Clotho gently tugged on his clothes, prompting him to lower himself to her level. She then reached out her small hand, placing it on Promise's face, softly stroking it as if to confirm what she saw and to imprint his features deep into her memory. Goddess Clotho, what do you mean by a broken bar? The boy let her explore and hesitated before speaking. However, before he could finish her words, Clotho gently cut him off. With her soft, tender voice, she repeated, I asked, are you still seeking a grand ending? Promise paused for a moment, reflecting on her words, before meeting the gaze of the white-eyed goddess of fate in front of him. Goddess Clotho, did you see something? Surprisingly, and to the shock of the other two goddesses as well, Clotho shook her head, this time telling the truth. No, I didn't. You didn't look? Hearing this, Promise asked a bit curiously. After all, this was Clotho, the goddess of fate who observes the future in Greek mythology. What's the point? Clotho asked back softly, her stroking hand now pinching his face gently. As she lightly pinched Promise's face, Clotho, with no change in her expression, said, anyway, no matter what future I see, as long as it involves you, you'll change it. And beside us a broken bar. She didn't finish her sentence, but the pinch on Promise's face grew a bit tighter. She definitely didn't want to see that moment come to pass. Promise fell silent once again, but this time, it didn't last long for him to respond as he finally answered, I think I still long for it. Upon hearing this, Clotho's two sisters' expressions shifted, bracing themselves for her reaction, expecting her to be upset. However, they were surprised to see her remain calm. Is that so? Clotho murmured softly as she pushed the doll Promise had given her back into his arms, saying, then, take her with you for now. Goddess Clotho, do you not like the gift? Promise asked, a bit puzzled. No, I do like it. Clotho shook her head. However, before the boy could ask further, she gently pushed him away, and once again, he felt that familiar sensation of weightlessness as he fell away from the ancient temple of fate. As for Clotho returning the doll to Promise, her sisters weren't too surprised. The reason was easy to discern. Promise had given her a gift that granted her new sight, but in truth, Clotho had long since gained an extra pair of eyes. These eyes were the bond between him and Clotho, a vow that allowed her, who peeked into the future, to witness the most beautiful futures. In a way, Promise had already become her eyes. Moreover, with that doll, Clotho could now accompany him wherever he went. Oh my, who would have thought that our dear little sister has her own hidden desires now, the second sister, Lachesis teased as she sidled up to Clotho with a playful smile. Clotho ignored her sister's teasing, while the eldest sister, Atropos, came over to ask in her emotionless voice, this ending. What exactly does it mean? He seeks a hero's ending, the latter replied softly, and it's part of his vow with the goddess Athena. The eldest sister's pupils widened a little when she heard that. After all, that was Athena, one of the only two goddesses of wisdom in the entire ancient Greek mythology. Moreover, she carried the power of Zeus, the king of gods, himself, making her one of the most unique and powerful deities among the gods. If Athena truly intended to do something, it would be very difficult, no, nearly impossible to stop her. Don't worry, Clotho. Given how much Hera dotes on the child, she will definitely protect him even if she has to plead with Zeus himself. Lachesis touched Clotho's head and comforted her. But Clotho looked up, a bit confused, and said, "I'm not worried, ... What?" Lachesis blinked in surprise. "And Hera won't be able to stop it," Clotho continued in her gentle tone, "because this is promise. No matter what future I glimpse, whether I agree or not, he can always change it. Even a faith that is supposedly unalterable won't be enough to hold him back. How could a single goddess stop him, even if that goddess is the revered Queen Hera?" "What is it, then, that you're concerned about, Clotho?" Lachesis asked, still puzzled. "I'm not worried, I'm simply confirming it," Clotho replied, cradling the crystal ball that held Promise's fate in her hands. "I'm confirming that ending and letting him know that I will always be watching." Lachesis, hearing this, still remained confused. However, Atropos spoke up again. "What you're saying is that even without the vow with the goddess of wisdom, Athena, Promise would still seek a grand finale of his own, right?" "Yes," Clotho confirmed. "And nothing can stop him, just as when he underwent that trial in the underworld. Even when blind and deaf, he still chose to press forward when all he needed to do was step back, and the gods would have intervened." Hearing her words, Lachesis finally began to grasp the situation. "Wait, Clotho, are you saying Promise has been seeking death this whole time? But why? Isn't it because of the vow with Athena? And we've never treated him badly, have we?" Her voice grew frantic. Even though she often resented him for the endless work he caused her, due to her bond with Clotho and her own interactions with Promise, Lachesis had long since come to accept him. "It's not about any external reason," Clotho explained calmly. "It's simply his dream." Lachesis was stunned into silence as she finally comprehended. "So, you've accepted this?" Clotho nodded without any hesitation. "Yes." "Why?" "But Promise is your promise," Lachesis exclaimed, shocked. The eldest sister glanced at Lachesis, curious about why she wasn't coughing or feeling dizzy today. After all, the eldest sister wasn't known for showing emotions. "Because I just confirmed it." Clotho's voice remained gentle and steady as she continued, "It's what he truly desires in his heart, and I don't want to do anything that would make him unhappy. Even if that wish is for a final curtain call in death. If that's what he wishes, then the goddess of fate will seize the thread of destiny for him." In the underworld, at Hecate's temple. "What, you didn't deliver the gift? And waiter, how did you come back without getting beaten?" Looking at the boy who had returned intact, and the doll still in his hand, Hecate was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion. "Goddess Clotho likes it very much, but she told me to hold on to it. But why should I be beaten?" Promise answered as he looked at Hecate in confusion. Hecate stayed silent, her red eyes focusing on the doll, especially its newly illuminated sky blue eyes. When she saw them, she understood what this gift truly was and the significance behind it. "It's really fun." Hecate, feeling emotional, waved her hands and said, "It's okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Oh, by the way, now that you have given away all the gifts, could you help me with that favor now?" She swiftly changed the subject, but Promise didn't dwell on it as his mind was still occupied by another thing. That was Goddess Clotho's question about his grand ending. So he answered casually, "Sure, that's no problem. But Goddess Hecate, could you wait a bit longer? I still need to complete another trial and meet the golden horned deer." "Oh, and Hecate, there's something I wanted to ask you." Before he could finish speaking, then hurry up and go. Hecate took out her staff and waved her hand to cast a spell. As the underworld butterflies enveloped him and the boy vanished, returning to the mortal world, Hecate raised her hand to wipe her brow and remove the non-existent sweat. "Phew. That was so close. I almost got dragged into some troublesome business. I'm not sure what it was, but avoiding it is always the safest bet." Just as Hecate congratulated herself on her quick thinking, a teacher, I thought I heard Promise's voice just now. Medea came running into the temple, glancing around in confusion as she asked Hecate. Nope, Hecate responded immediately, her expression firm. You must have been hearing things. Chapter 122, First Heroic Painting. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, as the underworld butterflies dispersed, Promise found himself standing in an ancient forest, feeling a bit exasperated. Then he quickly took out his painting and summoned Pegasus. As the winged horse emerged, Promise couldn't help but complain, "Brother horse, do you know that Hecate really is a tricky goddess? She's been avoiding me like I'm some sort of plague. Am I really that scary? I mean, who else would dare challenge the gods, crash the wedding of Hades, or hunt Hermes? Surely, that's not too intimidating, right?" Pegasus didn't reply. Instead, it fixated its gaze on the doll in Promise's hand. "Oh, do you want to talk about this?" Promise followed Pegasus's line of sight and looked at Clotho's doll in his palms as he spoke. This was supposed to be a gift for Goddess Clotho, but she didn't take it. "No, it's not that she didn't want it, she asked me to keep it first." As he spoke, Promise just tilted his head, clearly still puzzled. "Whatever, it's not that big deal anyway," he shrugged, placing the doll in Pegasus's saddlebag. "Brother horse, let's go find Lady Artemis, or, actually, if we could just find the golden horned deer, that'd be fine too." Promise grinned sheepishly. Pegasus glanced at Promise and then at the doll inside the backpack, noticing how Clotho had quietly peeked her tiny head out from the bag while the boy was not paying attention. "Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't see it and just eat grass honestly," Pegasus decided, pretending not to notice as it took to the skies, carrying Promise above the clouds. This time, Promise's luck was exceptional. It was as if he were truly blessed by the goddess of fate herself, because this time, instead of meeting Artemis, he encountered Atalanta. It turned out that Artemis had sent Atalanta away under the pretense of having her take care of the golden horned. And the location was none other than the sacred grounds of the hunt, Artemis's sanctuary. Before long, as dusk fell, Pegasus brought Promise to the sanctuary. And when he saw Atalanta and greeted the golden horned deer, the golden horned deer rubbed against Promise happily and agreed to be carved by the boy. As night fell, the crescent moon hung in the sky, and the stars reflected in the clear stream running through the sacred forest. By the stream's edge, Promise sat down and painted the silhouette of the golden horned deer on the canvas of the sky. Pegasus, Argus the hundred-eyed giant, Cerberus the hellhound, and now the golden horned hind. Gods, creatures. What's left is a hero. Looking at the completed painting before him, Promise muttered to himself and then turned his gaze toward Atalanta, who was chatting with the nymph attendants, who accompanied Goddess Artemis. Sensing his gaze, the huntress looked back at Promise as her emerald eyes met his. Seeing this, the nymph attendants, showing good sense, laughed softly and left the scene. "Is something wrong?" Atalanta asked as she walked towards the boy, brushing aside the strands of her green hair that had fallen over her shoulder. "I finished the painting." "But wasn't I supposed to paint one for you too?" Promise replied with a smile. Hearing that the painting was done, the golden horned hind stood up, let out a soft call, and then ran off to join Pegasus, who was grazing nearby. "You actually remembered?" Hearing his words, Atalanta shot Promise a sidelong glance. "I don't want to get hunted down again," the latter shrugged before raising his brush once more. Seeing this, Atalanta, who had always regarded this as a trivial matter, suddenly felt a nervous stiffness in her body as she looked at the boy's intent gaze as his green eyes focused on her with complete seriousness. "What should I do?" Atalanta asked, feeling a bit nervous and somewhat at a loss. "Do whatever you like," Promise answered nonchalantly. Hearing his not-so-serious words, just as Atalanta was about to ready her bow and shoot an arrow at him, "It doesn't matter, you look beautiful either way, so the painting won't turn out badly." After a brief moment of silence, Atalanta quietly put her hand down and decided to simply lean against a nearby tree. The moonlight bathed her in its glow, and the night breeze gently tousled her hair as Promise captured this serene moment on his canvas. Then, breaking the silence, Promise, "Are you still pursuing a deathly finale?" Atalanta asked. Promise's brush paused as he lifted his head, surprised at the question. He hadn't expected her to ask this, especially since it was the same question Goddess Clotho had posed earlier that day. Two people asked him the same thing within a single day. It's a bit strange. However, with Atalanta, Promise didn't feel the same as he did when facing a goddess. So he naturally asked, "Why are you asking this? Didn't you descend the mountain to become a hero?" Atalanta asked. She still vividly remembered the legend she heard from those bandits and figured she would probably never forget it in her lifetime. Now that this wish is nearly fulfilled, what's left is the final act, right? Among all the people Promise interacted with after descending the mountain, the one who spent the most time with him and understood him the best was undoubtedly Atalanta. Unlike Medea, who also saw the paintings and knew what he had been through and what he had faced in his journey to be a hero, Atalanta was featured in many of them. She not only saw the scenes but also participated in them. So if there was anyone who knew Promise best, it was undoubtedly her. She was also the only one who witnessed the boy's transformation over the past year. Hearing this, Promise finally understood why Goddess Clotho had suddenly asked him that question. However, he didn't respond immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted slightly toward his side, where his golden cheetah paid the servant class card. Promise had tested long ago, so he knew that only he could see it. Since the underworld incident, it hadn't surfaced again, and the reason was simple. Promise's level had only increased slightly. He had gone from an A-rank servant to an A rank. The rank up occurred after he defeated the Chimera and painted those 6 images. Indeed, despite everything that happened after the underworld event, recorded in full detail on the class card, Promise's rank had reached a standstill. The reason was straightforward: he had already reached a 5-star servant level. Even among the countless stars shining throughout history, Promise had undoubtedly secured his place, and not just any place, a particularly remarkable one. In this timeline, even without Hercules completing the 12 labors, participating in divine battles, aiding the Olympian gods in winning, and eventually becoming one of them, or facing the mighty Typhon, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of all Greek heroes. In this situation, quantity alone could no longer help. The key now lay in quality. Just as gods are classified as principal gods, divine kings, and lesser deities, servants also have different tiers, with the highest known rank being the Grand Servant. To progress further, ordinary legends were no longer sufficient, so what Promise needed was a truly grand epic, an event that, even among all legends, would be remarkably a tale that could influence an entire era or involve feats like slaying gods as a mortal. That was the journey for the Golden Fleece and the paintings of the Olympian gods. This was why Athena, the goddess of wisdom, had been rushing the construction of the Argo recently. Even though she might not know about the class card, she was more aware than anyone of what Promise needed. After all, Athena had made a vow to Promise. She would witness and guide him to become a Starino, the brightest star among all constellations. And at the peak of his brilliance, she would grant him the grandest curtain call, forever capturing him in that moment. Yes, Promise withdrew his gaze as the class card disappeared in front of him as he smiled, resuming painting, saying, "I'm still pursuing that final act." "Why?" Atalanta naturally asked. "You've already become a hero with such renown. Why do you still seek death? Given your current circumstances, even seeking to become a god from the gods you revere isn't out of reach, right?" This was a statement that could be considered sacrilege. Under normal circumstances, Atalanta would never utter such words and would think anyone who did was insane. But knowing everything about the boy, she had already entertained the thought that if Promise weren't so physically frail and had nothing to do with divine heritage, she would have already assumed he was a god, either Hera's or the goddess of the arts. "I have no desire to become a god, nor will I," Promise replied firmly. "Even so, you could still become a king, enjoying supreme power, endless wealth and glory," Atalanta persisted. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but chuckle and speak. "What's this? You can't bear the thought of me dying." Wait, let's talk about Thesa. No need to draw your bow." The golden horned deer took a bite of grass and nodded to the Pegasus beside him. Indeed, the grass was delicious. Promise pondered for a moment before saying, "Honestly, it's not about any grand reason. Wealth, power those things aren't quite stimulating enough for me. Stimulating? Atalanta looked at Promise, a bit puzzled. Atalanta, can you imagine yourself, one day, no longer hunting, returning to your homeland to become a graceful princess, eventually marrying some prince and living out your days peacefully? Impossible. The huntress declared decisively, I've devoted my whole life to the goddess Artemis. This faith will never waver, so I will never marry a man. Halfway through her sentence, Atalanta suddenly froze as an image flashed through her mind, causing her to stiffen in place. Pegasus glanced at her, then at the little Clotho doll poking its head out of his luggage. Girl, you're quite brave. Promise didn't mind and continued smiling, saying, yes, I'm the same way. I can't imagine that kind of future. At least not in this lifetime. After all, I have indeed climbed one peak after another, each one steeper and more treacherous than the last. Some were difficult to climb, some were nearly impossible to scale, covered in snow and threatening to avalanche at any moment, yet I still walked to the summit. And with every leap over those cliffs, I would think, the view from the other side is truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, Atalanta also understood. When she hunted extraordinary prey, she would also have the same sense of accomplishment. So I won't stop, especially since I have made so many promises to the goddesses. I haven't avenged everything in my little notebook, so I have to continue. And when all this is done, the young man smiled again, this time with a genuine warmth that lifted the corners of his lips. Then, perhaps I would have earned the right to paint the most beautiful picture for myself. So, do you think that picture for me would be one of enjoying riches and luxury, or a scene of me leaping high above a cliff's edge? As Promise finished these words, he also completed his painting. The moonlight shone down on the moon goddess Artemis's sacred grove, illuminating the scene. The beautiful huntress leaned against a tree, clasping her arms in front of her chest, gazing up at the crescent moon in the sky, her emerald green attire and flowing hair fluttering gently in the night breeze. This was Promise's first heroic painting, and it depicted Atalanta, the beautiful huntress. Comment 17. Vote to left. Chapter 123, Fisherman and the Nymph. Several days later, Pegasus soared through the sky, with the endless sea stretching below. Promise was keeping his agreement with Hecate, the goddess of crossroads, and was taking Medea along as they rode on Pegasus toward the island of Aea, home to Circe, the demigoddess of the moon and love. The journey was smooth until they reached a narrow strait. As night began to fall, Pegasus paused mid-flight, bringing the two down to rest by the strait. Just as Promise lit a fire and the flames started illuminating the darkness, a splash of seawater extinguished it. Then, under the moonlight tonight, a beautiful goddess walked out of the sea. She wore a blue gown that matched her wavy blue hair, which fell gracefully down her back, and her eyes shone with the deep blue of the ocean. Children, you cannot stay here. The fire will awaken Scylla, the sea monster who slumbers nearby. If she wakes, she will devour anyone who enters this place. The goddess spoke with a gentle, soothing voice, but her words faltered when her blue eyes caught sight of Promise's reflection. She blinked in surprise, then smiled softly while bowing gracefully. But it seems my worries were unnecessary. Child of Queen Hera and student of the Centaur sage, Promise, it is an honor to meet you. I am Thetis, daughter of Nereus, the old man of the sea. Nereus, the god of the sea, was the first god to emerge from the sea in Greek mythology, a son of the earth and sea. Before the current god of the sea, Poseidon took his place, Nereus was the ruler of the ocean. And as for the goddess standing before them, she was none other than Thetis, the mother of Achilles. Yes, this was Thetis, the wise and beautiful sea goddess known across Greek mythology for her beauty and virtue. Looking at her, Promise's first impression was one of overwhelming gentleness. In this way, she resembled Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, though Demeter's gentleness was rooted in maternal love, while Thetis's was an inherent, ocean-like grace that seemed to embrace everything. Hello, beautiful goddess Thetis. May I ask, do you know who I am? Promise asked, snapping out of his brief daze, curiosity lacing his voice. At that moment, he did not immediately recognize her. After all, he had been in Greece for several years now, And while Thetis was important in the Greek mythology, she did not stand on the same level as the Olympian gods. But had he met someone like Peleus or encountered Zeus, Promise would have remembered her. In ancient Greek mythology, the king of gods, Zeus was haunted by a curse from the previous king of the gods, who prophesied that Zeus's children would be stronger than him and eventually overthrow his rule. And Thetis was destined to bear a child stronger than its father. This was also the reason why Thetis, who was so noble and beautiful that she was pursued by the gods such as Zeus, Poseidon and Apollo, eventually ended up marrying a human, and because of this reason, the king of gods Zeus issued a death order, forbidding any god to touch the goddess Thetis. Oh, and by the way, the famous event involving the golden apple, the fight for the most beautiful goddess between Queen Hera, goddess of wisdom, Athena, and goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, happened at her wedding. I think any god would recognize you. In response to his curious inquiry, Thetis smiled gently and replied. As she spoke, she glanced again at the marks on Promise's body. The aura of Queen Hera, goddess of wisdom Athena, moon goddess Artemis, and goddess of light Apollo was unmistakably. Anyone would recognize such a collection of divine influences. Besides, expect you, what other hero would appear as delicate as a blooming flower like this? Child, did you come here to defeat the sea monster Scylla? Thetis naturally assumed that Promise, being a famous hero, was here for that purpose since Scylla was known as a fearsome monster. No, that's not the case. However, the boy shook his head and looked towards Medea. Understanding his cue, Medea stepped forward and said, "Greetings, noble sea goddess Thetis. I am Medea, a student of the goddess Hecate." Promise then explained that he was escorting Medea to Aeaea to meet the witch Circe. Upon hearing this, Thetis blinked her ocean blue eyes, a trace of surprise briefly flashing within them. After thinking for a moment, she asked softly, "Dear girl Medea, could you tell me what your relationship is with the demigoddess of the moon and love, Circe?" "She is my senior, and also my aunt, beautiful goddess," Medea answered without any hesitation. Just as Promise had sensed, the gentle demeanor of Thetis would naturally put anyone at ease, allowing them to lower their guard in her presence. "I see." Thetis lowered her head and remained silent for a while before looking up with a soft smile. "Two lovely children. Would you be willing to listen to a story I'd like to share?" As she spoke, the nearby seawater gathered into a lyre, which appeared in Thetis's hands. She lifted the instrument, gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and began to walk gracefully along the moonlit shore. As she played, she narrated a story for Promise and Medea. The tale was about the sea monster Scylla. In Greek mythology, Scylla was infamous, known as a source of terror in the depths of the sea, bringing death to all who ventured near. But the story Thetis told was not about the fearsome nature of this monster, it was about a forgotten past. Thetis spoke of a friend of hers, a beautiful water nymph. This kind-hearted nymph once saved a fisherman who had fallen into the water. When the fisherman awoke, he immediately fell in love with her. However, the lovely nymph did not return his affection and rejected his love. So in order to win the love of the water nymph, the fisherman finally found the witch, Circe, the demigoddess of the moon and love, for help. The fisherman was quite handsome, so Circe decided to assist him. The fisherman received multiple opportunities to meet the nymph thanks to Circe. Over days and days of spending time together, the water nymph finally started to fall for the fisherman bit by bit. But just as the nymph started falling in love with him, the witch, Circe herself, fell in love with the fisherman during those same interactions. And before the fisherman could confess his love to the water nymph, Circe confessed her love to him first. But such a typical act of a defeated lover naturally failed to win the fisherman's affection, so out of jealousy and anger, the witch Circe cursed the kind-hearted water nymph. She cursed the water nymph into a terrifying monster, growing as tall as a small mountain, with tentacles sprouting from below, while her upper body turned hideous. Moreover, the witch Circe told the water nymph how to lift the curse, and it was very simple. All she needed was a kiss of love from the one she loved. It really was that simple. So the water nymph, full of hope, came before the fisherman, explained everything to him, and hoped to receive his love. The fisherman agreed and asked her to wait for half a day, promising he would return. The water nymph did as she was told, but half a day broken bar no, a week passed, and the water nymph finally understood that she had been deceived. Seeing how ugly she had become, the fisherman became frightened and terrified. His original affection turned into panic, so he chose to flee. From then on, the seas were haunted by a man-eating monster that was the sea demon Scylla. When Thetis finished her playing and told the story, even Promise was stunned, let alone the Pegasus beside him, who even forgot to keep grazing. A broken bar. What a melodramatic story. Promise was filled with emotion in his heart, and then he turned his head to look at Medea beside him. But he was surprised to find that she was actually crying at the moment and seemed to be quite furious. It's too despicable. My aunt is really too despicable. I've decided, from today on, I won't call her by anything else. I'll just call her aunt. And that fisherman, beautiful goddess Thetis, please tell me his name. I want to punish him. I want to turn him into a pig and make him live as one forever," Medea said fiercely. At this moment, she was nothing like her usual obedient and cute self. This made Promise, who was watching in disbelief, start to doubt whether the sweet demeanor she usually displayed in front of him was just an act. Thetis smiled gently, approaching Medea and softly stroking her hair, calming her restless heart. "Don't worry, child, that human naturally received the punishment he deserved. But a broken bar, a heart that has been thoroughly broken, cannot be easily mended." As she said this, Thetis raised her head and gazed into the distance with a somewhat sad expression. Betrayed and cursed by the witch, she truly fell into becoming a monster. By the time I learned of it and rushed over, everything was already too late. Just as she said these words, the excited Medea still wanted to say something, but the strait suddenly began to shake violently. The once calm sea now bore a massive whirlpool, and out of that whirlpool emerged a terrifying creature. Its lower body was like that of an octopus, with massive tentacles, while the upper body was in the form of a woman, though her face was twisted and monstrous, her head covered in snarling, dog-like hair. Circe, a broken bar living in the deep sea. She had emerged because she heard that name. Circe. The strait trembled with the rage, and the thrashing tentacles churned and agitated the waters around her. Circe, Circe. Chapter 124, Trial. Once again, upon seeing her appearance and terrifying form, Medea was so startled that she instinctively clung to the gentle goddess before her, and Thetis accepted her with a smile. She then raised her head and looked at her former friend in front of her, and her eyes were filled with sadness again. And Promise, who was standing on the side, looked at this sea demon Scylla. Suddenly, I kind of don't blame the fisherman, even though he was really scummy. Right, brother horse? The latter glanced at Promise and turned away, refusing to answer. Although it was mentally giving a thumbs up in his heart, with so many gods watching, it wouldn't dare to speak the truth. Brother Horse knows better than Promise what it means to suffer from saying the wrong thing. Scylla, don't do this. Thetis looked sadly at her enraged and irrational state and said, Circe is not here, and the human who betrayed you has already been punished. I've imprisoned him forever in the sea, so please stop. However, her words didn't awaken Scylla's reason. Instead, they made Scylla, who glanced at her, even more furious. She even attacked Thetis directly, because Thetis was so beautiful, and at that moment, she herself was so hideous. The water controlled by Thetis blocked Scylla's attack. Just as she was about to use Promise's Pegasus to take them away, a melodious flute suddenly started to play. Thetis turned her head and saw Promise holding a shepherd's flute, playing the melody. That flute was a gift from Hermes to Promise regarding the matter with Io. It was a divine artifact capable of lulling even the 100 eyes of Argus to sleep. Soon, Medea, whose eyelids were drooping, fell asleep peacefully in Thetis's arms. The furious sea demon Scylla also gradually calmed down and eventually lay down by the strait and fell asleep. Only then did Promise stop playing the flute and look at the sea goddess Thetis, who gently laid Medea under a nearby tree and walked toward him. Seeing that she hadn't been affected at all, he immediately understood that this goddess was indeed powerful. She could have easily dealt with the monster, but she just didn't want to do that. A broken bar, beautiful goddess, being overly gentle isn't always a good thing. Before Thetis could say anything as she walked towards him, Promise spoke these words to her. Seeing her slightly stunned by his words, he turned his head to look at the sea demon Scylla sleeping by the strait and said, "If she were once my friend, facing her in her current state, I think I would have drawn my sword without hesitation." Although Promise had saved his friend Actaeon when he turned into a giant stag, but that was because Actaeon hadn't lost his sanity and hadn't killed anyone. But the sea demon in front of him was different. Scylla had devoured countless people so far and had long lost her reason, completely turning into a monster. In this situation, Thetis's gentle protection, in Promise's eyes, was more of a harm. She clearly had the power to end Scylla's suffering, yet she let her continue to endure this torment. Hearing his words, Thetis fell silent. She understood what Promise was implying. As a wise goddess among all the sea goddesses, Thetis knew in her heart that Promise's words were true. Buta Broken Bar, "I'm sorry, child. I can't do it," she replied softly, looking at her friend who had turned into a monster with sad eyes. "I know she's in pain, and I want to free her too." Buta Broken Bar hearing this answer and seeing the goddess lower her head, Promise couldn't help but chuckle and say with some emotion, "Goddess Thetis, you truly are a very gentle goddess. In that case, may I ask if you would be willing to entrust this matter to me? I believe this should be judged in a trial." "A trial?" Thetis looked at the young man in confusion. "Yes, a Broken Bar, and as it happens, it's part of an agreement I have with a certain goddess. Although I haven't reached the end of the road yet, I think she must have been waiting a long time." Hearing this, Thetis looked at the young, who was quietly looking at the mermaid Scylla, not knowing what she was thinking. After a brief silence, she smiled slightly. "Then, child, I leave it to you." "A Broken Bar, huh?" Such a straightforward agreement left Promise momentarily stunned, and he looked at the goddess in surprise. "I trust you, and I've heard many stories about you," Thetis replied softly. Promise's deeds had long been spread among the gods. And with those stories, along with this meeting, determining whether Promise was trustworthy was naturally not difficult for the wise sea goddess Thetis. Moreover, a Broken Bar, the one both abandoned and blessed by fate, "You shall create the most beautiful future," Thetis softly spoke, revealing the most crucial reason. Understanding this, Promise said nothing further and pulled out a painting. It was an old painting, depicting a sharp sword. This was the sword of judgment of the goddess of justice, Themis. This sword would protect Promise until he reached the end of his chosen hero's path. Using it, Promise then took out a pure white brush and drew the scales of judgment. And so, holding the scales of judgment, dressed in a white robe and golden crown, with her eyes covered by a blindfold symbolizing absolute fairness, the goddess of justice Themis emerged from the painting. "It's been a long time, Goddess Themis." Looking at the white-robed goddess holding the scales of judgment in front of him, even Promise couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A lot had indeed happened over the past year. "Not really," Themis responded in her cold voice, denying this. "Because I've been watching you all along, whether it was the matter with the moon goddess Artemis, or with Demeter and Hades, the god of the underworld, I had never been absent." Then, under the shocked gaze of the sea goddess Thetis, she reached up and removed the blindfold covering her eyes, revealing eyes as beautiful as the sky. At that moment, the goddess of justice once again opened her eyes for the boy before her, shedding the heavy robe representing absolute fairness, and for the first time in a long while, she showed Promise a flawless smile, a sight rarely seen by the other gods. Themis then stepped forward, handing the gently swaying scales in her hand to his left hand. When Promise lifted the scales, which had been trembling, they became stable. At the same time, the sword of judgment that had been protecting him throughout the past year appeared in his right hand. Promise held the scales in his left hand and the sword in his right hand as Themis stepped behind him and gently covered his bright emerald eyes with the blindfold she had removed. No words were needed. The moment she sensed his call and came here, Themis understood what he intended to do. Promise wanted to present a gift to the goddess of justice Themis. And that gift was, just as before, a judgment. To be honest, she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Hera, Athena, Themis, and Clotoa, these are the four goddesses intertwined with the threads of fate connected to Promise. The other three had more or less received gifts from Promise, leaving only Themis. This was because Themis's vow with promise involved giving him the sword when he first embarked on his journey, protecting him all the way until he found his own path and answers. Now, there was no doubt that the sword could be returned. Promise had already left his mark on this world. The 7 completed paintings and his status as a 5-star heroic spirit were the best proof. For this reason, Themis had long been eagerly awaiting this memento, awaiting the young man to come before her, return the sword, and be painted onto the canvas, fulfilling their initial agreement. However, their reunion had to take place in a pure white courtroom. Now that the promise was due, it was only fitting for it to conclude with a trial. Thus, the pure white courtroom appeared once again. Comment 24. Vote to left. Chapter 125, Fisherman, Nymph and the Witch. With his eyes covered by the blindfold, Promise, empowered by Themis, temporarily held the authority of the goddess of justice. The pure white courtroom enveloped everyone within. Promise stood at the highest point of the courtroom, while Themis, just as she had before, quietly stood behind him. Under the court, there was the water nymph holding her head with a confused look in her eyes. Under the power of the goddess of justice, she had woken up from her decadent madness, but she was only temporarily free. The phantom of the sea demon Scylla loomed behind her like an ominous presence. Next to the confused water nymph was Circe, who was rubbing her eyes in confusion. With pink hair and eyes as beautiful as a rainbow, she is a demigod in Greek mythology, overseeing the moon and love, while also being a witch of temptation and corruption. She is the student of the goddess of crossroads, Hecate, and the aunt of Medea. At this moment, she seemed to have just woken up and was still in her pajamas, drooling slightly from the corner of her mouth. One word is enough to describe her, the most famous loser in Greek mythology. Apart from the two of them, there was another person. That was the man whose body was covered with seaweed and whose hands were bound with chains. His name was Glaucus, and he was the fisherman who fell in love with the water nymph and was later loved by the witch Circe. After the sea goddess Thetis found out everything, she sought him out and punished him by permanently imprisoning the man on a stone pillar deep in the sea. Thus, the current appearance of Glaucus had nothing of the handsomeness that could once charm both the witch and the water nymph. Instead, he now looked like a prisoner who had finally seen the light of day. With this, the people on stage were all present, but the audience below was not yet complete. Since this was a trial, there must naturally be jurors and an audience as witnesses. This time, the audience was just as crowded as ever, but they were not living beings, they were the spirits of the dead. The power of the goddess of justice temporarily brought them out from the abyss of the underworld. They were the spirits who had lost their lives to the mouth of the sea monster Scylla. Besides them, there were also some spectators sitting among the relatives. The goddess of crossroads, Hecate, looked bewildered at the scene, with Medea sleeping sweetly on her lap, and the sea goddess Thetis, who was covering her mouth in shock. They were all people who should have been there, but there were a few people in the audience who shouldn't have been there. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, dressed in a pure white gown, looking immaculate, Hermes with a smile at the corner of his mouth, holding onto his feathered hat, Hera, the queen of heaven, and Demeter, who was sitting together with her daughter. Even the goddess of fate, Clotho, was here, sitting alone in a corner with her crystal ball, with a Pegasus lying beside her. Promise's lips twitched twice. Though his eyes were covered by white cloth, this actually made him see even more clearly. He didn't invite them, these guys just smelled the scent and came here on their own. Athena even waved cheerfully when she noticed the boy looking over, clearly delighted. If it weren't for Hera's intense glare from the side making her uncomfortable, she might have run directly to the trial seat to find Promise. In this way, everyone was finally gathered. In the brief silence, as everyone gradually returned to their senses, a round of inevitable commotion followed. Athena and the others were having fun watching from the sidelines while the undead began to communicate with each other, or perhaps they were screaming because they saw the phantom of the siren behind the water nymph. "Ah, I knew I shouldn't have come." Hecate, scanning the scene with her red eyes and quickly figured out everything and couldn't help but pinch Medea's face with a depressed expression, causing the girl to wail in pain. feeling like she was in the midst of a terrible nightmare. On the stage, Circe, the water nymph, widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Circe. Upon confirming it was indeed her, the water nymph gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. In response, "Ha, who are you?" Circe, who was yawning and obviously not awake yet, looked at the water nymph in front of her with a confused face. Then, noticing the shadow behind her, she frowned in disgust and said, "Wow, don't come over here, stay away from me, you're so ugly." Circe, hearing the water nymph's voice, Glaucus, who couldn't stand, with seawater dripping onto the stage, his hands shackled in chains, was equally excited. "Save me, Circe, save me," he cried out, even crawling towards Circe, frightening her so much that she retreated again and again. "Hey, hey, hey, wait a minute. Who are you? You're so filthy. Don't come any closer or I'll turn you into a pig." After saying this with a look of disgust on her face, Circe finally had time to observe the situation on the scene. Upon noticing the gathering of gods watching the show, her body visibly stiffened. Fortunately, she quickly spotted Hecate, who was turning her head away, clearly unwilling to pay attention to her. Goddess. "Isn't that my goddess?" "Goddess teacher, it's me, your lovely follower." "What's going on here, goddess teacher?" With a face full of excitement, Circe began to move toward Hecate, but at that moment, silence. Promise finally spoke, and though his voice was soft, within this pure white courtroom, it carried the power of law, instantly quieting the once noisy courtroom. The water nymph, the fisherman, and even Circe were rendered motionless, unable to move. Promise then began to explain the circumstances and the reasons why everyone, except for the gods, who are merely watching for amusement, was gathered in this pure white courtroom. Following the words of Promise, Circe, who had been dissatisfied earlier, was left stunned, and even the water nymph, who had been glaring furiously at Circe, was equally stunned. She tilted her head and looked in disbelief at the spectators sitting on the stage around her. They were all people who had died at her hands. The water nymph's heart was naturally shaken by this, and the shadow of the sea monster behind her began to tremble continuously. When everything was explained, Promise lifted the silence, and then, How is this possible?" Circe looked in disbelief at the man covered in seaweed beside her, shock evident in her voice. "You're actually Glaucus." This girl, who had been pleading for Glaucus' help moments ago, now lowered her head, unable to say a word, as Promise's words vividly reminded her of the past and that ultimate betrayal. Circe stared intently at Glaucus, the one she once loved. The latter kept his head down, unable to muster the courage to lift it again. As for the water nymph, she no longer looked at them but instead turned her gaze toward the audience. Because of the whole story stated by Promise, the spirit recalled everything, and realizing that they were dead, they kept cursing at the water nymph and venting their emotions. Amidst this noise situation, Medea woke up from Hecate's lap. Seeing her goddess teacher's helpless expression and the chaotic surroundings in front of her, she naturally found herself utterly confused. With this, the trial officially began. The case itself was not complicated, but because this was a gift for Themis, and Themis had also taken off the blindfold from her eyes, Promise had to accomplish one thing. The verdict must convince everyone present, and beyond that, the judgment must, as in the past, bring a smile to the face of the goddess of justice, Themis. Only then would it be worthy of being presented as a gift to the goddess Themis. "Glaucus, you are the root cause of everything." Promise spoke again. This time, he did not impose silence, but as soon as he began speaking, all sounds disappeared at once. Because by now, everyone clearly understood that he was the judge here. "You fell in love with the water nymph because she saved you from drowning, but you chose to betray her because of the curse of the witch Circe. Is that right?" The fisherman remained silent. When everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward him, he, now free and easy, responded with a bitter smile as he answered sincerely, "Yes, I betrayed her, even though I once loved her so deeply. I can never forget the scene, when I was drowning in the deep sea, she appeared by my side and saved me. At that moment, she was so beautiful that I couldn't breathe. I once believed that my love for her would never change until she turned into that monster and came in front of me. Even though I knew that just one kiss, A kiss from someone who still loved her would make her return to her original form. I still ran away because I knew that even if I kissed her, she would never return to the way she was. When she turned into a monster, the love that once existed was already gone. The fisherman's words naturally earned disdainful glances from many in the audience as they looked at him with contempt. After all, the water nymph was his savior, and it was he who persistently pursued her afterwards. But when the water nymph truly needed him, he was afraid and ran away. However, when they looked at the monstrous shadow behind the water nymph, many fell silent once again. It's easy to speak, but if one's lover became like that and they still had to love and kiss them, how many could really do it? Even if they once loved each other, that kind of monster. Chapter 126, Judgment and Painting. Circe, out of jealousy in your heart, you cursed the water nymph and turned her into a monster with your magic potion. So, how did you feel watching it all unfold? Promise then questioned the witch. Circe, how else could I feel? Of course, it was the satisfaction of revenge. Circe answered very straightforwardly. She didn't even think she had done anything wrong and answered in a matter-of-fact tone. Why should she get Glaucus's love? Besides, didn't she reject him at first? Why did she agree later? And it's not like I didn't give them a chance. Didn't they both say that they loved each other so much? Right? Then prove it to be. I didn't lie. If Glaucus truly loved her and had kissed her that day, she would have turned back. So, how is it my fault? Am I supposed to do nothing and just watch the person I love being lovey-dovey with someone else in front of me? No way. When Circe said this, Queen Hera in the audience couldn't help but nod in approval, giving her a thumbs up. Do you still love that fisherman now? Promise continued to ask. Would you still be willing to save him from the punishment of the sea goddess Thetis? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience curiously looked over. Circe instinctively glanced at Glaucus, then curled her lips disdainfully and said, "Of course, I'm not interested anymore." At first I was planning to wait for him to give up, thinking that once he gave up I would run over and make him fall in love with me again. But when I secretly saw how pathetic and ugly he looked while running away, I completely lost interest. In the family section, Medea clenched her fists angrily upon hearing Circe's words, expressing her dissatisfaction. Hecate beside her also couldn't help but cover her face, feeling too embarrassed to keep watching. At the same time, she glanced at Medea beside her and immediately made a decision in her heart. Originally Hecate was going to pass on the blame and give Medea to Circe for nurturing, but now she has changed her mind because she finally understood why Medea, who was so well behaved and sensible now, and at most a little bit mischievous, would become the treacherous witch she would be in the future. She used to think it was because of Jason, but now it's clear. Circe, you're the real culprit. And indeed, Medea was really influenced by Circe in this regard. Circe's love was like a forbidden sweet poison. It could make people degenerate and go crazy. I see. Promise nodded calmly without showing much emotion. Scylla, you are the complete victim in this situation. A single act of kindness brought such disaster upon you. You should have deserved the greatest sympathy, but do you hear them? The cries of those innocent souls who died at your hands. As his words fell, the beautiful water nymph turned her head and looked at the audience. With her movement, the shadow of the monster behind her also shifted its gaze, making the water nymph see nothing but fear and anger. Finally, her gaze rested on the sea goddess Thetis. Now that she had fully regained consciousness in this pure white court, she naturally remembered everything Thetis had done to her so far. When the two looked at each other, Thetis, who had already seen the decision in her eyes, was instantly filled with sadness. She understood the decision her friend had made. I hear them. The beautiful water nymph replied to Promise. I am willing to atone for my sins and offer my life, even if it means descending to the abyss of the underworld and enduring the torments of hell. I will not resist. Therefore, honorable judge, please pass your judgment. After she finished speaking, I feel the same way. The fisherman, who lowered his head and dared not look at the water nymph again, gave the same answer. So now, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Circe. Circe opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, looking at Promise, then at the goddess of justice, Themis, behind him, and then at the group of goddesses sitting nearby. Finally, Her gaze landed on her own goddess, Hecate. Hecate, who had been looking away and didn't want to deal with Circe, struggled internally for a while under Circe's gaze, but in the end, under everyone's eyes, she stood up slowly in front of everyone. "Promise, she is my student," Hecate said with a reluctant sigh, forcing herself to speak. "Could you hand her over to me?" "I promise, from now on, I'll strictly discipline her." To be honest, Promise was quite surprised at this time, and even Medea, standing next to Hecate, looked at her teacher in shock. Because Hecate had always given them the impression of being unreliable and the kind that tends to give up terribly. Therefore, they really did not expect that when something really went wrong, even under the watchful gazes of so many gods and goddesses such as Queen Hera and Goddess Athena, she would still stand up for her students. "And for that, I, Hecate, swear by my name as a goddess that if you ever need my help, no matter how difficult the task, I will assist you without hesitation." Hecate gritted her teeth and continued, "As for the souls who died in this event, I will seek out Hades, the god of the underworld, and ensure they are treated well." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became very quiet. To be honest, the offer was quite tempting for Promise, especially considering how Hecate had always shown him a cold face as her expression was constantly filled with disdain whenever they met. So he was actually tempted to create a huge mess and then call Hecate to help clean it up, just to watch her struggle. However, after a brief smile, Promise began the judgment for Circe. "Circe, in the future, you will meet someone you fall deeply in love with." He spoke calmly, "but you will never be able to gain his love. Moreover, when that person stands in front of you, you will be forced to help him with all your might, ensuring he returns to the one he loves." "Huh?" Circe's eyes widened in disbelief at this judgment. "And from today on, you are Scylla's servant, and you will serve her until she is willing to return the freedom to you." "What? Why?" Circe was furious and was just about to protest when, "Enough, be quiet." Even Hecate couldn't stand it anymore and swiftly cast a silencing spell on Circe, stopping her from speaking. This trial was obviously beyond Hecate's expectations. She originally thought that Promise would directly throw Circe to the Furies to be endlessly tormented. So, in fact, Hecate was relieved, although it wasn't endless torment. Reflecting on the judgment, many couldn't help but laugh at Circe's fate, given everything she had done up to this point. Among them was Medea. "Auntie deserved it," as the girl clapped her hands in delight. Seeing this, Hecate became even more alert. She absolutely couldn't let this girl interact with Circe. If both of her students ended up ruined, she would be too ashamed to come out of the underworld. "Scylla, you will remain in this hideous form." Promise tilted his head to look at the water nymph and said, "But from today onward, Circe will be your servant. You can command her as you please until you are willing to grant her freedom. Additionally, you must atone for the things you have done by saving those who are drowning or in distress." When the world recognizes that Scylla is not a sea monster but a sea nymph, you will be restored to your original form. The water nymph didn't respond to his words but instead turned her head, looking worriedly at the souls in the audience. "They have already received the corresponding judgment in the underworld. They are already dead souls, so the underworld is naturally their destination," Promise said, and at these words, Clotho, who was holding her crystal ball in the corner, couldn't help but lift her head slightly. "So you do know." But since they were involved in this matter, Promise continued, looking toward Persephone and said, "Goddess Persephone, could I trouble you to grant them 3 days of light? During those 3 days, they may return to their loved ones, accompany them, and bid their final farewells." When Promise made this judgment, he deliberately turned his head to glance over at Clotho and smiled at her. This decision, of course, delighted the spirits, leaving them with no objections whatsoever. "And as for you, Glaucus," Promise looked at the fisherman and said, "To be honest, you haven't done anything gravely wrong. You simply stopped loving her. But the issue lies in the fact that she was your savior, and when she needed you, not only did you fail to save her, but you also pushed her into the abyss. Thus, your judgment is that you will naturally endure same suffering as Scylla and will never be able to receive her forgiveness. Goddess Hecate, please give him a potion." Hecate nodded, indicating there was no problem. At this point, The scales that had been shaking in front of Promise since the beginning of the trial returned to stability, and Themis, who had been silent beside him, smiled again. The spirits told her they had been granted 3 days of light. The fisherman and the witch received their deserved punishments, and the pitiful yet hateful monster would atone for her mistakes while still holding on to a hopeful future. Thus, the trial came to an end. The gods laughed as they left. Athena, you stop right there. Hera, stop chasing her. Oh, more drama to watch. Hermes immediately rushed forward, only to be kicked away by Athena, who took advantage of the situation. Athena had regretted not joining the hunt against Hermes earlier, so she had been waiting for this chance. Teacher, why aren't you happy? Is it because of Auntie? Medea asked, confused, as she looked at her oath goddess teacher, Hecate, who wore a troubled expression. It's not because of her, it's because of myself, Hecate said with a face full of grief and frustration as she looked at Medea. I still can't get rid of you now, and I so owe that guy a favor because of what happened today. Oh my God, can someone come and save me? Hecate was in utter despair. Amidst the noise, the pure white courtroom faded away. Everyone returned to the shores of the strait. The tall and terrifying monster, Scylla, regained her consciousness. Medea, who had been sleeping under a tree, rubbed her eyes as she woke up. They all instinctively cast their gazes toward where Promise was, witnessing the moment when the goddess of justice, Themis, fulfilled her promise with him. Promise handed back the sword of judgment to Themis, the goddess of justice, and completed the painting they had agreed upon. It was a painting divided into 2 halves. One half depicted everything that had just happened at a lively courtroom. The gods were chasing one another, the spirits were cheering, the witch being judged was furious, the fisherman was sorrowful, while the hideous monster was smiling. Though it was a sacred and pure white courtroom, everyone in the painting appeared noisy, yet this chaos brought a smile to the viewer's face. The other half naturally depicted the initial judgment to Queen Hera, the sea goddess Aegina, and the cursed fallen kingdom welcomed the dawn that tore through the dark night. Later, after removing the white cloth covering Promise's eyes, Themis departed. When the sun had just begun to rise, Scylla also left. She no longer resisted her current appearance, but she was still worried that her appearance might frighten the delicate boy who stood like a flower. Thank you, Promise. At this point, after bidding a reassuring farewell to her friend, the gentle sea goddess Thetis approached Promise and sincerely expressed her gratitude to him. It's nothing. Besides, it's me, who should be thanking you instead, the young man said with a smile. After all, thanks to this event, I fulfilled my agreement with the goddess Themis. There's no need to say that. Thetis looked at the delicate young man in front of her with amusement. His eyes, as beautiful as the ocean, reflected her. The sun had only just risen, casting a bright horizon over the endless sea. The breeze gently blew through Promise's black hair, and the morning light illuminated him, making his emerald eyes resemble stars. Thetis found herself lost in thought for a moment before snapping back to reality. I don't know how I could ever repay you for this, so I will remember it in my heart and wait for the day I can return the favor. Also, Promise, may I ask you something? After coming back to her senses, the beautiful goddess spoke in an even softer voice. Is your fate intertwined with Queen Hera, the goddess of wisdom Athena, the goddess of justice Themis, and the goddess of fate Clotho? The sea goddess Thetis was a wise sage of the ocean. When Promise heard her sudden question, he looked at her, a bit puzzled. Thetis smiled slightly and continued in a gentle voice, I don't know if this will be of any use to you, but I think I should tell you everything. The fate thread of the goddess of wisdom Athena represents wisdom and life. You possess the wisdom to overcome any challenge, yet because of this fate thread, you will always walk a difficult path toward becoming a hero, facing various trials and hardships. The fate thread of the goddess of justice, Themis, represents fairness and kindness. In all the people and events you encounter, you always strive not to favor anyone, be it mortals or gods, as you endeavor to restore fairness for them. The fate thread of the goddess of fate, Clotho, represents abandonment and attachment. No fate can truly bind you. Though you are forsaken by fate and can never fully grasp your own destiny, It's this very attachment that allows you to create your own destiny. The faith thread of Queen Hera represents affection and marriage. Hera is the most revered goddess in this world. Her affection for you signifies that all other gods will also favor you. As for marriage, at this point, Thetis suddenly hesitated. Looking at the adorable youth before her, she thought for a moment but decided not to speak the rest of her thoughts. The marriage thread represents both beauty and chaos. It's beautiful because it's tied to Hera, the Queen of Heaven. No matter who it is, as long as Promise chooses, he can have a grand wedding with the other party and receive beautiful blessings. But because of Hera's involvement, the seemingly perfect marriage would be filled with chaos. If it's like Zeus, the king of gods, Promise might end up loving many people. But if it's the other way around, Promise would be loved by many. And that kind of love would undoubtedly turn his romantic life into a mess. Comment 17. Vote to left. Chapter 127, Goddess Thetis and Helen. Come to think of it, this ocean goddess named Thetis before him seems to be the mother of the legendary hero Achilles, whose heel was his weak spot. This realization came to Promise a bit late but still struck him when Thetis finished explaining the 4 fate threads. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that Hecate was acting suspiciously. To be precise, she was currently trying to kidnap Medea, attempting to sneak her away while Promise was not paying attention. Medea was tied up by the magic of the Age of Gods. Not only were her hands and feet bound, but her mouth was also gagged as she struggled constantly in Hecate's arms. Just as Promise was stunned by this sight, Hecate, sensing his gaze, instinctively turned her head, locking eyes with the boy. The two looked at each other and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. At the same time, Medea struggled even harder. She muffled cries for Promise to save her. So, what exactly are you doing, esteemed goddess Hecate? Promise asked with an odd expression. Thetis also turned her gaze toward Hecate and, upon seeing the situation in front of her, couldn't help but cover her mouth, stifling a laugh. Nothing much, Hecate responded awkwardly, averting her gaze. You guys carry on, I was just passing by. After saying this, ignoring Medea's struggles, Hecate, under the watchful eyes of Promise and Thetis, left the scene with a flutter of underworld butterflies. Aren't you going to stop her? Thetis asked, still smiling after Hecate's departure. Promise also found the situation amusing and replied, stop her for what? She's Medea's teacher. With Circe out of the picture, she has no choice but to take Medea back. The reason was clear, but Thetis wasn't referring to that. But I noticed that the child doesn't seem willing to follow her teacher. She appears more inclined to stay with you. Stay with me for what? Am I supposed to take her along on the Golden Fleece adventure? Promise was answering casually when he was suddenly stunned. Then he thought about it and found that this was actually not a bad idea at all. Because she had not met the witch Circe, although Medea knew a lot of magic at this time, her best skill was not attacking, but healing. And she was, after all, the Princess of Colchis, the final destination of the Golden Fleece journey. Well, it seems that we can indeed discuss this with the goddess Hecate. Seeing the boy mumbling to himself, Thetis couldn't help but shake her head, realizing he completely missed her original point. And at the same time, she confirmed that now was not the time to inform him about the marriage represented by Queen Hera. So, where will you be heading next, Promise? Thetis continued with a smile and asked the boy. I want to express my gratitude for what you did for my friend, and since my temple is not far from here, may I ask if you are willing to come to my place as a guest? I would receive you with the utmost hospitality. This was an invitation from the wise sea goddess Thetis, and with her beauty and gentleness, few would refuse. However, the young man shook his head without hesitation as he answered, no, goddess Thetis, I must continue searching for my friends. After all, we only have 3 months left before we set sail on our voyage. I see. Thetis felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this but quickly brightened up and said, then I'll look forward to that day. When you gather and sail under the watchful eyes of the gods, I'll be there too, to bid you farewell, protect your journey, and offer you my sincere blessings. Thank you, goddess Thetis, Promise said. No need. The latter shook her head. It's I who should be thanking you. After all, you saved my friend. However, she suddenly paused mid-sentence and gazed at the black-haired, emerald-eyed youth in front of her. Promise was undoubtedly one of the most brilliant heroes of this age, yet he was also so delicate. But it was precisely because of this that anyone who saw him couldn't help but wonder how much hardship he had endured and how many trials he had faced to reach this point. Promise, may I ask you something? Thetis asked. Though it might be a bit presumptuous, I feel like if I don't get this question answered I won't sleep well for a long time. Looking at the goddess who playfully held her chest and winked at him, Promise naturally replied, of course, beautiful goddess. But what is it you wish to ask? It still has something to do with my friend, Thetis said, and paused for a moment, looking at the young man in front of her, and then said, and though it's a bit mischievous. Promise, if you were the fisherman, when the one you loved turned into that sea monster, would you have been willing to kiss her? And would that kiss have saved her? What a troublesome question. Looking at the goddess who, despite her slight embarrassment, was curiously awaiting his answer, Promise did not give the response immediately. Instead, he rested his hand on his chin and thought for a while. To be honest, I don't know. After a moment, Promise looked up and gave his answer, because until the situation truly arises, it's all just talk. I imagine the fisherman truly loved the water nymph back then. He just lost his courage in the face of death. The fisherman ultimately ran away. When you think about it, the reason he fled was quite simple. It wasn't just because he stopped loving her, it was more out of fear. If he had mustered the courage to kiss the sea monster only to see that she didn't turn back into her original form, then he would have faced certain death. It's like the story of the white snake and Xuxian. Love is something that will not change all of a sudden, but when someone you love turns into a monster, fear and terror were the key factors that drove the fisherman to make that choice. Thetis, being the wise sage of the sea, quickly understood the meaning of his words, and because she did, she couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, then I already know your answer. Seeing the man in front of her slightly stunned and looking at her in confusion, she smiled and said, because judging by your character, you would never think of running away in a situation like that. Regardless of whether you still love the other person or not, your first thought when seeing her transformed into a monster would be figuring out how you could save her, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Promise thought about it again and then smiled. Yeah, if it were me, I guess that's what I would do. Later, under the gaze of the sea goddess Thetis, the Pegasus spread its flawless silver wings and carried the young man toward the blue skies over the ocean. The goddess looked at his departing figure and did not make any unnecessary attempts to keep him, because she had a feeling they would meet again, and the next time they met, it probably wouldn't be as peaceful as today. So, Lord Hermes, just past midday, after bidding farewell to Thetis and fulfilling his promise not long ago, Promise stopped at a small island and looked at Hermes, who stopped him with a smile on his face. His eyes showed clear annoyance as he asked, "Are you really this bored?" "Hey, kid." Hermes wasn't the least bit bothered by the annoyance in Promise's eyes. He stepped forward, draped an arm over the boy's shoulder and said, "There's no need to be like that. I'm just a messenger. Besides, when Athena showed up in front of you multiple times, you didn't seem to mind her. Goddess Athena gives me divine guidance and steers me toward the right path. But you, my dear Hermes," Promise said without hesitation, "all you've ever brought me is trouble." "Hey now, you're going too far." "Where's that sweet, obedient kid I met back in Calydon?" "Of course, you killed him with your own hands, dear Lord Hermes." Promise rolled his eyes in front of him and said, "And if you think life has gotten boring lately, I don't mind playing another round of that chase game with you." Hermes stiffened slightly and shot the young man a look of grudging respect. But he quickly shrugged it off and kept his arm around Promise's shoulder, saying, "Oh, come on, my dear Promise. Don't be so resistant. Do you know how many good things I've done for you since I became your messenger?" "What good things could you possibly do for me?" Promise was about to say something when Hermes continued, "All the gods want to talk to you, so they came to me. I took on the task, but you know there's an order to these things, right? Because I took on this responsibility, A lot of folks have toned it down. For instance, Artemis and Apollo won't suddenly pop up in front of you for no reason anymore. And then there's my great father. Oh, he's asked me several times to create an opportunity for him to meet you in person. Hearing this, Promise blinked and stared at Hermes, who was still grinning at him. Without missing a beat, he pulled out a golden apple from his body, then clearing his throat softly, he said with a warm smile, "Oh, esteemed, handsome, and generous Lord Hermes, you must be thirsty after running all this way. Here, this small golden apple is a humble gift to quench your thirst." Even Hermes was momentarily stunned by this act. Even the Pegasus standing by looked up in disbelief at Promise. "I am kind of thirsty." Hermes, half amused, accepted the apple from Promise only to toss it back to the young man. "Why does every meeting cost a golden apple?" Promise caught it and tucked it away smoothly, his expression calm and unaffected. "I'm really starting to like you more and more, kid." Hermes laughed heartily, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder although he didn't dare use much force. "And I just realized that, Lord Hermes, you're much more handsome than I initially thought," Promise replied with a grin. The Pegasus couldn't help but feel exasperated. And it suddenly dawned on it that Hermes and Promise might actually get along quite well. "And now, here's a message from Hestia," Hermes continued with a grin as he spoke, "and this matter involves one of your friends. I believe this young man's name is Theseus." Theseus? Upon hearing this, Promise couldn't help but blink. Apart from Heracles, the person he was closest to while studying under the centaur sage Chiron wasn't Jason, but Theseus. Because it was actually by a chance encounter with Theseus that he had the opportunity to meet Chiron and become his disciple. However, Promise recalled that back in Calydon, Meleager had said that Theseus had already gone to join Jason a long time ago. In fact, Theseus had even scolded Jason for taking him down the mountain without permission. As the boy was lost in these thoughts, Hermes continued. "From what I know, he did go to find Jason early on, but after learning about your situation and worrying for you, he's been searching for you across the world ever since." Hermes, seeing through Promise's thoughts, added, "But because not many people were interested in helping him, he kept narrowly missing you. And now, he's in trouble after kidnapping a woman, which angered Aphrodite, the goddess of love. She wanted to personally punish Theseus, but Hestia intervened and asked me to relay this to you, hoping you can take care of it." At this point, Hermes paused for a moment, and couldn't help but cast a look of understanding at Promise, as he said with a mischievous smile, "And let me tell you, Promise, that woman is extraordinarily beautiful, so much so that she could even rival the goddess of beauty herself." "Well, not exactly, since Aphrodite embodies desire. This woman, on the other hand, has a pure and innocent charm. She's the kind of woman that even I can't help but want to hold in my hands and love her well." As he said those words, Hermes expected Promise to be intrigued, but he never expected that the boy's expression would turn so odd. "If I'm not mistaken, Lord Hermes, the woman you're referring to, her name is Helen, right?" "Huh?" Hermes was taken aback. "You know her?" "You actually know her?" "How?" "I've heard about her from two other friends of mine. Yeah, they're Helen's siblings," Promise explained briefly. "Oh, the twins, right." Hermes quickly understood. "Since you already know, I'll leave the matter to you. Once you bring them together, the crew for the Golden Fleece expedition will be nearly complete." With that said, he patted Promise on the shoulder again, stretched out his hand to adjust his feathered cap, and said with a smile, "I'm really looking forward to that moment, Promise." The next second, Hermes vanished before Promise's eyes. Promise didn't react to his departure. Instead, he stood there with his head down deep in thought until the curious Pegasus came over to nudge him. "I'm fine, just thinking. Isn't all this a bit too coincidental?" Promise patted the Pegasus and said, "First it's the sea goddess Thetis, and now it's Helen." "Brother Pegasus, I can't help but feel like there's a big danger sign suddenly hanging over my head." "Hera's oath, that grand wedding." "Nonsense." The Pegasus let out a chirp in response as if saying, "With everything you've gone through, that danger sign has never really gone away, has it?" Chapter 128, Antuus. What does it mean to be the most beautiful woman in the world? I originally thought it would be a kind of beauty that takes your breath away, especially since, According to myth, her looks even surpass those of Aphrodite, the goddess of love. But now, to be honest, all I want to do is find Theseus, gather Heracles' Meleager, and the others to beat that idiot to the ground so hard that he can't get up for months. It was an afternoon on a peninsula near a temple made of skulls stacked by the dead. A man as brawny as Heracles stood. His name was Antaeus. In Greek mythology, this man was the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Gaia, the goddess of the earth. Because of his mother's love, as long as he remained in contact with the ground, he was invincible and could endlessly heal his injuries. This was a very dangerous being, for he would kill every traveler who passed through the peninsula, and take their heads as glorious trophies, to be used in building a magnificent temple dedicated to his great father, Poseidon. According to the Greek mythology, he was destined to die at the hands of Heracles. During their battle, Heracles discovered Antaeus's secret and lifted him off the ground before strangling him to death. This event occurred during Heracles' quest for the golden apples, but due to Athena and Hermes' interference, Heracles' original quest got sped up as completed his task early and missed this encounter. Now, 3 days after parting with Hermes, Promise had arrived here and met Antaeus. However, his words were naturally not addressed to Antaeus, and he was not coming to find Antaeus, but to find Helen, the most beautiful girl in the world. Seated on Antaeus's shoulder was a young woman. She was covered in dust from traveling, but even that couldn't conceal her beauty. Her golden hair flowed gracefully, and her water blue dress contrasted with her striking purple eyes, which carried an innate allure that could captivate any man's heart and soul with just a glance. These were, in fact, a pair of enchanted eyes, specially designed to make men submit to her. Yet despite this natural bewitchment, her overall aura radiated purity and innocence. The eyes that could enchant any man also held a clear and genuine sincerity. This was Helen, the woman whose existence alone sparked the decades-long Trojan War in Greek mythology. So, looking at her, even Promise, who had encountered countless goddesses and was somewhat used to beauty, had to admit that this girl in front of him was incredibly beautiful. Yet despite that, at this moment, there wasn't a ripple of emotion in his heart. Well, except for an overwhelming urge to beat Theseus to death. Because Helen was, in fact, just a young girl now, appearing to be no more than 11 or 12 years old. Damn it, Theseus, you really deserve to die. You can even get horny for such a little girl like this and kidnap her. Promise clenched his fists. The moment he laid his eyes on Helen, his impression of Theseus instantly plummeted to rock bottom. Who are you? While Promise was contemplating how to beat his once best friend to death, Antaeus looked at the young man in front of him, who seemed fragile enough to be blown away with a breath, and frowned his brow. However, he did not attack him immediately because he sensed the presence of many gods around Promise. At the same time, the other reason was that Promise looked so delicate and weak that he had no interest in fighting him. In his mind, someone like Promise was not even worthy of existing in the Temple of the Skull that he had built. My name is Promise, a student of the Centaur Sage and a follower of Queen Hera. Promise paused slightly before looking up at Helen and said, by the divine command of Goddess Hestia, I am now here to bring Helen back to her rightful home. You're saying you want to take her away? The moment Promise finished speaking, Antaeus, who had been calm for a while, immediately erupted in rage as his terrifying aura filled with the stench of blood pressed down on the young man. However, at this moment, please don't, Antaeus, a soft, anxious voice rang out. Helen, who was sitting on Antaeus's shoulder, gently calmed him down, saying, I know him. He's a friend of mine. To Promise's surprise, Helen's words genuinely pacified Antaeus, who had been on the verge of going berserk, making him calm down almost instantly. Promise tilted his head, watching the scene unfold in front of him and couldn't help but tilt his head. A beast and a lie? It seems this guy isn't as bad as the legends say. Promise couldn't help but think. He knew that the person in front of him was Antaeus because, on his way here, an unknown nymph had appeared and warned him not to approach this place. However, just as he was considering this. "Go away. I won't kill you because someone as weak as you isn't even worthy of being a sacrifice to my great father God." Antaeus looked at Promise in front of him with disdain and added, "As for Helen, she is my bride. When I offer the great sacrifice to my father God, it will be the time for me to marry her under the blessing of the gods." As soon as the boy heard this, he subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the temple in the distance, which was piled with human heads. The putrid smell, mixed with the salty tang of the sea, formed a stench so foul it made Promise feel suffocated. So he's still just a disgusting Lala-obsessed psycho. "Leave this place quickly." At that moment, Helen spoke again, her alluring purple eyes fixed on the young man in front of her, and said, "I appreciate you coming to find me, but I can't leave." Hearing those words, Promise understood a bit more and looked back at Helen. The moment their eyes met, the latter quickly lowered her head. Helen knew that her eyes could easily make others fall in love with her, yet she could not control this power. Troubled by this curse, she sought help from a goddess. However, she was right to seek help from a deity. Unfortunately she sought it from the wrong deity, Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, whom Helen worshipped. While the goddess of beauty and lust, Aphrodite, did respond to her prayers, instead of teaching Helen how to control her power, she intentionally made it even more potent. "It seems the Dioscuri have spoken to you about me, haven't they?" Promise asked with a thoughtful smile. Hearing his words, Helen hesitated for a moment before she nodded and replied softly, "Yes, my brother and sister often talk to me about you." "What do they say about me?" "They say you're a very good person, that you're always trustworthy no matter what situation arises. They also said you're so weak that even I could bully you." Helen didn't say the last part. Just as Helen was answering, she suddenly found that Antaeus' face beside her had become gloomy again, and it was obvious that he was very unhappy with her conversation with Promise. Seeing this, the girl, now flustered, was about to urge the youth to leave quickly. "They said that about me, did they? Well then, since that's the case, I have no choice but to take you home," Promise said, seemingly oblivious to Antaeus's anger, and directly promised Helen in front of him. He had already noticed that Helen wasn't here by choice. As for why she was here instead of being with Theseus, there were only a few possibilities. Either something happened to Theseus, or she escaped and was then captured by Antaeus, who, greedy for her beauty, brought her back here. Promise's assumption was mostly correct. Theseus was not in trouble. Well, not for now. He had simply gone to the underworld with a friend to find Persephone, the queen of the underworld. Helen, on the other hand, did escape, aided by a sympathetic maid who couldn't bear to see her in tears. Upon hearing Promise's words, Antaeus finally spoke as he glared menacingly at Promise. "I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill you. You might not be worthy of being an offering to my father, but now, no one can save you." "No." Hearing this, Helen's expression immediately changed. She desperately pleaded with Antaeus, crying, "Please don't do this, Antaeus. Don't kill him. He's a friend of my brother and sister. Let's just go back, and I promise I'll behave from now on." However, hearing her pleas, instead of reconsidering, Antaeus became even more determined to kill Promise, especially after seeing how protective Helen was of him. In his eyes, killing this guy would be as easy as crushing an ant. "Helen, watch closely. I want to show you how powerful I am. Witness with your own eyes." "Great Father, gentle Mother Earth, please witness this battle." Antaeus ignored Helen's pleas and gently set her down on a nearby rock, then began to approach Promise, ready to crush him with his bare hands. But before he could make his move, a sharp whinny echoed through the air. In the next instant, the majestic Pegasus charged in, striking Antaeus, who was unable to dodge with such speed that he was sent flying. 18 Vote to Left. Chapter 129, Declaring through a painting. Stripping away the senses, the Pegasus then landed in front of Promise, proudly neighing twice in a display of its strength. All right, I get it, you're amazing," Promise said with a chuckle, amused by the Pegasus's boastful attitude. Helen watched the scene in surprise, especially at the sight of the beautiful Pegasus, leaving her stunned for a while. But her surprise quickly turned to panic as she urgently warned Promise, her voice soft yet filled with worry. "No, it's useless. You need to leave here. He can't be defeated." As she finished speaking, Antaeus stood up, brushing off the impact from the Pegasus's attack. Looking at the Pegasus in front of him, instead of being angry, his eyes gleamed with delight and greed as he stared at the creature. "What a magnificent Pegasus! You actually possess such a treasure, but from today, it belongs to me. Only someone as strong as I am deserves it." The Pegasus ignored Antaeus and tilted its head to glance back at Promise. The latter nodded in response, and with a powerful stomp of its hooves, the Pegasus spread its wings and charged at Antaeus again. During this period, Promise came over to Helen. "I'm sorry, Helen," he said apologetically as he reached her. "I apologize on Theseus's behalf for his recklessness." "Don't worry, the next time I see him, I'll be sure to give him a good beating." Helen was slightly stunned, looking at the young man in front of her. But she didn't have time to think about that at the moment. Instead, she stood up and stretched out her hand to push the young man, wanting him to leave, saying, "No, that doesn't matter. Antaeus is impossible to defeat. You need to get away while you can." While they were talking, Pegasus had already fought with Antaeus for several rounds. Antaeus attempted to tame the Pegasus, but each time he tried, he was sent flying by another powerful strike. Yet no matter how many times he was knocked down to the ground, Antaeus could stand up quickly without any injury to his body. "It's like this again, just like before." Helen felt a wave of despair as she watched the scene in front of her. She had considered escaping from Antaeus before, but after spending days with him, she had abandoned that thought. She had seen many people killed by Antaeus, their skulls used to fill the foul-smelling temple. No matter how many people came, even entire armies, none could defeat Antaeus. He seemed to know no fatigue, and no matter what injuries he had, he could recover quickly. As long as he remained in contact with the ground, Antaeus was invincible. Promise knew this too, but as he watched Antaeus fall down and then rise again and again, he did not show any flustered expression at all. No way, he had even played a hunt with a god. This scene was still too boring. "Helen, let's paint a picture together." Promise looked at the little girl in front of him and said with a smile, "Actually, there is one thing I have wanted to try for a long time." Without waiting for Helen's reaction, he sat down on the rock she had been seated on earlier, took out his paintbrush, and began sketching Antaeus on the canvas before him. The moment Promise started painting, Antaeus noticed, but after giving him a quick glance, he dismissed him entirely. Looking at the beautiful creature in front of him, all Antaeus cared about now was taming it and claiming it as his own. Helen watched in disbelief as Promise calmly painted in the midst of such danger. She thought he must have lost his mind. But just as she was about to urge him to stop painting, the pure white brush in the boy's hand had already fallen, and Helen, who witnessed this moment, could no longer utter a word. She was drawn into the painting, and by the time she regained her senses, more than 10 minutes had passed and Promise had already captured Antaeus's likeness on the paper. At the same time, Pegasus, now weary from the repeated clashes, knocked Antaeus away once more before turning its head toward Promise and neighing twice. "Are you done yet?" "It's done," Promise said, looking at the finished painting in his hand. The painting depicted a desolate landscape, with a temple built from skulls on barren ground, blood staining the area around it. Standing next to the temple was Antaeus. Helen, who was also observing the painting, was both amazed and confused by Promise's actions. "He's really talented." No, this isn't the time to be thinking about that." As she was about to speak, Promise suddenly stretched out his palm and lightly tapped the barren ground in the painting. "Antaeus, you are no longer standing on the earth," he declared with a calm voice. The moment he spoke, the barren earth in the painting instantly vanished. At this moment, Antaeus, who had just stood up from the ground nonchalantly and was about to continue taming the Pegasus, suddenly felt that the power of Mother Earth, which had always protected him, disappeared. It just disappeared like that. He froze in shock, then looked down in panic, realizing that while he was still physically standing on the ground, he could no longer feel the strength of Mother Earth. It was as if he had been abandoned. At this time, Pegasus, who was fighting with him, naturally first noticed that something was wrong with Antaeus and clearly felt that the divine power in his body was rapidly dissipating. It glanced at Promise, but quickly returned its focus to Antaeus. After all, it was used to its master's oddities, so nothing really surprised it anymore. With a determined stomp, Pegasus charged at Antaeus again. This time, Antaeus let out a scream as he was thrown to the ground, unable to get back up. His bones shattered, and he coughed up blood. Just as Helen watched this scene in stunned silence, "Antaeus, your eyes can no longer see the world, your ears can no longer hear the sound, and your mouth can no longer speak," Promise calmly declared, then took out his white feather brush and gently touched the ears, eyes, and mouth of Antaeus in the painting, causing them to vanish from the picture. In reality, Antaeus also lost these three senses. Due to the sudden loss of hearing, vision and language ability, and the inability to feel the embrace of Mother Earth, Antaeus suddenly became extremely panicked and frightened. In his panic, he even began to cry out of sheer terror. Pegasus looked at this scene, then glanced at Promise, who had an expression of as expected, and couldn't help but secretly make up his mind again. "Next time you graze, be sure to stay far away from your master." And it would definitely avoid getting on Promise's bad side and ending up in that dreaded little notebook of his. This white feather paintbrush was a magical artifact made by Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, for Promise, and it was also one of her most perfect creations. Promise was quite clever. He had actually suspected its potential for some time, but since he had only ever painted friends and Alyssa like the hundred-eyed giant or Cerberus, he had never put it to this kind of use before. However, he had always wanted to test it out, and this Antaeus, who jumped in front of him, happened to be the perfect subject for his experiment. Otherwise, Promise wouldn't have let Pegasus play around with him for so long. Even if he did not ask the gods for help, it would have been more than enough for the three-headed dog of hell to come out and deal with this guy. About 10 minutes, right? Well. The stronger the person, the shorter and harder it is to control. Thema broken bar. Promise looked at the painting in front of him, and through the feedback it gave him, he sighed thoughtfully. "It seems I'm destined to be classified as a caster, even though I don't really practice magic." Finished with his thoughts, he turned to Pegasus and said, "All right, Brother Pegasus, go ahead and toss him into the sea." Antaeus was the son of Mother Earth and Poseidon, the sea god. They had just declared this battle would be fought under the watchful eyes of the gods, so Promise knew they were definitely observing. Pegasus nodded, then walked forward with a look of disgust and pushed Antaeus, who wanted to wail but couldn't make a sound, and pushed him little by little before finally throwing him into the sea. When everything was over, Promise reached out and patted the little girl, who hadn't reacted yet, on the head and said with a smile, "Let's go, Helen, I'll take you home now." Comment 20 Comment Vote to Left. Chapter 130, A Temple Made of Skulls. Promise didn't kill him after all, Hermes remarked with some disappointment as he watched Antaeus get tossed into the sea. "Do you think everyone is as foolish as you?" Athena retorted sharply. She had no patience for Hermes, who once conspired with her to steal the golden apples but now shamelessly served as Hera's lackey. "Artemis, calm down, calm down," Hestia said with a smile, pretending to hold back the enraged moon goddess. "Let go of me. How dare he bully little Promise? I'm going to shoot him dead." Artemis fumed, her eyes blazing with anger. "I feel like the one getting bullied here was actually Antaeus." Hades mumbled quietly to himself, though no one paid attention to the usually overlooked god. "Poseidon, you saw the whole process. Even though my child chose not to kill him, I don't want to see him appear on land again. Do you understand?" Hera commanded, her voice laced with authority as she addressed the sea god. "No problem." Poseidon said it didn't matter. His children were all over the world anyway, and because Promise did not kill Antaeus, Poseidon not only did not hate the boy because of this, but instead had some good feelings towards him. The gods witnessed the entire battle. But even long after the fight had ended, Helen was obviously unable to react and looked at Promise in a daze. Promise looked at the adorable young girl. While he wanted to ask her about Theseus and the Dioscuri right away, he knew this wasn't the right place for a conversation. Nearby, The foul stench from the temple made of human skulls hung heavily in the air. And with the departure of Antaeus, without his suppression, or more precisely, without the protection of the Mother Earth, the resentment, anger and fear gathered in the Temple of the Skulls began to get out of control little by little. It was as if something monstrous was being brewed inside. A tribute to Poseidon, Promise murmured. He then turned to the Pegasus that had returned to his side, noticing how it too was staring intently at the temple, its expression visibly tense. It had clearly sensed it too. So Promise once again took out the painting he had made earlier. In the image, the once proud Antaeus was now depicted sinking into the depths of the ocean. Above the Temple of Skulls in the painting, dark clouds had gathered, and a terrifying wraith, born of pure hatred, was starting to take shape, roaring as it manifested. Should I go ask the goddess teacher for an instruction manual? He once again deeply felt the extraordinary power of this magic weapon in his hand, and felt a little emotional in his heart. Purification, Promise muttered as he lightly tapped the white feather brush against the painting, trying to cleanse the dark energy within. The wraith's shadow in the painting flickered momentarily but quickly re-solidified. As if sensing the threat, crimson clouds began to gather over the temple, and fierce winds started howling across the peninsula, carrying with them the resentment of countless souls who had met tragic ends. The intense negative emotions converged above the temple, forming a colossal skeletal monster that turned its gaze directly toward Promise and Helen. Helen, terrified by the sight, instinctively clung closer to Promise. Nay, Pegasus called out to Promise, asking if they should leave, since this wasn't really their problem to handle. Promise thought for a moment but ultimately shook his head. He understood that the gods were likely still watching this place. However, he couldn't be sure if any of them would bother dealing with the issue if he simply walked away. To be precise, given their personalities, they would most likely be too lazy to move. Moreover, this was Antaeus's offering to Poseidon, the god of the sea, making it even less likely that anyone would take action. After considering it for a bit, Promise reached into the sky and retrieved another painting. This one depicted a beautiful underworld butterfly. He gently tapped the painting, and a swarm of these butterflies flew out, gathering before him and forming the image of a flawless goddess dressed in a black gown. The goddess wore a black veil, with hair cascading like the night sky, and her striking red eyes calmly observed the young man before her. Though she appeared graceful and beautiful, in reality Hecate was internally in turmoil. Ever since Circe's trial ended, Hecate had known things wouldn't go well for her. Despite all her precautions, she hadn't been able to avoid this. What she couldn't understand was why Promise would specifically summon her when so many major gods were watching. No way, there are so many gods watching you, you can just pull out any one of them to solve this little trouble. Is it necessary for you to call me specifically? And despite her telling him not to draw, here he was sneakily sketching another familiar. Hecate's inner emotions were extremely rich, but not a single trace of them was visible on her face. In Helen's eyes, this goddess who suddenly appeared was beautiful and mysterious. Hecate's red eyes glanced gently at the monster formed by the gathering of resentful spirits in the distance, before she pulled out the underworld lantern she had previously given to Promise and Persephone. In the dim light of the dark lamp, the shadow of an ancient door appeared in the world with the help of the dim light of the dark lamp. This was the gate of the underworld, representing the boundary between the living and the dead. As the gate creaked open, a massive three-headed dog, as large as a mountain, lumbered out. The moment it walked out, the vengeful monster obviously froze, as if it had met its natural enemy, and its whole body began to tremble, causing the entire temple on its head to shake, as if it would collapse at any time. And indeed, it had every reason to fear, for this was its natural predator, the guardian of the underworld gate, Cerberus. As Cerberus charged at the wraith, Hecate tossed the underworld lantern into the sky, where it hovered beneath the ominous red clouds. The dark lantern came to the sky and stopped, and its faint light extinguished the ominous dark clouds in the sky, plunging the area into darkness. A path appeared beneath Promise, Helen, and Pegasus, an eerie road flanked by white ghostly flowers, leading directly to the underworld. Ignoring the wailing wraith, Cerberus ferociously attacked the skull-filled temple, pushing it inch by inch onto the spectral path and toward the ancient gate. Though the wraith howled and struggled, it was utterly powerless against its natural enemy, the guardian of the underworld, and in no time, it was dragged down into the abyss. Hecate finished the work, however, before Promise could even say thank you. She jumped into the gate the next second. As she left, she didn't forget to swipe the painting of the underworld butterflies from Promise's hand. "Don't call me again." This was Hecate's silent protest. Promise didn't mind at all, watching her take the painting with a calm expression. But as soon as she left, Promise simply reached into the sky and pulled the painting back down. It was as if, no, it was obvious he had done it on purpose. Just like when he drew Pegasus in the underworld and later retrieved it, as long as he had painted something once, he would not need to draw it again. With the divine artifact in his possession, he can summon any of his previous works at will. As soon as the painting was taken out, Hecate stretched out her hand from the underworld and snatched it back. She snatched it back and Promise took it out again, repeating the process back and forth. After the two of them fought over the painting several times, Hecate stopped moving. A satisfied smile curled on Promise's lips, knowing he had successfully worn down the goddess. Pegasus, observing this from the side, was almost speechless at its young master's antics. He actually wanted to say to the goddess Hecate, "You're doing it the wrong way." Though everyone knew Promise was a bit of a grudge holder, both Pegasus and the gods saw it as more playful than serious. Despite his so-called revenge, his friends and allies did not suffer any retaliation from Promise but often ended up receiving favors and benefits from him instead. Even Pegasus, initially thinking Promise was just playing games, had a rude awakening after the incident involving Hermes. That was when everyone realized that this young man wasn't just pretending. He was genuinely petty and would never let go of any grudge. In this way, the reason why Promise was thinking about Hecate was very simple. Every time she saw him, she could not hide the disgust on her face. At first, he didn't think it was a big deal, but as time went by and they met more often, even if it wasn't recorded in the grudge book, it was already in his heart. With the Skull Temple dragged into the underworld and the road disappearing alongside the goddess, the once darkened peninsula was bathed in sunlight again. Promise glanced at the painting of Antaeus sinking into the ocean and the one of the Skull Temple deep in the abyss. With a light laugh, he thrust it into the air, where it disintegrated into dust and vanished. "Sorry for wasting a bit of time," Promise said, finally done with the ordeal, then reached out and gently ruffled Helen's hair, still finding her clinging to him, not yet recovered from shock. "Let's go." "I'll take you home now," he said softly, smiling at her. And hearing his gentle voice, Helen instinctively looked up at him. Her enchanting eyes, capable of stealing the hearts of any man, reflected the image of the boy before her. As the two looked at each other, the little girl was startled to realize that even though they were looking at each other like this, her powers seemed to have no effect on him. Those beautiful emerald eyes remained as clear and bright as ever. The reason was simple. The goddess of wisdom had once tied a single strand of her hair around Promise's, protecting him from having his thoughts pried into by any god or goddess and ensuring that he would retain a measure of clarity no matter what the circumstances. In fact, if Promise had felt anything toward Helen, her eyes could have ensnared him, perhaps not making him fall in love instantly, but they could have certainly stirred unfamiliar emotions within him. But right now, Promise had only one thing on his mind: finding Theseus and beating that lie-obsessed idiot to a pulp. On the battlefield of Troy, when the war had ended, the victorious soldiers and heroes approached Helen. But their swords and spears, which had cut down countless foes to secure their triumph, could not bear to touch her. And when Helen walked toward them, every man dropped his weapon without hesitation out of fear of harming her. Such was the power of Helen. In Greek mythology, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Helen watched as the boy in front of her extended his hand toward her, and after a moment of hesitation, she reached out and placed her hand in his. Chapter 131, Helene longing to see someone. Helen, do you know that I once met a very interesting person at Teacher Chiron's place? Sister Pollux' laughter echoed in Helen's ears. Helen certainly knew about Hema, or rather, She had been aware of Promise's existence for a long time, because back when they all emerged from that swan egg, it wasn't just her, it was also the future Dioscuri, the Gemini twins. Those twins were also Promise's friends and fellow crew members on the Argo. His name is Promise. He's a really fragile guy, like a girl. No, wait, that's a bit disrespectful to girls. Though it sounds a bit exaggerated, I honestly think he's so delicate that he might not even be able to beat the small animals you raise, sister. In the corridors of the Spartan palace, Pollux, the younger twin sister who had the same dazzling golden hair as Helen, once said this to the little girl with a smile. At that time, they were carrying baskets filled with freshly picked bright fruits, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Because of how frail he is, no one wanted to let him descend the mountain. He'd likely get himself killed in no time. But sister, don't look down on him just because of that, okay? Because both I and my brother truly believe he's destined to become a hero famous throughout all of Greece, maybe even more renowned than us. Why? Helen remembered clearly how surprised she was when she asked that. I don't really know. It's just a feeling, but both my brother and I share it. Pollux smiled warmly as she answered, it's an indescribable feeling. Maybe you'll understand once you meet him, Helen. Because of her enchanting eyes, Helen's movement within the palace was very restricted. Even when she went to offer prayers at the temples, she could only visit those dedicated to the Virgin Goddess Artemis or Goddess of Wisdom Athena. She was never even allowed to enter Hera's temple. It was strictly forbidden for her to meet any men. As a result, Helen thought she would never have the chance to meet Promise. But when she mentioned this to Pollux, "Don't worry about it," Pollux had replied with a reassuring smile. "If it's Promise, then it'll work out somehow. When he finally comes down from the mountain, we'll find him and arrange a meeting between you two. You know, we actually talk to him about you quite often." Helen couldn't understand why her proud sister, who inherited the power of the gods, had such unwavering trust in this man. And from the way she described him, he sounded like someone even she could bully. She couldn't make sense of it. But from that day onward, the name Promise lingered in her heart. Pollux probably noticed it, and from then on she would often mention his promise to Helen and tell her about the interesting things they encountered while studying, sharing them with her sister, who felt as though she was imprisoned in the luxurious confines of the palace. And so, without realizing it, Helen found herself looking forward to the possibility of meeting this person named Promise. But then, both Pollux and her brother had to leave. They had heard about the Argo. They said they were going to give Jason, who brought Promise down the mountain, a good beating and join the adventure for the Golden Fleece. They told Helen to wait for their return at home. After they left, Helen's life became lonely once again. As she grew older, even her father didn't dare to be around her, while some of her sisters envied her and her brothers coveted her. In this situation, Helen had no choice but to lock herself up. Until that day, when the moon goddess Artemis was dancing alone, she met the man who was peeping at her. That person was Theseus. And it just so happened that Helen had heard of him and knew who he was. Her sister Pollux had told her that he was one of Promise's bodyguards, the other being Heracles. And so broken bar, Helen rubbed her eyes, slowly opened them, and woke up. She hadn't had a rest like this for a long time since she sneaked out of the temple that day. When she woke up, she was greeted by the soft breeze of the sunset sky. The wind gently tousled her delicate hair as Pegasus soared through the twilight, wings outstretched against the glowing horizon. "Are you awake?" Just as Helen was staring blankly at the sunset sky in front of her, and was stunned by the beautiful scenery, unable to come back to her senses for a moment, a sudden voice behind her brought her back to reality. Helen subconsciously turned her head and looked at the person who was holding her in his arms behind her. His face was not particularly handsome, but the increasingly poetic and artistic aura he exuded made him stand out, especially his emerald eyes, which were like stars. Helen stared at Promise, blinking in confusion. "You could have slept a bit longer, you know." Seeing her eyes gradually clearing up, he smiled and said, "It's only been a few hours." Hearing this, Helen's eyes slowly widened as she fully woke up, finally remembering what had happened not long ago. By that terrifying temple made of skulls, she had been captured by that man named Antuus, who intended to make her his wife. He claimed to be the son of a god. Helen had seen him kill many people, even entire armies were unable to defeat him. But in the end, he was defeated. A broken bar, no, not killed, but thrown into the sea, and the one who did it was the person she had always wanted to meet, the one her sister had told her about many times. A weak, delicate person. Promisey Broken Bar. Helen called his name softly, tilted her head, and stared blankly at him, who was hugging her from behind. Promise blinked in response, smiling as he asked, "What's wrong, Helen?" "A broken bar?" "Ah, sorry." Saying this, he affectionately patted her head. "You've gone through so much, haven't you?" "Don't worry, Helen. I'll definitely find that scoundrel Theseus and give him a good beating for you, and for your brother and sister," Promise declared with fierce determination. Although in ancient Greece, being a Lolita complex individual wasn't considered an illness and many even saw it as something to admire, Promise couldn't help but find it utterly disgraceful. "No way, how can a grown man like an underage child?" "Isn't it disgusting?" "What about Clotho, the goddess of fate, you ask?" "That's different. She's a goddess. Who knows how many years she'd lived. Besides, Clotho is irresistibly cute." Helen blinked, looking at Promise. She hesitated, wanting to explain as she realized Promise had misunderstood. Theseus hadn't actually kidnapped her. She had gone with him willingly. But it wasn't to meet Promisey, it was because she wanted to join them in the adventure for the Golden Fleece and find her sister and brother. A broken bar. Of course, she also hoped to meet Promise along the way. To be honest, Theseus had actually refused at first, but no one could truly say no to Hera because she was Helen. The reason she eventually ran away was due to another person, a man named Pirithous. He was a friend Theseus made later on and was immediately smitten with Helen on the first, showering her with obsessive affection. Though Theseus intervened and stopped him, this led the two to embark on a journey to the underworld together, intending to meet the goddess Persephone. After Theseus left, more and more eyes began to covet Helen. And with Theseus gone for so long, the prying stares grew more and more unscrupulous, and they even started to touch her. In this situation, Helen was so frightened that she chose to run away, but she never expected to be caught by Antaeus. Therefore, although Theseus was to blame for this incident, a large part of it was Helen's own fault. Just as she was about to explain all of this to Promise, she found herself hesitating as she looked at the gentle smile of the boy in front of her. The words got stuck in her throat, her mouth opening but no sound coming out. What if he starts to dislike me because of this? What if he decides I'm too much trouble and abandons me? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Helen grew more afraid. Only now that she was truly outside the protection of her family did she realize just how dangerous the world could be. And right now, the only person who could protect her was Promise. The sweet curse that normally plagued her seemed to have no effect on him, as if it didn't even exist. And he was Promisey. Her sister and brothers had always spoken of him as someone who could be trusted, no matter the situation. So, after hesitating for a long time, Helen chose to remain silent. She lowered her head, feeling ashamed of her decision. Although Promise noticed something was off, he didn't think much of it. From his perspective, this friend's little sister had clearly gone through a lot, so it was only natural that she would be shy and hesitant to speak. This only strengthened his resolve to find Theseus and give him a good beating. "I'm sorry, Helen. I should have taken you straight home, but Theseus is my friend, and he's done something terribly wrong. I need to find him and make him apologize to you and your parents first." Hearing these words, Helen glanced up at Promise's emerald eyes. She couldn't help but feel even more ashamed, lowering her head again, but at the same time, "Ah, sister, I think I understand what you meant. But he's not weaker. He's already a great hero, and his arms are so warm." With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Helen felt her head grow heavy once more. Before she knew it, resting in Promise's arms, she drifted off to sleep again. This time, however, her expression was peaceful, with a faint smile gracing her lips. Promise, looking at her sleeping face, couldn't help but murmur to himself, "So this is Helen. She truly lives up to her legend. Even before she's fully grown, she's already this dangerous." Comment 16. Vote to left. Chapter 132, The king cuckolded by a bull. Helen didn't know where Theseus had gone. All she knew was that on the day he left, he told her to stay safely at his friend's house and promised he'd be back soon. But who would have guessed that once Theseus left, he'd be gone for over a month? As more people learned about Helen's presence and saw her beauty, combined with the fact that Theseus and his friend hadn't returned, her situation became increasingly dangerous. Eventually, with the help of a maid, she managed to escape. The stars in the night sky and the bonfire lit up the darkness, and the light of the flame dispelled the coldness from Helen. Her golden hair was flowing, and her purple eyes had a magic that could easily capture a man. Even though she was stained by dust, she was still as exquisite as the most outstanding work forged by the god of craftsmen. She recounted everything that had happened since she left home, except for the fact that she hadn't been kidnapped by Theseus but had actually run away willingly. Even the most beautiful songbirds yearn for the world beyond their gilded cages, but once they leave those confines, they discover just how dangerous the outside world truly is. Helen spoke softly, carefully watching Promise as she did so. Every time Promise looked up and met her gaze, Helen would shyly turn her head like a frightened rabbit, only to sneak glances back at him shortly after, as if she were trying to confirm something. Helen was indeed trying to verify whether Promise was falling under her charm. She was well aware of her own allure after all. Even the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite, had appeared before her and praised her as a weapon capable of captivating any man. And after looking at each other again and again, Helen finally became convinced that the man in front of her was really immune to her charm. Feeling a mix of joy and slight disappointment, Helen was pulled from her thoughts when Promise, who had been silent until now, suddenly burst out laughing. Seeing her confused expression, he couldn't help but smile and say, "You were acting just like a scared little bunny just now." "Don't worry, Helen. I'll protect you. You're the sister of my dear friends, after all. They've always told me about you, saying that once I came down from the mountain, they'd introduce you to me. If you don't mind, you can even call me brother." "Oh, by the way, did they ever mention me to you?" "What did they say?" Looking at the boy in front of her, looking at her with curiosity, Helen hesitated for a moment before responding. "My sister said that, Promise. Brother Promise, you're someone who can be trusted in any situation." She also said that. At this point, her voice trailed off, but with some reluctance, she added, "She said you're really weak. That even I could bully you." Helen's honest reply left Promise stunned for a moment, while Pegasus snickered loudly from the side until Promise shot him a glare that made him quickly lower his head in mock obedience. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Promise huffed in annoyance before stepping closer to Helen and holding out his hand. "What do you mean, I'm so weak that you could bully me? Your sister's got it all wrong. Come on, let's arm wrestle. I bet I'm stronger than you." Clearly frustrated, Promise challenged her, while Pegasus rolled its eyes in disbelief. "Are you a kid competing in strength with a little girl?" But it knew full well that Promise was just trying to ease Helen's tension. Upon hearing this, Helen obediently placed her hand in the boy's hand again. As she felt the warmth and security of his large hand, she started to wonder why he wasn't applying any strength yet and whether she should try harder herself or Broken Bar. Helen. Promise fought to maintain a serious expression as he looked her in the eyes and said, "Let's call off the match. I've suddenly realized that this kind of competition is meaningless." Helen tilted her head in confusion. Before she could figure out what was going on, Pegasus couldn't hold back anymore and began rolling on the ground in laughter, completely losing it. "I've had enough of you, Pegasus," Promise shouted in anger as he jumped to his feet, only to be held back by Helen, who was still clutching his hand. A brief moment of awkwardness passed as Promise cleared his throat and said, "Helen, you can let go now." Helen blinked, finally realizing what he meant, and quickly released his hand. As she watched Promise charge at Pegasus in embarrassment, "A Broken Bar, it's just like my sister Sada. He's so weak, even I could bully him," Helen thought to herself, but her mind wandered back to what had happened earlier that afternoon. Thinking of this, Helen suddenly recalled what happened in the afternoon, and the scene in front of the skeleton temple, in front of the terrifying Antaeus, yet he was still able to smile calmly and defeat him easily. "Wait, Are these two really the same person? She found herself bewildered as the contrasting images of Promisey the formidable hero and the playful boy wrestling with a winged horsey overlapped in her mind. The contrast was too much, and eventually, Helen couldn't help but laugh out loud. As she laughed, all the tension and fear that had built up inside her since she left home seemed to melt away. But as the laughter turned to tears, Helen cried until, once again, she drifted off to sleep. Helen fell asleep on Pegasus. The next day, as the sun lit up the world again, Promise woke up, only to find that Helen was nowhere in sight and even Pegasus was missing. Just as he was beginning to worry, both Pegasus and Helen came back from the forest. Her golden hair was slightly damp, and her light blue dress looked freshly cleaned. It turned out that Pegasus had taken Helen to wash her hair and clothes. Speaking of which this Pegasus actually loved cleanliness very much. "Brother Promise, you're awake," Helen said, holding the wild fruits she had just picked in her arms, and ran towards Promise in small steps. The soft voice, which sounded a little childish, and the innocent smile made him pause for a moment. "Now I get why they always brag about having you as their sister," a broken bar Theseus. "Just wait, no matter what you say this time, you'll get a beating," Promise muttered through gritted teeth. Looking at the boy with gritted teeth in front of her, Helen was stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses, she lowered her head slightly with guilt. Caught between wanting to confess everything to Promise and being afraid of telling him the truth, Helen remained silent as they finished breakfast. Before she knew it, they were back in the sky, flying toward where Theseus might be. Helen didn't know exactly where Theseus had gone, but that didn't really matter. Promise had gotten used to relying on Pegasus to guide the way. As for Pegasus, well, he was well accustomed to following the markers that the gods had conveniently left. Theseus wasn't far away. After about half a day of flight, Pegasus landed on an island. This was Crete, an island ruled by King Minos. If that name doesn't ring a bell, then perhaps this will. The island is home to a massive labyrinth housing the Minotaur, a creature known as Asterius. Yes, it's the very monster destined to be defeated by Theseus. This story even inspired a famous Bible in the FGO game community. But the origin of Asterius is where things get even more interesting. When Minos, the king of this island, became king, he sought miracles from Poseidon, the god of the sea, so that his usurpation of the throne would be legitimate. For this purpose, he knelt for a long time in Poseidon's temple and prayed devoutly to him. Moved by his sincerity, Poseidon caused a large, beautiful white bull to emerge from the sea and appear before Minos. Poseidon then discreetly instructed Minos to sacrifice the bull to him as an offering, promising to show a miracle in return. However, Minos was so enchanted by the bull's beauty that he couldn't bear to sacrifice it. Instead, he offered a regular bull in its place, hoping Poseidon wouldn't notice. Naturally, this infuriated Poseidon, who cursed Minos' wife, causing her to fall madly in love with the white bull. Eventually, Minos' wife had a wooden cow constructed, and she approached the bull a broken bar, and thus, the Minotaur, Asterius, was born. A broken bar. In this story, there are actually different versions of the myth. One classic version suggests that the white bull was actually Zeus in disguise, and his target was naturally the beautiful wife of King Minos. Another version claims that the white bull was initially Poseidon in disguise, intending to appear after the sacrifice to declare that King Minos had helped him, proving Minos was the rightful king. But regardless of the version, one thing is clear: King Minos ended up with a very green hat, thanks to a bull. Later, after leaving Pegasus to watch over Helen, Promise ventured into the kingdom on the island and, after revealing his identity, quickly met with King Minos. When King Minos learned of Promise's purpose, he informed him directly that Theseus had entered the labyrinth the day before. And this was the punishment given to Theseus by Hades, the god of the underworld. This also explains why Theseus was on this island instead of in the underworld. Let's first talk about how Theseus and his friends entered the underworld. The person who helped them enter the underworld was none other than Hermes, the messenger of the gods. Knowing that the two of them were so bold as to want to go to the underworld to see Persephone, Hermes, who loved to watch the fun, could not help but satisfy their desire. He escorted them into the underworld and even took them to Hades' palace. However, Persephone wasn't there. She was on vacation with her mother, Demeter, and the person who took her away was Promise himself. The two didn't get far in the palace before Hades discovered them. By then, Hermes had already slipped away. Just when Hades knew their purpose and was about to send them into the endless abyss to receive eternal punishment, Theseus hurriedly opened the treasure bag that Hermes left for him when he left. There was only one sentence in it, which was to ask Theseus to reveal his identity. Following the advice, Theseus introduced himself. Hades wasn't initially interested, but when he heard that Theseus was a student of Chiron, he asked about his relationship with Promise. Shocked to hear Promise's name from Hades, Theseus confirmed that they were friends. After a moment of silence, Hades decided to spare him and sent him to Crete, where he was thrown into the labyrinth with no weapons, leaving his survival to chance. As for his companion, Hades imprisoned him permanently. The king of this island, Minos, would later become one of the 3 judges of the underworld after his death. Promise didn't know the details of the underworld, but when he heard from King Minos that Theseus had entered the labyrinth, he wasn't too concerned at first. After all, he knew that Theseus was destined to defeat the Minotaur. But when he reached the labyrinth entrance and found no thread left behind and heard from the guards that Theseus had entered without any weapons, fire, or tools, so it began to feel wrong. Not only did he not bring any weapons, he didn't even have a torch. Rather than going in to defeat the monster, it was more like going in to die. This isn't right. I need to go in and check, Promise said with a frown, finally deciding to investigate. Chapter 133, Labyrinth. With no escape. In order to get rid of this special Minotaur child and also to cover up the shame so that the world would not know about it, King Minos ordered people to build this labyrinth. The famed craftsman who built this labyrinth was Daedalus, and he had a son named Icarus. After finishing the labyrinth, Minos, satisfied with the design, decided to kill both Daedalus and his son to ensure that no one could ever escape this place. To escape, Daedalus collected feathers from all kinds of birds and crafted wings for himself and his son Icarus, allowing them to soar into the sky. It was just that Icarus was fascinated by the freedom and thrill of flying, so he forgot his father's warning, and flew higher and higher, even attempting to fly into the sun. Eventually, the high temperature melted his wings, and Icarus, who had lost his wings, fell into the deep sea and drowned. Now, Theseus finds himself inside that same labyrinth. Because of the punishment from Hades, the god of the underworld, he was not allowed to carry any weapons, so naturally he did not leave any ropes or even torches in front of the door of the maze. Theseus had been wandering the labyrinth for an entire day. He tried to leave marks on the road, but because there were no torches, even if he left marks, he might not notice them if he passed by again. So, Theseus had no idea where he was, let alone how to move forward. He even prayed for help from the gods, but no one answered him. In the dark and gloomy maze, silence and darkness gradually eroded his mind, while fatigue and hunger made his steps even heavier. And even if he managed to reach the labyrinth's end, what awaited him was not treasure or glory, but the fearsome creature known as Asterius the Minotaur, a being blessed with the power of lightning. To defeat it, escape the labyrinth, and survive here. This was the impossible trial Hades had given him for daring to intrude into the underworld. With no weapons, this trial was essentially a death sentence. But you can't really blame Hades. Theseus and his friend didn't just visit the underworld to have fun. They planned to kidnap his beautiful wife, goddess Persephone. In Hades' eyes, Theseus was already dead. Throwing him into the labyrinth wasn't about letting him escape on his own. It was merely waiting for someone else's decision. Promise came back to Pegasus and Helen, telling them that he was going to the labyrinth. However, before Pegasus could even respond, the girl protested in a terrified voice. Helen's experience with Antaeus left a profound impression on her, as she witnessed how Promise defeated the giant and saved her. But she couldn't forget the previous night's arm wrestling match, which left her with a different perspective on Promise's strength. "This is too dangerous," she insisted. Hearing her words, Promise looked at the girl in front of him who was worried about him, walked up to her, touched her head, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Helen. I'll be fine, and I'll be back quickly." However, before he could finish, Helen interrupted him with something he hadn't expected. "Big brother Theseus said the same thing to me before he left." Promise froze, surprised by her words. Tears welled up in Helen's purple eyes as she took 2 steps back, looked up at him and finally confessed what she had been holding back all this time. "That's what brother Theseus told me when he left. He will be back soon and take me to find my sister and brother. But after he left, he never came back. I waited so long. Everyone said he was dead and would never come back. They wanted to take me away, but I didn't want to go with them, so I ran away in fear." She paused, remembering how she had been captured by Antaeus before Promise saved her. Hearing her words, Promise remained silent for a moment, then softly asked, "So it wasn't Theseus who took you away?" "But it was me. I was the one who asked big brother Theseus to take me away," Helen admitted, her voice trembling with guilt. "I'm sorry, brother Promise. I lied to you. I'm not an honest person. It was because I wanted to find my siblings. I was curious about the Golden Fleece adventure, so I begged big brother Theseus to take me with him. It's all my fault. I'm really, really sorry." Promise looked at the little girl who was crying softly in front of him and didn't say anything for a while, but he suddenly realized why Theseus had taken Helen away. As for Helen's deception, he wasn't upset about it. After all, she had gone through a lot, especially with the terrifying ordeal involving Antaeus. It was only natural that she would be afraid to tell him the truth. Well, she was just an overly frightened child, afraid of being hated and abandoned again. "If that's the case, do you hate Theseus?" Promise asked. Hearing this, Helen quickly shook her head. "Then isn't it even more important that I go find him?" Promise smiled again. "After all, he's in danger now, and besides, I promised you to bring him back so he could apologize to you. But it's not really big brother Theseus's fault." "But he still did not keep his promise to you," Promise countered gently. "He left you in danger, didn't protect you properly, and hasn't even come back yet." Even though the misunderstanding was cleared up, he still believed Theseus was a Lolita complex and had made a mistake by taking Helen along. He was determined to give Theseus a good beating. After all, no matter whether this was Helen's active request or not, you kidnapped someone else's daughter, and the key point is that she was only 11 or 12 years old. If you say that there was no element of lust, I would never believe you, even if you killed me. If Theseus knew what Promise was thinking, he'd probably feel utterly exasperated and wronged. "You are noble and you are amazing." This is Helen, and with those bewitching purple eyes, not to mention a hero like Theseus, who couldn't resist her plea. Even someone as mighty as Heracles might have struggled to refuse. When someone like Helen sheds tears, even the gods would feel sympathy. But you, Promise, seem to be the only one completely unaffected by her charms. "I, on the other hand, will keep my promise," Promise said as he crouched down, gently wiping away Helen's tears. "I promise you, I'll come back soon, and I'll bring Theseus with me. We'll take you home." Helen looked at the boy in front of her with her purple eyes and said carefully, "Brother Promise, are you not mad at me?" "I lied to you." "I am a little mad." Promise nodded, observing how Helen's expression became visibly panicked. He then smiled softly and said, "But since Helen is so adorable, I'll forgive you this time. But there won't be a next time, so no more lies, okay?" "That's not a good thing. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Helen nodded quickly and promised him very seriously, "There will definitely not be a next time." "Pegasus, please take care of Helen for me. I'll be back sooner." Before he could finish, Promise felt his arm being tightly held. He looked down and saw Helen clinging to his arm very tightly. As he wondered what was going on, Helen, struggling with her thoughts, suddenly declared with determined eyes, "Brother Promise, if you really want to go, then a broken bar I'm going with you." "Helen, don't you trust me?" "I do, but I just a broken bar." Helen tightened her grip even more as she said, "I don't want to be left behind again, waiting and doing nothing. And I know all this trouble brother Theseus is because of me." Seeing her tear-streaked face mixed with a pleading look, Promise felt a headache coming on. He instinctively glanced at Pegasus for help. However, the latter, noticing his gaze, immediately turned around, presenting its back and flicking its tail as if to say, I didn't hear anything. I'm not involved. Helen, be a good girl. Promise was about to say more when Helen interrupted him. Brother Promise, I won't let go. If you don't take me, I'll just cling to you and not let you leave. Promise was left speechless. He sighed and tried reasoning with her patiently. But Helen, it's really dangerous in there. That's exactly why I can't let you go in alone, Brother Promise. Don't forget who saved you last time. It was you, Brother Promise. Beat a broken bar, but you're not even as strong as me. You couldn't beat me in strength. Her words left Promise completely silent for a moment, unable to find a counter-argument. He opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out. Finding he couldn't retort at all. Seeing his state, Pegasus almost laughed out loud again, but when he thought that if he angered Promise again, he would really be put into the little notebook, he quickly lowered his head and pretended to eat grass, as if he didn't care about what was happening outside the window. There's a monster inside. After thinking about it for a while, Promise warned the girl. It devours every boy and girl who enters the labyrinth. This wasn't Alia. Asterius had indeed devoured many youths offered to him. The mention of the monster made Helen tremble with fear, but in the end, she bit her lip and kept her gaze fixed on Promise with determination. Seeing her resolve, Promise finally gave in and agreed to take her along. They reached the dark entrance of the labyrinth. Throughout the journey, Helen clung tightly to Promise's arm, gripping so hard that it hurt. She was terrified of being left behind again. When they finally arrived at the labyrinth, the imposing structure of the labyrinth loomed before them like a monstrous maw, its dark depths radiating a chilling aura. Looking at that dark aura, Helen's body stiffened as she recalled the terrifying stories about this place. Her eyes reflected fear and hesitation. Promise, noticing her reaction, asked, "Are you scared?" In fact, he still didn't fully intend to bring Helen inside, hoping that if she saw the entrance herself, she might reconsider and back down. But when Helen met his gaze, she shook her head firmly and said, "I'm not scared." No lying. Helen. A broken bar. Promise had not even finished speaking when Helen abruptly cut him off, saying, "I didn't lie, Brother Promise. After all, I promised Brother Promise that I wouldn't lie anymore." Her purple eyes met Promise's startled gaze as she released his arm and held his hand instead. "I know you'll protect me, so as long as you're by my side, I won't be afraid." A broken bar.